Ethan, I can't hide my frown. I'm touched that Paisley wants to stay with me, even over than being with Jane and her siblings, but it's impossible. First, because I meant it when I said I want her to enjoy just being a kid, especially after all her medical problems. Second, because it's simply not safe. The doctor's warnings are still ringing in my head, and though Paisley might not be at risk for attacks from potential alphas hoping to eliminate their competition like Parker and Ryder are, the episode in the Southern Isles proved that she can be targeted in other ways. Moreover, if I can't heal myself, I won't only be unable to protect my precious girl, I might be a threat to her myself. Yes, I made Matthew agree to put me down before I go truly insane, but what if he's not fast enough? What if he doesn't realize how far gone I am until I hurt Paisley? Paisley, I wish you could stay with me, but it's not possible. I sigh, rubbing her back and breathing in her familiar scent. But then, who will take care of you? She argues, narrowing her eyes at me. Her energy is dangerously close to tantrum territory, and though she's never been very prone to throwing fits, when she does have a meltdown, she doesn't hold back. Doctors and nurses and other people I hire, I answer, using the most soothing tone of voice I can muster. But that's not the same, she objects. You need someone who loves you. Doctors and nurses aren't going to hug and kiss you when you need them. They might if I ask nicely enough, or if I pay them lots and lots of money, I joke. Daddy, be serious, Paisley admonishes, glaring at me. This isn't a funny business. I think you mean a laughing matter, I correct gently, wondering why I'm bothering when I love hearing her childish misappropriation of words and phrases. Because it's your job to teach her, my wolf reminds me bitterly, just like it's your job to protect and care for her. You know, you choose the worst times to be reasonable, I complain, internally groaning. My wolf is the one who most often pushes me to be emotional rather than logical. But he can often surprise me when it comes to things like this. He wants Paisley and our family here too, but his protective instincts are stronger than that desire. Turning my attention back to the disgruntled bundle in my arms, I continue. And I know you want to help me, but stress isn't good for little girls. I don't want you worrying about me. But I'm gonna worries about you no matter what, Paisley insists. And I'll worries less if I'm here. Besides, you keep saying I'm growing ups. I won't be little for much longer. Which is exactly why you have to enjoy it while it lasts, I explain. Daddy, you took care of me all that time I was sick, Paisley reasons. Now is my turn. Lovey, I'm supposed to take care of you. That's what being a parent is all about. It's not your job to take care of me. I share. If I live to a grand old age, the tables might eventually turn in precisely the way she's suggesting, but she's still just a pup, and I'm probably not going to live to be an old man, even if I get better. Alphas don't have terribly long lifespans. But Daddy, Paisley tries to insist. No, Paisley, I say, using what she calls my daddy voice. I love you, but this isn't up for discussion. You can't stay with me, as much as I want you to. It isn't safe, and it isn't right. You belong with your mommy and your siblings, and that's final. A few hours later, the pups are fed, bathed, and refusing to go to bed. They're determined to wait up for Santa, but Jane is well practiced at wrangling puppies at bedtime. Well, you know, Santa won't come if you stay up, she sighs, feigning regret. He only visits pups that are sleeping. And the sooner you go to sleep, the sooner he'll be here. The pups exchange meaningful glances, already in their pajamas, and trying to hide yawns of exhaustion. They obviously don't want to risk Santa skipping the penthouse, but they're not entirely convinced. Not yet, at least. But okay, if you're really determined, Jane continues, throwing up her hands. I guess Santa can always come next year. Okay, they exclaim in unison. We'll sleep. The pups immediately clamber into their beds, actually taking their proper places in the 4 bunks, rather than creating the puppy pile in which they normally rest. Good night, little ones. I smile, dropping kisses on their foreheads. When you wake up, it will be Christmas. Good night, Daddy, they each say in turn, returning my kisses. Paisley sounds a bit somber as she tells me she loves me, but I know there's nothing to be done for it. I step from the room as Jane moves forward to wish the pups good night, but something stops me from going too far. Instead, I hover just beyond the doorway, listening as my mate takes a seat on one of the beds. Listen, kids, I know you were just trying to have fun tonight, but you can't put up mistletoe and try to trick me and Daddy that way, she says evenly. I can tell she's trying to keep her tone light, but there's layers of emotion buried underneath. But Mommy, we've seen you and Daddy kiss afore, and we know it makes you happy, Parker replies. You've been so sad ever since we went home, Riley adds, sounding less confident than usual now. You and Daddy should be together, Ryder concludes. You all know I've been sad, Jane murmurs, sounding both guilty and surprised. Mommy, why else do you think we've been trying to get you back togethers? Parker asks, and I can hear an eye roll in his tone. I thought you wanted to go back to Daddy because you miss him, she replies softly, sounding so haunted, it breaks my heart. Well, we do, Paisley exclaims, but that's not the only reason we wanted Daddy back. We've never seen you happier than you were with Daddy, Riley continues, and I can hear slight movements, pups leaving their beds to gather around their mother. We want our family to be whole, Ryder concludes. I peek around the edge of the door, seeing all 4 of our little ones snuggled up to Jane. She's seated next to Riley, but Parker, Paisley, and Ryder are halfway in her lap, their little pajama-covered feet dangling in the air. You all have to stop worrying about me, she instructs. I'll be happy as long as I have you, but your daddy and I aren't going to get back together. I'm very sorry to tell you that, but it's the truth. But why not? Parker inquires, leaning his head against Jane's breast. We know you loves each other. It's not about love, Jane replies, and though she doesn't know it, she's telling them a lie. This is all about love. If I didn't love Jane and the pups so much, I wouldn't sacrifice my own happiness for them this way. If I didn't love them so much, I wouldn't let them go. One day maybe I'll be able to explain better, in a way you can understand. But right now, all you need to know is that we both love you, and we're doing the best we can. Mommy? Paisley asks shyly. Yes, Angel. Is this all happening because we tried to follow you that night and got ourselves pup-napped? She questions, sounding as though she's very afraid of the answer. You and Daddy seemed different afore we were taken. Listen to me very carefully, Jane replies, her voice tight. Because I mean what I'm saying. None of this is your fault. Your daddy and I split up a very long time ago, for some reasons you know, and others you don't. We were never going to end up together, and that has nothing to do with anything that's happened these last few months. Another lie. If I'd had my way, we all would have lived happily ever after following the rescue. But that was before my injury, before my insanity, before everything changed. And that's why you can't play tricks like that again. Jane forges on. It only makes things harder, and as hard as it is to hear, it won't change anything. We're sorry, Mommy. Riley apologizes, nuzzling Jane's shoulder. We didn't mean to upset you. I know, my darling. Jane sighs, kissing Riley's brow. Unfortunately, that's one lesson you'll learn more and more the older you get. What you intend and what actually happens don't always agree. You have to be very thoughtful about your actions, even when you mean well. That's confusing, Parker sighs. I know, but it's also not something you have to worry about tonight. Jane smiles sadly. All you need to worry about is going to sleep and waiting to see what tomorrow will bring. I promise it will be a better day than today. We love you, Mommy, Ryder professes, giving Jane a kiss on the cheek. I love you too. Jane, when the pups are finally asleep, I slip out of their room, closing the door at my back and leaning against it. My knees feel weak and shaky, and I'm thankful for the solid wood at my back, keeping me upright. I clench my eyes shut, trying to take deep breaths and calm down. That was one of the hardest conversations I've ever had as a mother. Not because it was particularly contentious or fraught, but simply because it upsets me to no end to think my pups have been taking the responsibility for my sadness onto themselves. I haven't been doing my job. I've been so caught up in my own grief that I didn't even realize I was hurting my babies, making them stressed and anxious. Instead of taking care of them, they've been trying to take care of me. When I finally open my eyes again, I realize that Ethan is standing in the hallway watching me. My heart sinks, as if he needed more reasons to think I'm an unfit mother. I'm sure he overheard our entire conversation. Please don't, I beg, whispering so I don't wake the pups. I feel badly enough already. He doesn't say a word, his dark eyes boring into me with piercing intensity. Pushing myself away from the door, I stiffly stride into my bedroom, going to my closet to retrieve the gifts I've hidden for the children. I gather the boxes, bags, wrapping paper, and stocking stuffers, before re-emerging and heading for the living room. The stockings are already hanging over the fireplace, and a plate of cookies and milk are resting on the hearth. I start by laying out the wrapping paper on the floor, pulling out scissors and tape so I can begin working. But then a pair of very large, very familiar feet appear beside me. I can do this, Ethan tells me, pointedly eyeing my stomach. You need to rest. I've always set up Christmas morning for the pups, I insist, feeling both defiant and near tears. You might not want my company, but I'm not going to let you take this away from me. I almost add the word "to" at the end of my sentence, but stop myself just in time. You're under too much stress, and you're clearly upset, he remarks distantly. It isn't good for the baby. What do you care about the baby? I demand hotly. You barely even blinked when I told you. It's still my child, Ethan reminds me severely. And if you're unwell, you can't care for any of them. Ethan, I got through newborn triplets all on my own. I think I can get through a little morning sickness and fatigue, I insist, beginning to wrap the box in front of me. I know that, and soon you are going to have to do it alone. But you don't right now. Let me help while you're here. It's why I agreed to this in the first place, so everything wouldn't fall on your shoulders and you'd have some space to breathe, Ethan reasons. But I want to do this part, I argue, feeling my throat tighten. He watches me closely, and for a second I think he's going to refuse me again. But after a few moments of contemplation, he simply kneels down beside me and reaches for one of the bags beside me. I'll stuff stockings, you wrap. When he starts to purr, I find the sound so jarring that I visibly start. Don't do that. You don't get to do that anymore. I object, even as the soothing sound washes over me, unwinding my nerves despite my upset. Why am I protesting? I wonder. Wasn't I just thinking I'd give anything for him to care about me again? Because this isn't caring. I answer my own question as my wolf whines in the background. It's pity and condescension. I'm sorry, Ethan sighs. I was only trying to help. Has it occurred to you that I wouldn't need help if you hadn't hurt me in the first place? I snap. Yes, Ethan says obliquely. It has. I stare at him, searching his face and wondering if he'll say any more. However, he simply turns his gaze from me and focuses on his work, letting the words hang in the air. We work the rest of the evening in a silence so heavy I feel the weight of it bearing down on me from above, like an anvil sitting on my shoulders. It feels smothering, crushing, and I wonder how much longer I can make it before I collapse beneath the burden. Eventually we finish, and Ethan ushers me to bed with a promise to try and keep the pups out of my room in the morning so I can sleep in. I want to tell him not to bother, but the truth is I'm beyond exhausted, so I go without complaint. I collapse into the bedding, asleep before my head even hits the pillow. So, we're coming up to the end of it. Christmas morning dawns bright and early, but I'm not sure I've ever been less happy to celebrate my favorite holiday than I am today. For the first time, I'm not mourning Paisley's absence, but having my children together doesn't seem like enough anymore. I want Ethan. I want our family to be whole again. Before we return to the Night Fang pack, I might have been ashamed of pining for someone who clearly doesn't want me, but I don't think I have any pride left to spare. When Ethan made me his prisoner, I retreated inside myself, and when I finally left, I hardened my heart against him and any other man that might come near me. But now I'm as raw and fragile as I can ever remember being. I suppose that's what happens when someone tears down your walls before shattering you. And yet I still want him. I still crave his touch and wish for the impossible. So when the pups climb into my bed on Christmas morning, I have to hide the fact that I was already awake and crying. Instead, I feign sleep, playing the same game we always play when the pups are particularly excited about something. They clamor around me excitedly, half snuggling, half nudging me awake. "Mommy," they whisper, poking me. I don't respond, feigning a loud snore and sinking deeper into my covers. Snore. "Mommy," they whisper again, shaking my arm, trying to pry open one of my eyes. "Mommy, mommy, mommy." I sigh, mumbling sleepy nonsense and refusing to open my eyes. I roll over, slinging my arm out over the pups and trapping at least one wriggling little body beneath me. "Mommy, wake up!" they exclaim, giggling delightedly. "It's Christmas!" I mutter a bit more, groggily cracking one eyelid. "What's happening?" "Mommy, it's Christmas!" they cry again. "Christmas?" I repeat, sitting up now and stretching. "Are you sure wasn't that yesterday?" "No, it's today," Parker announces, pulling on my hands as if he might drag me from bed. I'm surprised when he single-handedly manages to budge me, pulling me a few feet over the mattress. He's still so young, but his alpha genes are strong, and I've always been small, even for an omega. In a few years, I won't stand a chance. He'll be able to throw me around as easily as his father does. "Come on, we have to see what Santa brought." "Santa?" I repeat. "Well, in that case, I suppose I can get up." The pups take my hands in theirs, two on either side, and lead me from the room. When we reach the living room, Ethan is already awake and cooking breakfast. I smell coffee brewing, wishing I could have a cup, but knowing the caffeine is bad for the baby. He looks up when the pups and I enter, frowning when he takes in the dark bags under my eyes and my splotchy skin. "Kids, I told you to let Mommy sleep in," he admonishes. "But Daddy, it's Christmas." To them, apparently, there can be no better argument for any manner of misbehavior. "It's okay," I assure him, not wanting him to scold the pups just for being excited. After all, it would be unfair to make them wait just because I'm being a lazybones. I finish in a silly voice that makes the children laugh, but now that I'm up, their attention is solely devoted to opening presents. They're tearing into their stockings when Ethan sneaks out of the room and comes back with a box riddled with large air holes, and I, big red bow holding it closed. 4 little heads perk up, ears and noses twitching, as the pups scent a new animal in the room. They climb to their feet and scamper over to their father, who holds the box out of their reach. "Daddy, is that for us?" Paisley asks excitedly. "Actually, Santa gave it to me," Ethan says thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. "But for good? Or just to babysit until we were awakes?" Riley questioned slyly. "Well, he said it was to babysit, but I don't know. I think I might want to keep it now." 4 jaws drop. "Daddy, you can't. Santa gave it to us." "Are you sure you want it? You don't even know what it is yet," Ethan teases, still playing keep away with the gift. The pups are jumping up and down now. "Come on, Daddy, stop playing." Small sounds are coming from the box, scratching and snuffling, and then a hop. All right, Ethan laughs, handing them the gift. "But be very careful." The pups gather around the box on the floor. "It's a bunny! It has to be!" Ryder exclaims. "Of course it's a bunny! Can't you smell it?" Riley chastises him. "Well, I don't know. I've never met any bunnies in the wild," Ryder shrugs. "I don't think it's a wild bunny," Parker surmises. "Well, I think we should wait and ask it, rather than just jumping to conclusions," Paisley remarks, tilting her chin up. Ethan sidles over to me while the pups debate the bunny's origins, making his voice so low that only I can hear. I think we should tell the pups about the baby. Ella, I'm gaping at Ethan, wondering where on earth this came from. I already explained to him why I haven't shared our baby news with the pups yet, and I can't believe he would dismiss those concerns so quickly. What am I saying? I think grimly. Of course I can believe it. This isn't the same Ethan who loved you, remember? No, it's too soon. I object, feeling furious that he chose this moment to have this conversation, when I should be enjoying watching the children unwrap their new pet. On the floor in front of us, the pups are carefully unwinding the ribbon from the box containing their new bunny, positively quaking with excitement. They're wearing identical expressions of utmost focus, brows furrows, and lips pursed in concentration. No sooner have they freed the ribbon and carefully lifted the flaps of the box that a little white blur comes bursting out, hopping right out of the box as the pups squeal with surprise and excitement. "It is a bunny!" Paisley exclaims. "I knew it!" "Wait, where are you going?" Riley directs her words at the bunny itself, which is enthusiastically exploring the penthouse and seems completely unbothered by the fact that 4 puppies are in hot pursuit, eager to catch and cuddle it. "That bunny has nerves of steel," I observed dryly. "Oh, I tested every bunny at the pet store," Ethan whispers, standing much too close for my liking. I knew we would need a brave one to survive the pups. I can't help but smile as I watch my children giggle and beam, following the bunny around and asking it questions. Is it from the wild? Does it have a name? Is it a boy or a girl? Is it white because it came from the North Pole? They don't seem to mind that the bunny isn't answering any of their questions. When the bunny hops onto Ethan's foot, I begin to wonder if this bunny is brave or just stupid. I know it was raised around wolves, but surely it recognizes a predator as dangerous as my ex-husband? Shouldn't it be more afraid of being gobbled up? Ethan scoops up the furball in one large hand. "Let's see, little bunny. What's your story?" Ethan lifts the rabbit to his ear, pretending to listen intently, then nodding along as if the bunny is speaking to him. He says he's a boy, and he calls himself Mr. Fluff, though you can give him a nickname if you like. And yes, he is white because he comes from the Arctic, though he's only ever visited the North Pole itself. "Daddy, ask him if he's wild," Paisley chirps excitedly. "Mr. Fluff, are you wild?" Ethan presses, speaking very solemnly to the little fuzzball resting in his pawn. He holds the bunny to his ear again. He says he was wild once, but he got tired of living in all that snow and hopping around so much just to find his dinner. So he went to Santa and asked him to find him a nice family that would give him a home and lots of treats so he can get very fat. The pups giggle, and my stomach drops. Of all the challenges I've encountered coming back to the Night Fang pack, seeing Ethan be silly with the pups again is near the top of the list. It drives me mad that he can be so fun and loving with him when I know he plans on phasing himself out of their lives. It makes everything feel so very insincere. What's worse than my outrage for my pups, however, is my own disappointment that he's not putting on the same sort of act for me. Couldn't he pretend to be nice until we go home? Couldn't he show me a fraction of this warmth, even if he plans on taking it away again? Ethan kneels before the pups. "Do you want to hold him? He told me he loves cuddles, but only if you don't squeeze him too tight." The pups extend their little paws with reverence, as if they've been assigned a very solemn duty indeed. Parker takes the bunny first, cuddling into his chest and stroking one finger down his pink, twitching nose. "We promise not to squeeze you, Mr. Fluff. We'll give you a nice home and feed you whenever you want," Riley adds, hesitantly reaching out to stroke the soft white fur. "Ooh, he's so fuzzy. Daddy, I didn't know you could speak bunny language." Paisley looks up at Ethan in awe. "Can you teach me?" "It's really just about listening with your heart. Clear your own mind and let him do the talking," Ethan advises. "Do you want to try?" Paisley nods vigorously, and Parker gently lifts the white creature to his sister's ear. Her sweet face lights up like fireworks, and she grins up at us. He says his favorite food is marshmallows, and he's happy to meet us. "There, see?" Ethan smiles proudly. "You're a natural." Despite my sadness over Ethan's two-faced behavior, I'm glad that this game has distracted him from thoughts of telling the pups about the baby, at least for now. Of course, almost as soon as I think this, he finds a way to prove me wrong. The pups sit in a circle and release Mr. Fluff onto the floor, letting him bounce around between them and taking turns holding him. As soon as it's obvious they're settled, Ethan pulls me aside. It will be better if we can tell them about the baby while we're together, so we can both answer their questions, he says quietly. But what if something goes wrong? I whisper, hating speaking this particular fear aloud. For a moment, I think I see a flicker of emotion in his eyes, but it disappears as quickly as it surfaced. If something does go wrong and the pups know, then you won't have to go through it alone. Ethan answers, his voice low and steady. I look back at my pups, clenching my jaw. They're already worrying about me, and I can't stand it. I'm not going to put that on them too. But Jane, they were worried without you saying a word about your feelings. It's probably more stressful for them to know you're upset but not understand why, than to have you talk things through with them. Besides, if you share your feelings with them, they'll learn to share theirs when they grow up, Ethan advises. Damn it, he's right, I realize. If I bottle things up and hide them from my children, they'll learn to do the same. It goes against my every instinct, but when Ethan continues, I know I have to agree. You won't be placing a burden on them. You'll just be teaching them it's okay to be sad sometimes. Trying to cover it up only makes them think it's wrong or shameful. And we don't even know if that will happen. Fine, I reply, wrapping my arms around myself protectively and wishing they were his. Let's tell them. Kids, Ethan states warmly. Mr. Fluff isn't the only one joining the family. All 4 pups look up in wide-eyed confusion. He's not? Riley asks, crinkling her nose in confusion. Did we get another bunny? Paisley asks eagerly. No, Angel, I answer, chuckling softly and reflexively moving my hand to my belly. We're going to have a baby. Mommy's pregnant, and in a few months, you'll have a new sibling. At first, I'm not sure they've heard me, 'cause their faces are blank. I know they understand the basics of pregnancy, mothers carrying babies in their tummies. But beyond that, they have only the most rudimentary concept of how babies come about. And I have a sneaking suspicion we're about to enter a conversation I've been dreading for years. So there's a baby inside you right now? Parker asks quizzically. Yes, I reply simply. But how did it get in there? Ryder follows up. Your daddy planted a tiny seed in my belly, and now it's growing into a baby. I reply, hoping this will satisfy them. Planted? Like in a garden? Riley reasons, perking up. Mommy, is there a garden in your tummy? No, sweetheart, Eakin smiles. But mommies have a special place inside them for growing babies, and so daddies can give them seeds to grow when they want a new baby. But why did you want a new baby? Paisley asks, suddenly looking worried. Aren't we enoughs for you? Of course you're enough, I profess, sitting next to her on the floor. But the magical thing about mommies is that they have infinite love to give. Do you know what that means? No, the pups admit, looking back and forth between one another. It means never ending with no limit. So having another baby doesn't mean I have less love to give to you all. It just means that I have so much love to give that I want as many babies as I can to cuddle and spoil. And just think about how much you all love each other. Isn't it exciting to think you'll have a new brother or sister to love and play with? Riley, Parker, and Ryder are smiling now, looking as though they like this idea very much. Paisley, on the other hand, is studying Ethan and I with that look that always reminds me she's lived a much different and harder life than her siblings. Does this mean we get to stay with Daddy? Jane, my heart sinks when I hear Paisley's question, and I realize that Ethan was right about telling them together, not only for the sake of setting a good example for them, but because I didn't anticipate this particular question. It will be easier to break the bad news with him beside me, so that all the blame doesn't fall on my shoulders this time. It breaks my heart that they're still asking this, though it's not surprising. They might be growing up fast, but they're still so little. It's going to take a very long time and lots of repetition for them to understand, as much as any child can understand being separated from their parents. No, sweetheart, Ethan murmurs gently. In the new year, you're going to go home with your mommy, just like we planned. I watch their faces as they absorb this news, hating inflicting pain on them, but knowing there's no other way around it. Riley, Ryder, and Parker drop their gazes to their laps, hiding their disappointment from us. Paisley, on the other hand, is staring at Ethan with utter determination. She stands up, slow and deliberate, her young face very serious as she turns her attention to me. I want to stay with Daddy, she says firmly. I want to go back to the way things were afore. I feel my knees begin to buckle and catch myself on the back of the couch. I've forgotten how to breathe, and even as the room begins spinning, I'm fighting to control my expression, not to show her how deeply her words cut me. That hurt. That really hurt. Ethan's strong hands catch me just above the elbows, and he eases me down onto the couch. Easy now, he murmurs. Are you okay? I nod, choking back my emotions. The room is still spinning, and I'm afraid I'm going to be sick. Mommy, what's wrong? The pups gather around me anxiously, their faces scrunched up in concern. I try to draw in a few breaths of air, but it isn't easy at all. I clench my eyes shut against the room whirling around me in a sickening blur, trying to gauge whether or not I'm going to be sick, and whether I'm steady enough to reach a restroom if that is the case. I'd been afraid that the pups would never stop asking for Ethan, that I'd never be enough for them again. But the reality is worse. Paisley doesn't want me at all. And what if Ethan says yes? If he was willing to take Paisley back, could I possibly let him? Is it truly in her best interest to stay with me? Or is that my own selfish desire to have my daughter near? Would she be happier with Ethan? I'm sorry, Mommy, Paisley says, tears in her eyes as she cuddles close to my side. I didn't mean to upset you. It's not your fault, Cuddlebug, Ethan explains, kneeling down beside her. Growing babies takes a lot of energy, Ethan explains. It makes mommies very sleepy and it sets their tummies. You've got to be very gentle with your mommy while she's pregnant, okay? Their eyes go wide and they nod, looking at me with worried expressions. I'm okay, angels, just a bit dizzy. And Paisley, we talked about this, Ethan answers in an incredibly gentle voice. Wait, he knew? She's already requested this? He knew and he didn't tell me. You belong with your mommy and your brothers and sister. I promised I wouldn't ever leave you again, remember? I prompt, wanting to reach for her but still uncertain of my own wellness. I know. Paisley frowns, tears sliding down her cheeks. But I didn't know keeping you meant losing Daddy. I'm sorry, lovey, I sigh. That isn't what I want, but my life is in the Dark Moon Pack, and Daddy's is here. I know it's all very strange and different, but I promise you'll grow to love it, Paisley, Ethan adds softly. Paisley is glaring at him now, her lips quivering as if she wants to make an outburst and is holding herself back for some reason. His voice grows stern. You promised me, Paisley. Paisley, you can't stay behind. The other children encourage, and I'm amazed to see our conversation last night and the prospect of a new sibling has allowed them to accept this change. I have a feeling it's only temporary, and also suspicious that they're still plotting things. But right now, I'm not going to question this. We haves to be together. She looks back at the other pups, looking suddenly uncertain. Besides, your mommy's going to need as much help as she can get with the new baby, Ethan continues. You're all going to have to take on more responsibilities as big brothers and sisters. These are very important jobs. And Mr. Fluff needs you too, Riley adds, gesturing to the forgotten bunny, who is currently scampering towards the kitchen, no doubt following his nose. Paisley follows the direction of her sister's finger, and when she looks back at us, I realize she's not angry with me. She's angry with Ethan for not letting her stay. I'm beginning to wonder if she knows that he's the reason none of us can stay. Before this trip, she was equally upset with me, but now she throws another furious look at her father and climbs up onto the couch next to me, crawling halfway into my lap. She nudges her head under my arm and continues throwing sullen glances at Ethan. Fine, she mutters. I'll go with Mommy. I use my free hand to stroke her cheek, dropping kisses to her hair. There now. No more arguing. I croon. It's still Christmas, and there are more presents to open. Ryder, Riley, and Parker bound over to the Christmas tree, excitedly sorting through the boxes and bags, then delivering them to the person assigned to each gift. Paisley stays tucked under my arm, and her familiar weight against my side relieves some of my dizziness. I continue cuddling her, catching Ethan turn away out of the corner of my eye. His head is bowed, his shoulders and stiff, and his hands clenched into fists. What is that about? I wonder. Is he angry at me? At her? For doing what he wants? However, when Parker brings Ethan a gift box covered in too many bows to have been wrapped by anyone but a 4-year-old, he turns back with a smile, looking completely unbothered. He accepts the present, playfully shaking the box, and earning himself a scolding from Ryder. Daddy, be careful. I'm sorry, he replies sheepishly, carefully ripping the paper off. Inside, there is a set of 4 candles, each of which bears one of the pups' names. Ethan pulls out the first one, lifting the Riley jar to his nose and blinking in astonishment. Goddess, it smells exactly like you, he says to the pup in question. It only takes a moment before he looks up to me. How? Creating sense is what I do, remember, I remind him. And the pups wanted you to have something to remember them by. At my words, Paisley cuddles closer with a little whimper, and I deposit another kiss on her sweet-smelling hair, rubbing her arm in long, soothing strokes. Ethan, however, is staring at me as if I've given him the moon. His eyes are shining, and I realize just how badly it's hurting him to give up the pups. A spark of rage courses through me despite the emotion he's clearly trying to hide, visibly blinking tears from his eyes. It didn't have to be this way. I want to roar. You're the one hurting yourself, not me. Thank you, pups, he tells them gratefully. You have no idea how much this means to me. I'm so busy trying to contain my anger with Ethan that I barely notice when Parker and Ryder deposit a large box in my own lap. Lifting the tag, I read, "To Jane, to make up for all the moments you missed. Love, Linda." I don't understand the meaning of the card until I lift the box's lid, finding a baby pink scrapbook inside. Paisley's firsts is written across the cover, and I'm crying before I can even open the book. Linda knows that I keep scrapbooks like this for all my kids, highlighting all their important first moments. First steps, first words, first smiles. Of course, I was never able to create one for Paisley because I wasn't around for her firsts. Mommy, why are you crying? Paisley inquires, reaching up to try and pull my hands from my face. Because it's you, I hiccup. It's all the things I dreamed about being there for but never could. I flip open the front cover, raking my gaze over the pages with awe. Everything is there, from the day she was born to right up until I arrived in the Nightfang territory this summer. How did Linda even get these photos? I ask aloud, looking at Ethan. A wall comes down over his expression when my gaze reaches his face, and I catch only the quickest flash of indistinguishable emotion before his features become completely drawn and blank. He shrugs. She asked me to send them. I didn't know why. The scrapbook is only half full, and on the last printed page, another message awaits, for all the photos yet to come. Jane, I'm worried about Paisley, I murmur, glancing at Ethan before returning my eyes to where the pups are running along in front of us. It's Boxing Day, and we've taken a family shopping outing. At the moment, Paisley is hand in hand with her siblings, but her moods have been almost as variable as my own since yesterday morning. After receiving Linda's gift, I dissolved into sobs, and Ethan pulled the pups away to give me some space, making more explanations about pregnancy hormones and wild emotions. However, when he tried to remove Paisley from my arms, she clung to me like Velcro, refusing to budge. "It's okay, Ethan," I insisted, wrapping both arms around Paisley and pulling her the rest of the way into my lap. "Let her stay." My mind resurrected the memory of the night Paisley came to me in the bath, asking if I left her behind because I didn't want her. I remembered the way she cried then, and yesterday felt as though we'd switched places. After she'd thanked to stay with Ethan, I needed to hold her and cry with her, to know she still wanted me, to know I hadn't ruined everything. The difference is that I calmed down after a while, but Paisley continued swinging back and forth between tears, anger, and confusion. She would lash out at Ethan and run to me and the other pups for comfort, only to change her mind and beg for Daddy to hold her. "You've been worried about all of them for weeks," Ethan dismisses me, but I can see a twitch in his jaw. "Don't act like you don't care," I snap. "Hating me doesn't mean you have to be a complete ass about the kids." A low growl sounds in his throat, and though I tremble in response, I'm proud of myself. This time last week, I wouldn't have been able to talk back to Ethan at all. I feel so much stronger than I did before, and I'm not sure if that comes down to the pressure being off with the pups or simply having the time to process everything that's happened to us. "She'll adjust," he says, sounding unsure. "It will be easier after you leave and we're not pulling her both ways anymore. She's just overwhelmed." "I wouldn't write off her feelings that easily," I caution. "It's not like with Ryder, Riley, and Parker. You're all she's ever known. She's never going to stop wanting you, Ethan." "She's 4. She'll be 5 in 2 weeks," I remind him stiffly. "My point is that she's very young." "How much do you remember before the age of 5? Ethan inquires. "I don't recall anything from that age." "And that's really what you want? You want her to forget you or repress the memories of you so that she's not mourning the loss the rest of her life? Is that really better than having you as a long-distance co-parent?" I challenge. "Who are you really requesting this for?" Ethan replies coldly. "Paisley or yourself?" I stop dead in my tracks, turning on him. "Don't you dare accuse me of being selfish about our children when you're the one abandoning them," I hiss, trying to keep my voice low. Ethan looks as though he might explode, his wolf suddenly glowing in his eyes. However, before he can say a word, a new voice interrupts us. "Ethan? Jane?" We both break off our conversation, whirling to face the person addressing us. The man is almost as tall as Ethan, with dark cocoa skin and long curly black hair. His eyes are a striking metallic silver, and his face could easily grace the cover of a magazine. It's all angles and edges, almost too pretty, missing a rugged edge like Ethan's. Still, I recognize him instantly, and so does my former mate. "Devin?" we say in unison. "I can't believe it!" he exclaims, stretching his arms out to hug Ethan, then me. "How long has it been?" "I don't know. 8 years? 10? I guess. Devin grew up with Ethan and I. He's a beta who used to run with Ethan and Matthew, but when it became clear that Matthew would become Ethan's second in command, he left for greener pastures. The last I remember seeing him was at my father-in-law's funeral, and I honestly haven't thought about him in years. Suddenly I feel guilty. We were all such close friends once. Are you here visiting family for the holidays?" "Yeah, and you?" he presses, looking between us, then down at the children. "I saw all the news about the kidnapping. You must be so relieved to have the pups back. I can't imagine what you've been through." "Mommy, who is this man?" Parker asks curiously, looking up at Devin. Devin laughs, bending down and introducing himself. "I'm Devin. I've known your daddy since we were your age, and your mommy almost as long," he shares. "You knew Daddy when he was little?" Paisley asks, astonished. "That's right. I could tell you some wild stories about him, too." Devin whispers conspiratorially. "Now you must be Paisley." He guesses, taking in her smaller stature and the way she's hiding behind Ethan's legs. Which makes you Riley? He guesses, shaking hands with my other daughter. But I'm gonna need some help telling the boys apart. This is Parker, and this is Ryder, I clarify, feeling even more guilty now. He's clearly been keeping up with us, but I don't have any idea what he's been up to over the last decade, or even where he lives. How long are you in town? I'd love to catch up. Just through the new year, he answers, smiling ruefully. But we should get coffee or dinner one night. Ethan is smiling, but it doesn't seem to meet his eyes. He's looking at Devin with a strange light in his eyes, as if suddenly inspired, but also unhappy to have whatever idea is floating around in his head. Why don't you and Jane go for coffee now? I'll keep shopping with the pups and you two can catch up. You don't want to join us? Devin frowns. I want to hear all your news. Jane can tell you. Ethan answers mysteriously. She knows it all. Ethan, I start to say, baffled by his strange behavior. Go on now. You deserve a break. He continues, apparently pretending to be concerned for me now that we have an audience. Hey, that's not fair. My wolf interrupts. He was concerned for you before too. He was concerned for the baby. I correct her, feeling terribly bitter. And speaking of which, Ethan, I can't drink coffee. I remind him sulkily, wrapping my arms around myself. Then have a hot chocolate. The drink doesn't matter. Before I can figure out what's happening, he's sweeping the pups away and leaving me with Devin, who is doing his best not to show how awkward this is. I stammer, looking at him with a helpless shrug. I guess, do you want to get some coffee? Sure, Devin agrees warmly, guiding me forward with a hand at the small of my back. Do I want to know what that was all about? He asks as we walk. Ethan and I are separated. I confess, gesturing between us. But I'm afraid I don't have any explanation for this. I'm sorry, Devin professes, sounding genuinely remorseful. I heard you'd been back in the Dark Moon Pack, but I didn't quite believe it. You and Ethan were always such a great couple. We weren't. I correct him, unable to keep the sharp edge from my voice. And if it seemed that way in the beginning, it was just because our relationship had never really been tested. We fell apart at the first stumbling block. Devin's handsome face, so familiar, yet so different from the boy I knew, pulls into a grimace. Then that's a tragedy. You two always gave me hope. I always dreamed I could win the mate lottery like Ethan. There's something new in his eyes now. An admiration I haven't noticed before. I'd hardly call falling for a week Omega winning the lottery. I scoff, disbelieving. Well, I beg to differ, Devin grins. I think so now, and I did then too. Why else do you think Ethan chose Matthew for his beta? He couldn't very well pip a wolf who was in love with the future Luna. This stops me dead in my tracks. What? He never told you? Devin asks, looking shocked. Are you saying what I think you're saying? I choke. Jane, you had to know. I never tried to hide it, Devin says, taken aback now. You were in love with me? I gape. Yes, he confirms softly. And that's why you left? That's why you never became beta? I can't wrap my head around this at all. Yes, Devin answers in the same even tone. Suddenly the street is spinning again. This is too much. This is all too much. I think I'm going to faint. Ethan. The moment I saw Devin, I was struck with a terrible idea. The most wonderful, terrible idea. Jane might not be up to date in pack politics, but I know the alpha of the Dark Moon Pack just retired his beta before the holidays, and if the word on the street is correct, Devin will be his replacement. I've been counting on Matthew to keep an eye on me and help train my successor once I find one. But I still haven't come across a solution for giving Jane and my pups a worthy father figure. However, if Devin is going to be in the Dark Moon Pack, then he could be the answer to those my problems. I wouldn't have to worry about them so much if I knew Devin was there, and even if he isn't still in love with Jane, it will only be a matter of time before he falls again. Only an idiot wouldn't love Jane. My wolf is growling furiously at this idea, jealousy bubbling up inside us like a toxic tidal wave of green-eyed fury. But I force down the feelings. The idea of letting another man sniff around my family goes against everything I am. But I also know that I'm not in any state to defend my claim on them, which is exactly the problem. My wolf might want to fight anyone who goes near them, but my days of winning fights are over. They need a new protector, and Devin is precisely the kind of man I would want for Jane if I couldn't have her myself. I've known that from the day he stepped down as my beta. A memory rises through my thoughts as I watch him walk away with Jane, headed for the coffee house. I continue leading the pups down the street, but my mind is already 1,000 miles away. "What do you mean you're leaving?" I demand, staring at Devin in shock and horror. We're 17, and up until now, we'd always planned on leading the pack together when my father steps down. We've been friends since we were in diapers, and he's never shown even the tiniest glimmer of disloyalty. I can't believe he's just resigned and announced he's quitting the territory. "I'm sorry, Ethan," he sighs, not looking me in the eye. "I wouldn't do this if I thought there was any other way." "What are you talking about?" I growl. "This has always been the plan. You've always been a brother to me. You can't just walk away without any explanation, Devin." "Trust me when I tell you that you don't want to know my reasons," Devin begs, looking torn. "I'm trying to do the right thing for everyone." I cross the room, bracing my hands on his burly shoulders. "Please, talk to me," I plead, hating the way he continues to avert his gaze. "If something is wrong, I want to help." "You can't help," Devin explodes, finally raising his blazing silver eyes to mine. I can feel his anger as if it were my own, but more shocking than anything is the resentment I see in his expression. It's so fierce, I have to take a step back. "I don't understand. Have I done something to upset you?" I inquire, both needing and fearing the answer. "You can't help," Devin repeats heavily, shaking his head. "Because you are the problem, not that you can help it." "I don't even blame you, really. I just can't stay. Stop speaking in riddles," I order, scrambling to figure out how I've offended him. "If I'm the problem, then I sure as hell can help it. Just tell me what to do, tell me what to change, what to say, who to pay, who to kill." Devin emits a frustrated groan, dragging one large hand through his curls and clenching his fists in exasperation. "For the love of the goddess, Ethan, can't you just let it go? Do you have to be such a pain in the ass?" "Yes," I thunder in return. "When it comes to losing my best friend, I absolutely do," I bite back, studying his familiar face as though I've never seen it before. "And what about Jane? This will break her heart." The three of us have been tied at the hip for as long as I can remember. Jane might have met me first, but she befriended Devin just as quickly as she befriended me. We've always been the Three Musketeers, and though I worried falling in love with one of my best friends might alienate the other, Devin never seemed the least bit fazed. When we told him we were dating, he just laughed and said he wondered if we were ever going to figure it out. However, when I say her name now, he flinches, and for the first time, I notice a hint of color flushing his cheeks. He's gone back to staring at the floor, and suddenly I know what he's about to say before he even opens his mouth. "Jane's heart won't ever be broken as long as she has you, and I want her to be happy more than I wish it for myself, so I'm not going to get in the way." "You think she's your mate?" I guess, feeling suddenly sick to my stomach. "What I think doesn't matter. She doesn't see me that way. She only has eyes for you," Devin replies, his even tone only hinting at the underlying grief I know he must be feeling. "Why didn't you tell me?" I ask, deflating slightly. "You're my best friends, and I've never seen you happier than when you're together." "You intend on marrying her, don't you?" he guesses, though I've never spoken this secret aloud. "Yes," I confirm, "if she'll have me." "She will," Devin confirms gravely, "and together you two will make the best leaders this pack has seen in generations. I might be strong enough to give her up, but I'm not strong enough to stay here and watch you build your lives together." "Does she know how you feel?" I ask, not sure I want to know the answer to this question. If the answer's yes, I don't think I'd mind. But if it's no, then shouldn't he tell her? Shouldn't he get to profess his feelings? Shouldn't Jane know all the options available to her? What if she realizes she's meant to be with Devon instead of with me? Am I brave enough to risk that happening? No, I immediately answer myself. I'm not. I can't lose Jane. No, and she's not going to. Devon responds simply. I won't have either of you heartbroken on my account. But what if it's meant to be you two? What if you are fated and she just needs to hear it to realize? I feel as though the room is spinning all of a sudden, and for the first time in my memory, I feel uncertain of myself, uncertain of my relationship with Jane. I meant what I said, Devon insists. I don't want to hurt you either, and even if we are mates, you're the stronger wolf. She's safer with you, her children will be alphas. That's not something I can give her. But, Devon, I don't like it any more than you do, he insists. But I have to do this. She picked you, I have to respect that. Where will you go? I ask, hating myself for agreeing to this plan. I feel a sharp stab of shame for my cowardice. Maybe being an alpha makes me selfish. Or maybe Devon is simply a better man than I am. If the tables were turned, I can't say that I would sacrifice myself this way. In fact, I knew I wouldn't. I have the opportunity to give Jane the choice here and now, but I'm too afraid of losing her to do the right thing. I haven't figured that part out yet, but don't worry, I'll land on my feet. Just do me a favor and wait until I'm gone before you tell her. Devon requests. If she asks me to stay, I'm not sure I'll be able to refuse her. I understand. I nod, crossing the room and throwing my arms around him. I'm sorry to see you go. It was always supposed to be 3 of us running the pack, not just Jane and I. You two will do amazing without me, you'll see. He smiles sadly, hugging me tightly. I'll never forget the way Jane cried when I told her Devon was gone, or how horrible it had felt to tell her I didn't know the reason he left. And the more I look back on it, the more I realize I had been a coward by not encouraging him to tell Jane how he felt. Maybe he was the right man for her all along, and my selfishness stopped them from being together. He'd certainly been wrong when he told me Jane would never be heartbroken as long as we were together. Either way, Devon let Jane go when he believed I was better for her. The least I can do now is return the favor, no matter how badly it hurts. Jane. One moment the pavement is careening up towards my face, and the next, strong arms catch me around the waist. Whoa there. Devon's familiar voice sounds in my ear as his scent washes over me. I'm sorry, I slur. The baby. Devon's arms tense, then my legs are lifted out from under me, and I can feel us moving. Only later do I realize that my vision had blacked out, but I feel mildly comforted by the rocking sensation of being carried. A few moments later, I'm being set into a chair, and I hear Devon asking a waitress for some water. Almost immediately, a cool glass is pressed to my lips, and I manage to take a few sips. Slowly, my disorientation eases, and I blink the spots out of my eyes. When my vision returns, I see Devon kneeling in front of me, a concerned expression on his face. There you are, he praises, brushing the hair from my eyes. Just take your time, Jane. We can stay here as long as you need. I gulp down more water, pressing my palm to my belly as if testing my own nausea. I'm sorry, I say again, staring at the man before me in shock. There was a time when I knew Devon as well as I knew Ethan. At least I thought I had. I never knew he felt anything for me other than friendship. I certainly never imagined he left the territory because of me. For what? He says, his eyes crinkling with his smile. Fainting or making me fall in love with you? Both. I frown, suddenly feeling so guilty I can't breathe. Janie, I was only teasing, Devon remarks wryly. I promise neither were your fault. He eyes my belly then, scenting the air as if hoping to catch the scent of my unborn pup. Unfortunately, it's too early for my scent to have changed just yet, but clearly my muttered excuses hadn't gone unheard. You're breeding again. Yes, I sigh, trying to remind myself what a blessing this is. When I first suspected I was pregnant, I couldn't face the news because of what it might mean for our mission. When I learned it was true, I was overjoyed. But my heart has been so broken since then that I don't think I've really processed how I feel about the new baby. But you and Ethan aren't together? Devin inquires gently, as if he's trying to figure out some puzzle, but is reluctant to search for the pieces. No, I confirm. In the new year, the Pups and I are going back to the Dark Moon Pack. That's quite a coincidence, Devin says mysteriously, just as the waitress reappears. Are you all right, honey? The older woman asks me, a knowing look in her eye. I've got some crackers that might settle your tummy, and some nice herbal tea if you're not drinking caffeine. I'm fine, but thank you, I express, summoning a weak smile. You should eat something. Devin insists. You've got to keep your strength up. Some crackers then. I agree, dragging a hand through my hair. Why is it a coincidence? Because I'm moving to the Dark Moon Pack in the new year myself, Devin replies, flashing me a grin. Really? Why? I inquire, barely able to keep up with our conversation because my head feels so fuzzy. I'm gonna be the new beta. You've probably been too busy rescuing the pups and going off on adventures to keep up with the news. The alpha just retired his old one, Devin shares, looking pleased but not prideful or boastful. Congratulations, Devin, I explain, moving to hug him. It seems like no matter how much time has passed, he's still the little boy who taught me how to climb trees and used to race around with Ethan and I in the forest. Sitting in front of him now, it seems impossible that we spent so many years apart. I've missed my friend, even if I've been too distracted by my disastrous marriage and rambunctious pups to realize it. However, I'm not steady enough to hug him, or so it would seem. I almost fall out of my chair when I reach for him, but he steadies me with another gentle smile. You seem determined to give yourself a head injury today. I'm not sure I'd mind one, I confess ruefully. There's a lot I'd like to forget right about now. Devin frowns, taking the chair next to mine. Can I ask what happened? He questions. I don't mean to be nosy. I thought you and Ethan would be together forever. It's a long story. I exhale, pausing to smile and accept a cup of tea from the waitress. And a pretty miserable one. Were you sure you want to hear it? If telling it won't be too difficult for you. He agrees. I huff out a humorless laugh. I've never shared this story with anyone. Not all the way from the beginning. Not with someone who knows Ethan as well as I do. Slowly, I begin telling the tale, pausing when I can't find the right words, sipping my tea when I feel the emotion creeping up in my voice. I manage to make it all the way up to Ethan's rejection before I break down into tears, and then Devin curls an arm around my shoulders, not pressing me for details or trying to stop me crying, just patiently waiting until I find the strength to continue. When it's finally over, I rub my eyes and shake myself, hating how pitiful I'm being. Every time I convince myself I'm over it, I realize I've been fooling myself. The emotion rushes forth with so much force that it staggers me, and I can't help but think I'm an idiot for ever believing I could move past this. Shh, poor little wolf, Devin croons, dabbing at my leaking eyes with a soft tissue. He doesn't try to tell me it's all right, or make excuses for his old friend. He simply hugs me and waits until I've ridden out the storm. I don't understand it. He finally says, when I've pulled myself together at last. The Ethan I knew, he never would have taken anyone's word above yours or toyed with you that way. He certainly wouldn't have rejected you and the pups. The more time that passes, the more I think I never knew Ethan at all, I state bitterly. He's quite the chameleon, and a very talented actor to boot. I'm so sorry, Devin professes, rubbing my back. I never would have left if I'd known. Why didn't you ever tell me? I squeak, recalling his confession just before I fainted. I never imagined you felt anything but friendship for me. Would it have mattered? Devin asks in return, arching one dark brow. No, I hiccup miserably. I never had eyes for anyone but Ethan, and look at where it's got me. Well, for one thing, it's gotten you 4 beautiful pups, and another on the way. Devon reasons. Surely, they've been worth it all. Of course they have. I snap defensively, baring my fangs at him. They're worth any cost, any unhappiness or strife. And the new baby will be too, if I can get a strong enough handle on myself to give it the welcome it deserves. Easy, Mama Bear, Devon chuckles. I just wanted to make sure you remembered that it hasn't all been bad. I know, I sniffle. And it's not that I forget, or that I don't appreciate how amazing they are. I just hate Ethan so much. No, you don't. Devon clucks sympathetically, stroking my hair. That's the problem, isn't it? Yes, I nod miserably. I wish I could hate him. Instead, I just hate myself. I hate how stupid I was not to learn from my mistakes. I vowed backwards and forwards that I would never let Ethan hurt me again, and then I let him trick me. It was fine when I was young and silly, but I knew better now, and I had much more at stake. I repeated my own disastrous history without any concern for how it would hurt my pups. You're being too hard on yourself, Devon scolds, sounding surprisingly stern. I don't think there's anything wrong with opening your heart to love and taking a chance on happiness. You were brave, Jane. You spent 4 years living in fear and locking yourself away from the world, never letting anyone close, never taking any risks. But you found the courage to try again, to try and give your children the family they deserved. And look at where it got me, I exclaim, throwing up my hands. Right back where I started. Except now you finally have Paisley, and you're going to have another baby to love. You have a successful business, and you don't have to start from scratch this time. And you have me. Devon grins. It sounds like my move is happening at just the right time. I'd say you're in need of a friend. Just a friend? I ask, uncertain. After all, the man did just admit he'd been madly in love with me a few years ago. That depends, Devon answers smoothly. Are you open to more? Jane, as I consider Devon's question, I'm inundated with memories of Eric. Unlike Devon, I'd always known Eric wanted to be more than just friends, and I'd considered dating him more than once. I thought he would be a safe partner because he'd never be able to hurt me the way Ethan did. And though I later learned the basis of our friendship was a lie, ultimately I'd been right. I was angry about his betrayal and angry at myself for trusting him. But it didn't break my heart. I don't want to give Ethan the power to influence my decisions for the rest of my life, but it's hard not feel wary of romance after everything I've been through with him. I hate to say it, Devon, but I don't think I see romance in my future at all, with anyone. I finally reply, feeling ashamed of my own cowardice, yet also completely trapped by it. Oh, Jane, don't say that. Devon replies, sounding truly pained by the idea, though I don't think his pain is for his own dashed hopes, but to hear me speaking so cynically. You're breaking my heart here. You're only 25. You still got your whole life ahead of you. Don't let Ethan take away your future happiness on top of everything else he's done. I don't want to. I hiccup, heaving in a shaky breath, but I can't help it. The idea of being close to anyone that way again terrifies me, and I have my pups to think about. I've seen what happens when they get attached to someone and then that person goes away. Devon is shaking his head, his own eyes shining. I could kill Ethan for what he's done to you. I feel like I'm looking at a shadow of the girl I knew. I am a shadow, I confess, wrapping my arms around myself. I feel like my heart has been completely hollowed out. Only I know that can't be, because if it were really empty, then I wouldn't hurt so much. Devon shakes his head and pulls me into a hug, and I'm amazed at how familiar his arms feel. I let myself lean into his warmth, taking the comfort he's selflessly offering. I'm surprised to discover that I do feel safe with him, not because I believe I couldn't feel strongly enough for him to be hurt like I did with Eric, but because I've known him almost my whole life. I knew who he was before he went away, And though he's undoubtedly changed on his journey, he still feels like my Devin. I don't know if I can ever love anyone other than Ethan, I say, speaking into the curve of his neck. But I'm willing to try. You'll have to be patient with me, though. I'm not good at letting people get close to me. Devin chuckles. I'm proud that you're brave enough to try again, Janie. But I don't think you're going to be ready for anything like that for quite some time. But you asked, I murmur, confused. I know, he replies, because you wanted to know my intentions. Now I'll tell you right now that when you are ready, I'll be here waiting. But I think you need a friend right now, not a lover. Already the differences between Ethan and Devin are glaringly obvious, and I wonder if I didn't make the wrong choice all those years ago. I don't want to be one of those women who continuously falls for bad men, and when I was young, I probably mistook strength for safety. Now I know better. So do I try to change? Do I take a chance on someone who is good and honest and true? Or do I hang my hopes on men who excite me, even if they might destroy me? Thank you, I breathe, squeezing Devin's middle as tightly as I can. He squeezes me back, and I make a terrifying decision. Will you do something for me then, as a friend? Anything. He agrees easily. Don't let me make you wait too long. I mean, I don't want you to pressure me, but don't let me forget it either. Don't just let me off the hook by saying I'm not ready. If you let me, I'll crawl back inside myself, like I did before, and close myself off from the world. And I don't want to do that anymore. I want to be brave. Now that's a promise I can easily make, Devin says, and I can hear the grin in his voice. We're going to get you through this, Jane. On smaller outside. When I get home after my coffee with Devin, I find Ethan waiting with an eager expression on his face. Well, how did it go? I do a double take, astonished to hear him inquiring like an excited roommate after coming home from a first date. It was rather illuminating, I admit, crossing my arms over my chest and shooting him a glare. Apparently, when you told me Devin left all those years ago, you lied to my face when I asked you why. Something flashes in Ethan's eyes, and I think I might be hallucinating because it almost looked like pleasure. However, when he speaks, his voice is cold and biting, and I know I must have imagined it. He was already gone. I didn't see what difference it would make. You didn't think I had a right to know he left because of me? I inquire. I think you have a soft heart and you would have asked him to return, and I wasn't going to have that. I made him leave for a reason. He scowls. You made him go? I repeat, unsure if I misunderstood him or if Devin was being kinder to my ex-husband than I realized when he explained his departure. You didn't really believe I would let him stay, knowing he would be drooling all over my Nate, did you? Ethan hisses. I stagger backwards, unsure why I'm surprised. Haven't I learned my lesson by now? Why does it shock me to learn Ethan did despicable things, even before he showed his true nature to me? He was your best friend. He was loyal to you and the pack above everything else. He never would have made a move on me. If he was really loyal to me, he wouldn't have ever looked at you at all, he remarks angrily. That isn't fair. You can't decide who to love. It doesn't work that way, I object. Even as chosen mates, I know that the heart does exactly what it wants, and no power on earth can reason with it once it's made up its mind. Ethan's rejection of his fated mate proved that much. Well, that's obvious enough. I certainly wouldn't have picked you if I had the choice. A real choice, that is. He snipes as if reading my mind. So tell me, is he still hung up on you? I don't know exactly, I answer, trying not to show how badly his words hurt. He offered his friendship and suggested we might date down the line. I don't know why I'm telling him this. I suppose part of me wants to see how he'll react, to test whether or not he still feels any lingering possessiveness for me. I think you should go out with him, Ethan suggests, shocking me further. After all, I'm done with you. If he wants my sloppy seconds, so be it. I reel back, feeling as if I've been slapped. It only takes me a moment to rebound, rage swelling up inside me. Fine, I snap, wanting to shock him too, wanting to hurt him the way he hurt me. I'll ask him out right now. Fuming, I dial Devon's number, newly added to my contacts. Pacing as the line rings, I try to calm down. My hands are shaking, I'm so furious. Ethan hasn't been quite so horrible the last few days, but I suppose we've been spending most of our time with the pups rather than being alone together. Of course he wouldn't be so cruel in front of the children. I'm still glaring at Ethan when he picks up, half expecting to come over and rip the phone from my hands. Well, hello there. His warm voice greets me. You miss me already? You caught me. How is it possible he can make me laugh when I was so angry a moment ago? Do you have any plans for New Year's? Not yet, he replies, his deep voice open and curious. What do you have in mind? There's a big celebration downtown. I was going to take the pups. Maybe you'd like to join us, I invite, figuring that this will be a good test. No one has better asshole radar than children. Besides, if the pups like him, I'll feel better about letting him into my life. And if they don't, I'll know that we need to proceed very carefully. I can hear the smile in Devon's voice. I'd love to. Ethan, the morning after we run into Devon, I've only been in my office at the PAC headquarters for about an hour before he comes barging in, his silver eyes blazing with barely contained fury. Who the hell are you, and what have you done with my best friend? He snarls, slamming his hands down on my desk and glaring at me. I wondered how long it would take you. I drawl, leaning back in my chair. I see you're still head over heels for Jane then, if you're this upset about her being upset. My wolf is grumbling mutinously in my head, but this is exactly what I hoped for. I thought long and hard about whether I should let Devon in on my secret, but I think it's best he knows. I can trust him every bit as much as I can trust Matthew, and it can't hurt to have another wolf on the lookout for dangerous behavior. It has nothing to do with my feelings for Jane. Devon thunders. I would be disturbed to see any she-wolf treated the way you've treated her, and especially by someone I once considered a brother. Do you have any idea the state she's in? Of course I do, I reply simply. It's why I let her stay with me this last week. I couldn't just throw her out onto the street when she was so unstable. Unstable? He repeats as if he can't believe his ears. She's pregnant and only just survived a kidnapping with her pups, only for her mate to reject her. It's a miracle she's still standing. You know she fainted when we were together yesterday? What? I utter in surprise, sitting up a little straighter. She never said. Oh, so you do still care. Devon glowers, wrinkling his nose in disgust. What kind of an alpha are you, abandoning your family this way? If you can calm down long enough to listen, I can explain. I sigh, letting some of my own anguish show. Devon seems taken aback by my abrupt shift in tone, and the emotion, which is certainly shining through my eyes. Still, he doesn't give in too easily. What possible explanation can there be for your behavior? Taking a deep breath, I rise to my feet, untucking my shirt, and lifting it to show him the top of my braces. My skin is bloody where the metal is digging into me, and though it might not be obvious that they extend all the way down to my feet, it should be clear enough that something is wrong. They're not safe with me anymore. Devon's eyes are wide as he takes in the gory sight, and I know he doesn't quite understand. What are those? Sit down and I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything, I offer. He does, and over the next half hour, I tell him the story from beginning to finish. My diagnosis, the implications for Jane and the pups, the journey I went through to reach my current mindset, and my plans for looking after my family from afar. Devon has tears in his eyes by the end, and I realize our bond as brothers never severed no matter the distance between us. Ethan, he says once I'm finished, his voice thick with emotion. You're a fucking idiot. For which part? I inquire, not offended in the least. For all of it, he bursts. Jane and the pups love you. Don't you think they would rather spend your remaining time with you than be forced away? Don't you think they should get to decide if they deserve you? I admit you screwed up royally the way you handled the Eve situation, but you weren't yourself either after the Southern Isles. It took you time to work through your depression and reach a healthier mindset. Jane still being upset, especially when she's pregnant and hormonal, doesn't mean you're no good for her. Devin, she offered to become my slave again if I would take the pups back. I share, revealing one of the few details I left out of the story. Devin visibly recoils, his dark skin losing some of its color. You're serious? He chokes. Yes, I confirm. And it's not just about what they would want. They simply aren't safe with me. I can't protect them. I realized when we saw you yesterday how selfish I'd been about Jane from the beginning. I'm trying to do the right thing and let her go the way you did. If I had been truly worthy of her, I would have given her the choice between us. I would have trusted her more than Eve. I would have paid attention enough to see she was miserable in our marriage. This isn't just about my injury. Devin's head is in his hands. I still think, listen, I don't know how much time I have left, but I'm determined to fix things, whether I live or die. And that starts with giving Jane and the pups the life they deserve. And I want you to help, I declare firmly. He frowns. You want me to lie for you? To help you push them away knowing they would rather suffer the sadness and the risks? Yes, I confirm. I've already set things in motion for the future. I have a plan in place in case I go mad before the doctors can find a cure, and contingencies to continue helping my family after I'm gone. I hope I survive, and I'll continue looking out for them as long as I can. But I can't do it alone. He shakes his head. I think you're giving me too much credit. I've changed over the years, too. I have my own secrets, things you wouldn't want me near your family if you knew. I'm not the role model you want for your sons. Would you ever hurt them? I counter, wondering what's happened to him in the years we've been parted. Would you trick them or be cruel, even if you thought it was in their best interest? He frowns, still shaking his head. That's not the point. Just answer the question, I press, knowing the answer already. No, but, Devin tries to protest. And are you still my friend? I inquire, knowing I'm playing dirty now. Ethan, I'll always be your friend, he states, clearly exasperated. But, Devin, this is my dying wish, I announce. You wouldn't deny your oldest friend his dying wish, would you? He narrows his eyes at me. You manipulative bastard. I flash my fangs. Is that a yes? When I get home, still replaying my conversation with Devin in my head, I find Jane reading in the living room. I cock my ears for the pups, hearing 4 sleeping heart rates and even breathing. Good, I think. They're napping. The perfect opportunity for me to give my mate a talking to. Jane looks up when I enter, schooling her features not to show any emotion. She only acknowledges me long enough to ensure I am not a stranger entering the home, then looks back to her book. I cross the room to stand before her, towering over her, and thinking how stunning she is, even as I cross my arms over my chest. Were you planning on telling me you fainted yesterday? Surprise registers on her features, though she tries to cover it. Who told you? Wrong answer, I growl. What do you care? She snaps. Pregnant women faint. It doesn't mean anything. What if you hadn't been with Devin? What if you'd been alone with the pups? Do you have any idea how frightened they would have been? I ask, both out of genuine worry and to cover my concern for Jane. If Devin hadn't been there to catch her, she might have landed on the concrete and gotten a head injury. She could have fallen into the street and been run over. For a moment, I can see my words making an impact on Jane, her face drawing in concern as she considers this possibility. I think I ought to hire you a nanny. Immediately, the emotion on my mate's lovely face is replaced with anger. Oh, that's rich. You don't want to be a father yourself? You just want to pay someone to do it for you. Or do you think I'm so incompetent that I can't care for the pups on my own anymore? Call it both, I shrug. Jane growls, actually growls at me, and I feel a burst of pride in my chest. That's my fierce girl. I think, loving that she's finding her strength again. However, a moment later, I hear 4 tiny gasps, and I realize that in my concern for Jane, I stopped listening to ensure the pups are still sleeping. Too late, I realize that their heart rates now match waking rhythms, and their breath is no longer soft and steady. My heart sinks. They're awake, and they're listening at the door. Third person, Paisley huddled behind Riley, Ryder, and Parker, a deep frown tugging on her young features. When the pups woke from their nap, they initially jumped out of bed to rush out and see their parents, but the sounds of tense voices stopped them short. Indulging their goddess-given talents for eavesdropping, the pups listened as Ethan insulted Jane and confirmed he didn't want to be a father. Of course, Paisley knew the truth behind these lies. She knew her father was pushing away Jane and his children for their own good, but her siblings did not. "I don't understand," Parker whispered, looking thunderstruck. "Mommy said it was her decision to leave Daddy." "Why is he being so mean?" Riley whimpered in reply. Paisley kept her mouth tightly shut. She might know her father's motivations, but she didn't find it any easier to hear him speak that way than her brothers and sister did. Ethan had explained he had to pretend to be mean, but it was one thing to know that, and another to hear it happen with her own ears. It was too confusing. Questions swirled through her mind, every bit as urgent as the ones Riley, Ryder, and Parker were asking. Could a person really make up such horrible things? Could they inflict so much pain and still be nice as her daddy? Or was the niceness the lie? Was it possible for cruelty to ever be the right thing to do? "Why didn't Mommy tell us?" Ryder inquired, his voice very small. "'Cause she didn't want us to feel bad," Paisley supplied gravely, feeling a lump in her throat. They'd all been so angry at Jane. They'd made it so hard on her. She was trying to protect us. Dr. Nora was right, Parker mused miserably, referring to their therapist. How many times had she told them that Jane was doing what she believed was best for them, that she loved them and wanted them to be happy, but grown-up things are complicated. Before they could say any more, the bedroom door swung open, and then Ethan was there, looking down at them. They turned their faces up to their father, wearing identical glares. Ethan's expression was carefully blank, as if he'd been preparing for this, as if he'd schooled himself not to react when the time came to reveal himself as a villain. Behind him, Jane's eyes were wide, her hand clasped over her mouth. Her green eyes were shining with tears, and her free hand was pressed to her belly, as if she would protect her unborn child from this. "What have you done?" she demanded at his back, looking frantically back and forth between him and her babies. When she saw the looks on their faces, she wasn't sure whether she wanted to attack Ethan or weep. Jane had been through so much effort, struggle, and heartache trying to prevent this exact scenario. She'd never wanted the pups to know he didn't want them. Never. She truly thought she could kill Ethan for this. She hated him for hurting her pups this way. "This was going to happen eventually, Jane," Ethan answered resignedly. "It didn't have to," Jane exploded, tears streaming down her cheeks. "They're too little, Ethan. This is going to affect them for the rest of their lives. Don't you understand that?" As soon as Jane started crying, the pups pushed past Ethan and ran to her side, wrapping their arms tightly around her. "Don't cry, Mommy," Riley begged. "It's okay. We're okay," Parker added, pulling Jane down so that they could cuddle her properly, climbing into her arms and pressing soft kisses to her tear-stained face. "Mommy, you taste salty," Ryder informed her, knowing it would make her laugh. So she did, hiccuping a chuckle and trying to slow the deluge of her sadness. Only Paisley stayed behind, looking up at her father with all her mixed-up emotions and questions written on her sweet face. Ethan studied her, letting his expressions become tender. He mouthed, "It's okay," and nodded in the direction of Jane, encouraging her to go comfort her with her siblings. Paisley shook her head. She was so confused over his cruelty. He, who had never even raised his voice at her, who was always calm, always kind, even when he was angry, who had always been her fiercest protector. Even so, she could sense how badly it was hurting him too. She didn't want to leave him all alone. He might not be crying on the outside, but she could practically hear his wolf's internal howls of agony. So Paisley ignored his instructions. Instead, she stepped forward and wrapped herself around both his legs. "I still love you, Daddy," she whispered, pressing her cheek to his thigh, closing her eyes and squeezing with all her might. As soon as her warm little body connected with his, something broke in Ethan, and suddenly, he was fighting back tears too. Paisley felt the shift in his mood, her sharp intuition detecting the change in his energy. "See," she wanted to say, "mean daddies need cuddles too." Instead, she simply held on tighter, pouring all her love out through her arms, and hoping Ethan could feel it, even if he couldn't return it right now. Ever since the Pups overheard Ethan and Jane arguing, the penthouse had been a tense and prickly place to live. Everyone walked around as if on eggshells, always waiting for the other shoe to drop. As the days passed, Jane felt more and more confident about taking the Pups home in the new year. With the exception of Paisley, the children were refusing to speak to their father, and all the playful energy which had filled the house before was gone. Jane was still devastated that her Pups knew the truth about Ethan, but she couldn't turn back time, and she knew they couldn't undo the damage. When they returned to the Dark Moon Pack, she would take them to Dr. Nora to immediately begin working through this newest trauma, and with any luck, she could make them feel so loved and wanted that they would never feel abandoned. She was also excited to think she had a new friend at home and was eager to introduce the Pups to Devin. Jane spent all morning New Year's Eve looking forward to their date, eager to get herself and the Pups out of the house, as well as to catch up with her friend. She caught herself wondering about Devin, her mind wandering to the beta over and over throughout the day. She was even thinking about him as she went through her emails, so preoccupied wondering what he'd been up to all these years that she almost missed a welcome email from the Dark Moon Academy. She froze when she saw it, believing she must be misreading the subject line. The Dark Moon Academy was the most exclusive private school in the territory. In fact, it was so elite that the institution didn't even accept applications. Students had to be invited to attend, and only the children of the most powerful members of the pack were ever accepted. Jane never dreamed her Pups would be considered, first because they would take up 4 spots in the same year, and second because though she was wealthy, she had never become involved in pack politics. She was too afraid of being connected back to Ethan, so she'd kept to herself, working hard to make her business succeed, but never accumulating the kind of power or influence as the people who sent their children to the academy. She opened the email, still convinced it was some sort of mistake. However, the first line, clearly reading, "Congratulations, the Dark Moon Academy is pleased to invite your Pups, Ryder, Riley, Parker, and Paisley Blackwell, to attend kindergarten at our institution in the new year. We are also pleased to offer your children a full scholarship for the duration of their study." Jane gaped at the screen, even as excitement bubbled up inside of her. Just then, Ethan walked into the room. "Ethan, I just got an acceptance email from the Dark Moon Academy for the Pups," she exclaimed, forgetting herself and beaming at him. He stopped dead in his tracks, trying to remember the last time Jane smiled at him that way. However, rather than showing his joy to see her so happy, he gave her a nonplussed look. "Is that supposed to mean something to me?" "Ethan, it's the best school in the territory, maybe on the continent. People dream of sending their children there, but no one ever gets in," she explained, getting more and more excited with every word. "I don't understand how this happened. I mean, you didn't put in a call or anything, did you?" Ethan rolled his eyes. "Jane, your true identity was revealed months ago. Everyone knows you were the Nightfang Luna now. They know the Pups are mine. I'm sure that's all it is." He lied. In fact, he had put in several calls to the academy making sure that the school board made room for his Pups at the institution. After all, they'd assumed his children would be schooled in the Nightfang territory, but they were thrilled when they found out this wasn't the case. The headmaster had taken some convincing about the scholarship lie, because Ethan was paying for their tuition out of his own pocket, but in the end, he'd agreed to the scheme. Jane wasn't listening. She was on her feet celebrating, jumping up and down. As Ethan watched, fighting back a smile, Jane paused to scoop up the Pup's pet bunny, Mr. Fluff, when he hopped into the room. She raised the bunny up to look into his face. "Can you believe it, Mr. Fluff? My little geniuses are going to the best school in the world." Then she started singing, twirling the bunny around as if he was her dance partner. "This is amazing! This is amazing!" Ethan watched, feeling more and more confident with his plan. This was going to work, he thought, relief washing over him. I can make her happy again. I can give them all the life they deserve. He stepped out of the room before Jane could see him smile. This is going to work. "Jane, I still can't believe it," I exclaimed, telling Devon how happy I am about the Pups getting into the Dark Moon Academy for the 5th time. The Pups were less than thrilled when I told them, clearly not understanding what's so great about the institution. But Devon understands. He almost seems as excited as I am. After Ethan's dismissive attitude and the Pups' underwhelmed response, it felt amazing to have someone share my glee. We're already at the New Year's fair, and though I told myself I was going to wait to announce the good news until Devon asked me about my day, I ended up blurting it out as soon as I saw him. He was still walking across the parking lot when I practically yelled it at him, but he didn't even miss a beat. Devon's handsome face split into an ecstatic grin, and he scooped me up into a tight hug, pulling my feet right off the ground. "Jeannie, that's fantastic. Congratulations!" He's listened to my excited chatter ever since, never once trying to change the subject or dissuade me. After we got our tickets, which he paid for despite my protests, he turned his attention to the Pups. "Pups, you must be so excited about your new school," he prompts, smiling down at them. The Pups look up at Devon with guarded expressions. It's clear they aren't sure what to make of him yet, though they seem to like how often he makes me smile. I like it too. It's been a long time since I smiled this way, though I didn't realize it until my cheek muscles grew sore so quickly. Not used to being employed. "I mean, it's just a school," Parker shrugged. "Aren't all schools the same?" "Are you kidding?" Devon asks cheerfully. "This isn't just any school. You're going to get to do so many cool things you wouldn't be able to do if you went someplace else. Field trips, science experiments, sports like archery and fencing, art and music classes with the best teachers on the continent. There's a swimming pool and a planetarium, and stables where you can ride horses." "Really?" The Pups gape, finally understanding why I've been dancing around like a crazy person all afternoon. "Really?" He nods solemnly. "And when you get older, you can even sleep there during the week and live in dorms with other students." "But you won't," I object pointedly, making my voice dramatic and silly. "There's no way I could survive without seeing my babies every day." "Don't worry, Mommy," Parker says, smiling up at me. "We won't let you die for no cuddles. We'll sneak home even if we do sleep theirs." "Thank you, Angel," I profess, petting his silky hair. "You know, this is such good news that I think we need more than the fair to celebrate," Devon announces, gesturing at the carnival around us. "I think we need fireworks." The Pups stop in their tracks, their eyes wide and their faces lighting up with happiness. "Fireworks? That's right." He confirms, "I mean, the city will set off big fireworks at midnight, but I thought you might like to set off some of your own." He suggests thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. "Of course, if you don't like that idea." "No, we do. We do," the Pups chirp, jumping up and down. "I don't know," Devon teases. "It might be more boring than I thought, making we should just forget about it." "No, we want to, the kids cry, clasping his hands and dragging him towards a nearby fireworks booth. I follow, laughing to myself, then, realizing how long it's been since I laughed too. The Pups had lots of fun and sweet moments with Ethan before the truth spilled out the other day, but I hadn't been able to find joy in it, because I knew what was coming. This is different. This is pure fun, and I don't have to fear that Devon is going to turn around and become a monster. When I catch up to them at the booth, I lean close to Devon, dropping my voice so that the Pups can't hear. "You do know that if you set my children on fire on our first date, it's going to put a damper on things." Devon chuckles, slinging an arm around my shoulders. "Don't worry, Janie. By the time Ethan and I were 5, we were already blowing things up totally unsupervised." Somehow I don't find that comforting. Eyeing the fireworks my Pups are picking out and hearing my inner mom list all the dangers in my head. I'm not really worried, but 5 does seem young for fireworks. I don't want my babies to be hurt. Devin is watching me, and he gives me a squeeze. "We'll be careful," he promises. "You have my word, I won't let anything happen." I'm still frowning, thinking that even the best parents can't prevent everything. But Devin distracts me. "Though I do find it very interesting you called this a date," he remarks, eyes twinkling. "I thought we agreed to be friends for now." I shrug. Maybe I decided I want to be brave. "Taking it slow doesn't mean you aren't brave," Devin answers, looking as though he hates having to dissuade me. "It just means you're taking care of yourself." I know exactly what he's doing. Devin has always been so selflessly good that he'd never put his own interests above another's needs. Arching my brow, I decide to test him. "Does that mean you don't want it to be a date?" Devin chuckles, shaking his head. "Janie, if you had any idea how long I've been waiting for this, that clever little mind of yours would implode." "Freely?" I ask, a flash of doubt assailing me. "I'm not anything special. Not really. It always seemed too good to be true that Ethan wanted me. And of course, that turned out to be true. It was too good to be true. Could Devin honestly be that interested in me? Is this too good to be true as well? Am I ever going to be able to trust another man? Even one I've known since childhood?" Devin pays for the fireworks and hands the bags to the pups. "Come on, munchkins. Let's go find a nice big field where we can set these off." We need lots of space without a lot of people around. The pups happily comply, taking off to begin the hunt for a good spot. Devin and I follow behind them, and at first I think he's going to ignore my question. The pups are happily chattering together, and after a moment, Devin clears his throat. "When I left, I told myself that time and a bit of distance would cure me of loving you," he admits, rubbing the back of his neck and betraying his shyness about discussing this. "I was determined to find myself a mate that was even better than you, though I never really believed someone like that existed." I snort. "Of course they do. You know how it is, though." He smiles sadly. "The heart wants what it wants." "I do know," I answer, sobering. "Yes. Well, I met plenty of she-wolves over the years. Beautiful, clever, funny, everything I could want in a mate. I fell in love with a few of them too, but none of my relationships lasted. When I was with someone else, I did forget about you. I managed to stop wanting you, missing you. But in hindsight, I think I was just distracted. It was like a string of rebounds from a relationship that I only ever dreamed about. And when the rebound was over, I was left thinking about you again." "Devin?" I inquire, for the first time wondering if his attachment to me is more than just unrequited attraction. Do you think it's not possible that we're mates, right?" I remember what Ethan told me about meeting his mate, that he'd felt the bond, but didn't care. I haven't ever felt any kind of bond with Devin, but if it's possible not to want someone despite it, surely it's possible not to feel it at all. It takes some couples a long time to figure out their mates, so it must be possible. "I hope not," Devin replies, surprising me, "because if we are, I have a bad feeling you're going to break my heart." I stop dead in my tracks. "I don't want to break your heart. I don't want to break anyone's heart." He smiles. "Not even Ethan's?" I chuckle sadly, shaking my head. "No, I think I'd like to kill him, but I don't want anyone to feel the way I do. It's too cruel." Devin laughs. "Fair enough." Just then, Ryder, Riley, Parker, and Paisley come bounding back to us, shouting with excitement. "We found a place! We found a place!" "Well, let's go," Devin replies, equally excited. We let the pups drag us to a meadow beside the fairgrounds, where more than one family are doing exactly what we are. We'll begin setting up the fireworks, and I watch with pleasure as Devin carefully teaches the pups how to set them off safely. With every new explosion of light and color, my babies ooh and ah, and I'm so distracted watching their happiness that I forget my conversation with Devin. It's not until much later, when I'm lying awake in bed replaying the night in my head, that I realize he never actually answered my question. Paisley blinked her tired eyes open, stretching and yawning as she looked around her darkened room. The other pups were cuddled around and beneath her. As the smallest of her siblings, Paisley always got to be on the top of the puppy pile. But Riley, Parker, and Ryder hadn't stirred, remaining sound asleep even as she slid out of bed. She couldn't be sure how late it was, but the sky outside her window was still pitch black. She planned on sneaking into her daddy's room and crawling into his bed, just like she had done every night since returning to the Night Fang pack. However, this night was more important than all the others, because it was their last night before returning to the Dark Moon pack. In the morning, Jane was going to pile the children into the car and return home at long last. She'd even invited Devin along, since they were traveling in the same direction. Paisley wasn't ready to say goodbye to her father, and she felt completely at odds with her siblings. They didn't understand why she still wanted to stay with Ethan when he'd been so mean, and she couldn't tell them his secret. She was still furious with Ethan too, but for different reasons. She both understood why he couldn't let her stay, yet hated him for putting his foot down. It was too many big emotions for the young pup, and all she knew at the end of the day was that she loved her father more than she was angry. So she kept crawling into his bed at night, trying to soak up as much affection as possible before they were parted. Paisley didn't pause to knock on Ethan's door, though that wouldn't have done any good because when she entered the master bedroom, she found it empty. Confused, she scented the air, following his trail to his office. She didn't know why she hesitated outside the door, but she did. She peeked through the keyhole to spy on the scene within, feeling her stomach sink when she saw her father, bent over his desk with his head in his hands, weeping. Paisley immediately started crying herself, but she still waited. As she watched, she saw Ethan's edges blur and shake with terrifying violence. She could see his claws extend from his clenched fists, before retracting, then extending again. His entire body was vibrating, leaking raw power and overflowing with palpable anguish and rage. Ethan's eyes were clenched tightly shut, his fangs bared, as he tried to weather the pain racking his form. Belatedly, Paisley realized what she was seeing. Her father's wolf trying to escape, but remaining trapped by the bonds of his human flesh. He forced himself out of his chair then, as if he thought it might not hurt so badly if he was standing. However, the movement was too sudden, and he crumpled to the floor, landing with a crash. Paisley watched as Ethan's shoulders slumped in resignation, and he simply sobbed his grief into the carpet, settling in to wait out the agony. Paisley stepped back from the door, unable to stand watching any longer. Her young heart had been through so much strife, but she couldn't ever remember feeling so utterly heartbroken. In that moment, Paisley made a decision. She didn't care that Ethan and Jane were insisting she had to go back to the Dark Moon pack. She could see how badly her father needed her. She could see he was just being stubborn. Paisley knew that she had to find a way to stay with Ethan, even if she had to run away from Jane and her siblings. She loved them with all her heart, and she wished they could be together, but Jane, Ryder, Parker, and Riley would be okay without her. They had each other. But if she didn't find a way to stay, Ethan would be all alone, and she couldn't let that happen. When the other pups went back to the Dark Moon pack with Jane, Paisley was going to find a way to remain with Ethan, even if she had to run away in order to do it. Blasquius. The next morning, Ethan and Jane found themselves scouring the house for Paisley. The other pups loaded into the car without complaint, but Paisley was nowhere to be found. They eventually tracked her down in the attic, and despite an epic tantrum, Ethan dragged her kicking and screaming to the car. Jane and the other pups were also crying. By the time Paisley was settled in the back seat, though Ethan managed to retain control of his emotions until the car was out of sight. He offered Jane a cold farewell, then shared a solemn look of understanding with Devin before retreating into the penthouse. Paisley was furious. She cried all the way out of the city, and nothing Jane or her brothers and sister could say would calm her. Eventually, she ran out of tears, exhausting herself and falling into a deep sleep. Jane wasn't relieved. She continued weeping even as the pups settled, apologizing profusely to Devin, even though he assured her it was all right. I can't stand this, Jane confessed. And I don't mean to be such terrible company. It's just that you're only ever as happy as your unhappiest child, you know? I know, Devon sympathized, squeezing her hand. I'm so sorry you're going through this, Jane. And you don't need to worry. It's not as though I expect you to entertain me. Well, thank you for coming along, Jane expressed, trying to slow her tears enough to smile at him. My vision is so blurry I probably would have crashed the car by now. Well, we couldn't have that, Devon exclaimed, not releasing her hand. And I know there's not anything I can say to make any of this any better, but I truly believe Paisley will recover in time. It's hard now because she's so little, but in time she'll understand that a parent who abandons her doesn't deserve her adoration. Jane had thought this herself, but now she wasn't so sure. She knew how childhood traumas could haunt people for the rest of their lives. And of all her pups, she was most worried about this experience, scarring Paisley. However, before she could say a word in reply, a furious little voice piped up from the back seat. You don't know what you're talking about. It seemed that Paisley's nap had been short-lived. She was awake again, and she obviously did not care for Devon's analysis. You have no rights to talk about my daddy. You're just a stupid stranger. You shouldn't even be here. And you smell like wee. Paisley, Jane scolded. That's not very nice. Devon is doing a very generous thing driving with us. It's okay, Janie, Devon insisted. I understand if Paisley needs to be mad at me. Don't call hers that. Paisley shouted. Only Daddy calls her that. Paisley, you need to calm down, Jane admonished. I know you're upset, but you know better than to lash out at other people when you feel bad. It isn't fair to Devon. I don't care what's fair to him. He's a poopy head, Paisley insisted. Paisley, Devon's nice, Parker interjected, feeling the need to step in and help. Remember the fireworks and how much he makes Mommy smile? Shut up, Paisley exploded, feeling more outraged and overwhelmed than she could ever remember feeling. I hate him! I hate all of you! You shouldn't say things like that. Riley frowned deeply. You're our sister. We have to stick together. Heh? The only person I want to be together with is Daddy, Paisley wailed. Maybe now is a good time for a stop. Devon sighed, glancing at the young faces in the rearview mirror. Paisley was not the only one in tears now. Ryder was also crying, and Jane was well on her way to more weeping. Let's stretch our legs and get some fresh air. Devon pulled the car into a rest stop, and the distraught party carefully clambered from the car. Jane tried to take Paisley aside, but the little girl just continued to fight. So in the end, she focused on making a snack for the pups, hoping some quiet time would help calm Paisley's epic meltdown. Jane was no stranger to tantrums. She was an expert in managing 2 or 3 at once, but she still hated seeing Paisley in this state, because she knew it wasn't just immaturity. It was true sorrow. Leaving Paisley in the shade of a large tree, and telling her she would be happy to talk once the pup calmed down, Jane began making sandwiches, glancing at the restrooms to ensure Devon was okay with the other pups. She only turned her back for a second. A single second. But a second was all it took. By the time Devon returned with Ryder, Parker, and Riley, Jane was frantically scouring the area around the picnic table, her green eyes wide with terror. Jane, what's wrong? He asked, immediately scanning their surroundings as well. When he didn't see the 4th pup, he understood without Jane saying a single word. But her agonized cry came nonetheless, and it cut straight through him. Paisley's gone. Third person, it had been only too easy. Paisley had known that getting herself put in timeout would give her the space she needed to escape, though she couldn't deny how good it had felt to shout her rage at that stupid Devon. She didn't care how nice or funny he was. He wasn't her daddy, and she didn't want anything to do with him. She did feel badly for upsetting her mommy and the other pups, but Ethan had taught her that sometimes you have to make very hard decisions in order to do the right thing. Sometimes you even have to hurt the people you love to protect them. Paisley had been watching the cars driving in and out of the rest area, and when Jane turned her back, the clever pup swiftly ran to one of the vehicles traveling back south. She climbed into the back seat of a car belonging to an elderly couple, covering her small body with a blanket. She prayed and prayed that they would leave quickly. And for once, the goddess was on her side. The car pulled out of the parking lot just as she heard Jane begin to cry out her name. By the time her mommy had informed the others that Paisley was missing, she was speeding down the highway, on the way back to her daddy. When Ethan's phone rang and Jane's name appeared on the screen, he dried his tears and cleared his throat, hoping he wouldn't sound too emotional when he answered. "Hello? Ethan?" As soon as he heard Jane's frantic, terrified voice, he sat up at attention. "Jane, what's wrong?" he demanded, already regretting letting his family out of his sight. He should have gone with them. He shouldn't have let them make the journey alone. His injuries be damned. "It's Paisley," Jane cried, hiccuping through her tears. "She's missing." "What do you mean she's missing?" he hissed. "What happened?" "She was so upset, and we stopped at a rest stop. She's been throwing tantrums all morning, so I put her in timeout. I swear, I only turned my back for a second, and she was gone," Jane explained, sobbing so violently she could barely get the words out. Ethan clamped his eyes shut. "She's trying to run back here." He immediately guessed. "Do you know if she's on foot? Could she have snuck into another car?" "I think she must have, because there's no scent trail," Jane answered, heaving in deep breaths. "That's good," Ethan assured her. "She's safer in a car than she is out in the elements." "But what if the people who own the car decide to take advantage? What if they're more kidnappers?" Jane fretted, clearly imagining every worst scenario. "I can't believe this is happening again. We barely got them back. You were right. I'm not fit to be a mother. I can't even keep my babies from being stolen or running away." "Jane, you need to get it together," Ethan answered sternly, beyond relieved to finally be able to speak with her honestly. "The chances that she stumbled into a kidnapper's car are extremely low, and it's not your fault. Every parent knows how fast little ones can run off." "Exactly, which means I shouldn't have ever taken my eyes off her," Jane shouted into the receiver. "Jane, the other pups need you to be calm. They need your comfort right now," Ethan insisted. "And you can't help Paisley if you fall to pieces. Where's Devin?" "I'm here, Ethan," Devin's voice answered, obviously standing close enough to take the phone from Jane. Her sobs grew muffled then, and Ethan suspected the other man was holding his mate. He tried not to overflow with jealousy. He knew he'd created this situation, and he believed the beta was better for her. But that didn't stop his wolf from being outraged over another man comforting Jane in her time of need. "I don't know if Paisley had time to make sure the car she chose was traveling in the right direction. If we're lucky, she's headed back to you. But there's a chance she's moving north. What do you want to do? How close are you to the dark cities?" Ethan inquired, checking the clock. "About halfway," Devin answered promptly. "I don't think we should backtrack, in case she's headed in that direction, but I'm not sure we should continue and risk passing her." "This is the story of my life," Ethan muttered gruffly, feeling as overwhelmed as Jane, to find himself back in this wretched situation. There was no fear on earth like not knowing where your baby was, if they were safe or injured. He'd pay any quince, if only he could go the rest of his life without feeling that fear. "Stay where you are. Paisley is bright, and if I had to guess, I'd say she was planning this. Hopefully she's on her way to me, but we have no way of knowing for sure." "And in the meantime?" Devin asked, making soft shushing sounds in the background. "I'm going to call the authorities and put them in contact with you. We'll find her," Ethan insisted, not even allowing himself to consider another possibility. "And in the meantime, just do me a favor and take care of my family." "You have my word," Devin vowed. "How are the other pups?" Ethan questioned, not needing to ask about Jane because he could still hear her heartbroken sobs. "They're pretty shaken up, though some of that is," Devin trailed off, as if unsure how to complete his thought. "Because Jane is so upset?" Ethan guessed, picturing the horrible scene in his mind. "Exactly," Devin confirmed. "You can remind her that they need her, and it might help," Ethan assessed. "But I'm afraid this is more than grief. She's been through a lot, and she's probably reliving the kidnapping now. In fact, I know she is." He amended, images of the Southern Isles flashing in his mind. He shakes his head. Honest to goddess, it might be better to drug her if you have anything on hand. That way she'll rest and the pups won't be traumatized watching her. You think her PTSD is that bad? Devin replied, sounding mildly horrified. You tell me, Ethan suggested, wishing he could be there instead of his old friend. He knew how to soothe Jane. He knew what she needed in times like this, and though he could suggest solutions to Devin, he doubted they would work. Or was it that he hoped they wouldn't work? Ethan felt a rush of shame, knowing the answer already. What was wrong with him? How could he hope his friend's connection with Jane wasn't strong enough to comfort her when she was suffering this way? How could he hope for such a thing at all? Wasn't this entire plan based on hoping Devin could replace him? Sinking his fangs into his tongue until he tasted blood, Ethan offered up the best advice he could provide. You can try purring for her. Make sure she feels like you're in control and that the other pups are safe. Distract her if you can. If nothing else works, or if she starts having true flashbacks, do anything you can to put her to sleep. Just be gentle. I'll do my best, Devin promised. There was a beat of silence as the old friends processed the surreal reality in which they now found themselves, before the beta continued. And Ethan? Yes? The alpha asked, hearing the other man's bleak tone and suspecting he didn't really want to hear what was coming next. I'm sorry, Devin expressed, and it was clear he was talking about a lot more than Paisley's disappearance. Ethan smothered a groan. It was hard to feel jealous of the other man when he was such a good friend, when he picked up on so many of the feelings they were leaving unsaid. Still, Ethan couldn't help himself. Maybe in time, he would be as noble as Jane and the pups deserved, but right now, he hated Devin for being there when he couldn't be. Even though he was eternally grateful that the beta had come back into their lives right when they needed him. I'm sorry too, Ethan agreed, wondering if this would ever get any easier. He doubted it would. But first things first, he had to find Paisley. As soon as he hung up with Devin, he called the authorities, telling them about the latest crisis. It took him a moment to decide whether it might put Paisley in greater danger if it was known she was vulnerable and unprotected, then debated whether it would make him look too weak to have lost his precious pup again. In the end, he decided Paisley's best chance was for as many people to be searching for her as possible. His own reputation or status be damned. Paisley came first. Jane, my pups are gone. The blood is rushing in my ears, pounding through my skull in a relentless flood that blocks out all other sound. I can hear nothing above the whir of white noise, and my head is dizzy with thick black fog. I blink repeatedly, trying to orient myself amidst these strange sensations. My entire body feels strangely heavy, as if I'm fighting gravity just to stay upright. I'm too warm, and yet I'm shivering too, trembling so violently I have to wrap my arms around myself just to keep my limbs still. I'm in a dark alleyway, the scent of my pups mingling with the sour tang of strangers, rogue wolves who wouldn't hesitate to sell them to the highest bidder. We came so close. We were on their trail, but it's gone cold now. They've disappeared without a trace. My babies might have outsmarted Eve, but no young children could survive this part of the city unscathed. My wolf howls inconsolably, and tears pour from my eyes. My pups, I sob. We have to find them. A man's voice sounds beside me, familiar and yet distant, like a memory long forgotten. Jane, can you hear me? Do you know where you are? I spin around, searching for the source of the voice. But all I see are the darkened streets of Sit de la Nuit. Why can't I see him? And where is Ethan? He should be here. He's supposed to be here. They've taken my babies. I moan again. You have to help me. Jane, it's okay. Everyone's safe. The familiar voice insists. Parker, Riley, and Ryder are here. No, I cry. I know exactly what's happening. I'm not sure how, but there's no doubt in my mind that the pups have been kidnapped. The traffickers, Anita. The name appears in my mind, as if from a dream. She's going to sell them to King Aemon. Jane, you're having an episode. King Aemon is dead. Strong hands try to grasp my shoulders. But these words don't make sense. I know what's happening. It feels too real. I've been through this before. But my babies are gone. Sunlight flashes through the darkness surrounding me, if only for a moment. It's beyond disorienting. One moment I'm ensconced in absolute darkness, in a city that reeks of... The next, I'm blindsided by an explosion of light and fresh air. It disappears almost as quickly as it appeared, but I lower myself to the ground, no longer able to maintain my balance. "Mommy, we're not gone. We're right here," Parker frets, leaning against my side. 2 more warm bodies pile into my lap, and tiny hands press to my face. "It's okay, Mommy," Riley promises. "Please don't cry." Shock freezes me for the barest moment. I can't see them, but I can feel them. What's happening? Am I losing my mind? My arms lock around the pups, dragging Parker into the circle of my arms with his brother and sister. "Where's Paisley? I need Paisley." Silence meets my ears. I can still feel the pups' steady weight, but they're not speaking to me anymore, nor is the man with us. "Tell me," I demand, hating the desperate edge in my voice. "Where's my little girl?" "Janie, drink some water." The man requests, and a plastic bottle presses to my lips. His voice is a soft purr, and the gentle rumbling continues long after his words end. The sound grates against my nerves, and I knock the bottle away. "Stop that," I beg. "I don't like it. I have to find Paisley." "Devin, what's wrong with Mommy?" Ryder whispers, his young voice sounding afraid. "She's just having bad memories, Devin." Of course it's Devin. No wonder his voice is so familiar. But why is he here? I haven't seen him in years. "Sometimes this happens after you go through something scary, like having a nightmare when you're awake." "Mommy, wake up," Parker requests, sounding miserable. "It's okay. We're okay. We're gonna find Paisley." "Jane, please drink this." Devin encourages. "You're scaring the pups. You don't want them to be afraid." His large hand settles between my shoulder blades as he offers me the water again. His words gradually seep into my mind, and I'm crying harder than ever, thinking that I might be frightening my babies. I such down a few gulps of water, but there's a strange metallic taste to the liquid. I cough and sputter, but Devin praises me gently. "That's it, good girl." I'm shaking my head. This is wrong. Devin shouldn't be here. Ethan should be here. My wolf isn't going to be calmed until either Paisley or my mate is here. "No, I don't want you. I want Ethan. I need Ethan." "I know, Janie." Devin sighs. "But Ethan is out looking for Paisley. You have to do without him for now." "No, he can't have. He tried to leave, but I didn't let him go alone. I followed. He must be here somewhere." Suddenly, the alleyway is gone. I'm upside down, inching up the rigging line of a ship with Linda. I'm moving, swaying in the wind, and shaking with the effort of hanging onto the ropes. And yet, I'm not moving at all. I'm completely still. My head hurts. I think I'm going to be sick. "Come away, pups." Devin encourages the kids. "Give your mommy some space." "No, she needs us," Riley argues, cuddling closer. "You can be sick if you needs to, Mommy." Despite my daughter's offer, when my stomach rises in my throat, I force them out of my lap as gently as I can, flipping myself over so that I can vomit onto the grass. Small sniffles and cries meet my ears as my body rejects the water Devin just fed me, and tiny hands pull my hair back. "I'm sorry." I weep, aware enough now to realize that my pups are trying to take care of me, when I should be taking care of them. "I'm so sorry." I hear a phone dialing in the background and Devin's urgent voice speaking rapidly into the receiver. "Ethan, she's spiraling and I can't help her. I've tried everything. She doesn't seem to know where she is or what's happening. She only wants you and Paisley." There's a beat of silence, and then he continues. "No, she can't keep it down." Another pause. "I think that would be best. It's not like she's going to remember it anyway." Then a phone is pressing to my ear. "Janie?" Ethan's deep voice filters through my senses, and the fist around my heart loosens slightly. "Can you hear me, little wolf?" "Ethan?" I hiccup, the world blurring around me in a blinding flash of colors. Where are you? Paisley's gone and I'm so confused. What's happening? His purrs emanate through the phone, soothing my frayed nerves even from so far away. I'm here, sweetheart. I'm sorry I can't be with you, but I'm searching for Paisley. I want to help. I want to be where you are. I complain, not caring one bit that I sound about as mature as my children. I know, Angel, but I'm too far away, and if I come to you, I'll have to stop searching for Paisley. I promise I'll bring her to you as soon as I find her, he vows, his voice overflowing with warmth. It's going to be okay, baby. I'm scared. I confess, I keep thinking they've all been kidnapped, but then they're here with me. Jane, Devin has some sleeping pills. I think you need to take one, Ethan advises. You won't have to be afraid. You won't have any bad dreams. You can just close your eyes, and when you wake up, I'll be there with Paisley. But the other pups, I object. I can't let them out of my sight, and I don't want to go to sleep. What if something happens while I'm out? The other pups can nap with you, Ethan suggests. Trust me, sweetheart. It can't be good for them to see you this way, and Devin will watch over you all. Do you promise that you'll be here when I wake up? I beg, hating how needy I sound. I'll do my best, he promises. You don't have to worry. I'm not going to let anything happen to Paisley. We got through this once, we can get through this again. But I'm her mother. It's my job to worry about her. I can't just stay here and do nothing when she's in trouble. I object, feeling a sudden rush of defiance. The world around me is coming more and more into focus. The docks and darkness disappear, and the fog in my brain eases. You have 3 other pups to take care of and worry about Jane. And one in your belly. Let me handle finding Paisley. You focus on the rest of our family, Ethan presses. We're going to get through this. I nod silently, only realizing he can't see me a moment later. Okay, I'll try. That's my girl. There's a meaningful break in his words, as if he's trying to decide whether or not he should speak the words on the tip of his tongue. I love you so much, Jane. I always have, and I always will. I whimper, wondering why those simple words make my heart swell with a tidal wave of grief. You too. Even as I hang up the phone, I wonder if I've just made a terrible mistake. According to Devin, Jane was so out of it that she won't remember any of our conversation, and I'm praying he's right. It would complicate things far too much if Jane actually recalled my confession, professing my undying love for her, even after everything I've done. Still, I couldn't help myself. My wolf wouldn't allow me to listen to her suffering in this way and stay silent. I also fear it was a mistake to promise I could be there with Paisley once she wakes. In the moment, my thoughts were simply that getting Jane to sleep was more important than anything. Hopefully, when she wakes, she'll be lucid and the entire PTSD episode will be a blur. But I don't want to frighten her more if she does remember and I break my promise. I suppose Devin can keep her asleep until I can arrive, but we can't keep that up forever. I'm currently at the border of the Night Fang territory, having every single car crossing into my pack's lands searched. I'm praying that Paisley is indeed headed in my direction, and if we're lucky, then I might even be able to find her before the people with whom she's stowed away even know she's there. My guards have already been at it for an hour, however, and the more time that passes, the less optimistic I feel. Depending on the drivers, Paisley could be anywhere on the continent. And after what happened in the Southern Isles, I'm not confident that would tell a stranger her identity if she's found. This both comforts and frightens me at once. I want her to be cautious, but not to the point that she can't find her way back home. This is why we never should have sent her away. We should have known she'd do something like this. My wolf growls in my head. I was trying to do what's best for her. I bite back, wondering if he's right. She's been pining for a mother her whole life, and we've seen the damage I do to she-wolves. She needs a father like Devin, not me. Just like Jane needs a mate like Devin. My wolf grumbles, who couldn't calm her or comfort her despite his best efforts. He'll learn. No one figures these things out overnight. I reasoned stubbornly. You did. You never had any problem reading Jane's needs. He argues. I think you're forgetting a rather significant incident where I failed to notice she felt like an unwanted slave for more than a year. I hiss in my head, scanning the horizon for approaching cars. He insists. That was a conspiracy. She was spellbound, and Eve and your mother were whispering poison in your ear. The point is that I wasn't able to see what was happening right in front of my very eyes, despite being her mate. I cut sharply. Now enough of this. I'm not going to keep litigating this to death. I've made up my mind. I'm about ready to shut my wolf out completely, sick of these constant arguments and wishing I could somehow cut myself off from the pain he feels being trapped. It's not that I don't love that part of myself. It would just be so much easier if I didn't have to feel all this. I wish I could turn off that part of my brain, even if it meant I would have to live as a shadow of myself for the rest of my life. Better a shadow than a madman. I'm still caught up in my morbid thoughts when a shout sounds on my lap. Alpha, come quick! I turn in the direction of the call, scenting the air and immediately detecting my daughter's pure, sweet scent. Oh, thank the goddess! I race to the car in question as fast as my braces will allow. When I arrive at the vehicle, finding a very confused-looking couple and one of my guards leaning into the back seat, I see Paisley sound asleep on the floor of the car, half covered by a thick blanket. I have tears in my eyes as I lift her up into my arms, and the couple immediately starts exclaiming apologies, insisting they had no idea. I quickly check my pup for injuries or signs of distress, but she looks completely unharmed. Her steady breathing is low and even, and she's napping so deeply that she doesn't even notice being moved. I hug her close, looking over the top of her head to the panicked couple. It's all right, I promise. She snuck into the back seat all on her own. I know it wasn't your fault. I turn to my guards then. Call off the search and get me a car. I need to get her to Jane as soon as possible. I'm still waiting for a vehicle to appear when Paisley stirs, yawning widely and blinking up at me in confusion, then relief. Daddy, you found me! She smiles and stretches, snuggling into my chest. I knew you would. I shake my head. Paisley, what were you thinking? I scold. After everything you've been through, do you have any idea how dangerous that was? You know better than to go near strangers, and even if they were good people, they didn't even know you were in the car. You could have gotten locked inside and been trapped. It's the dead of winter. You could have frozen to death. But Daddy, you needed me. I couldn't leave you, and I knew you'd find me. Paisley argues, still hugging me. I set her on the ground so that she'll be forced to look me in the eye. Paisley, I'm very upset with you. You terrified your mommy and took some very serious risks. You're a big girl now, and I know you want to help me. But that also means that you ought to know enough to realize what you did was very wrong. Paisley sticks out her lower lip, giving me huge puppy dog eyes. I'm sorry, Daddy. I didn't want to scare you and Mommy. Please don't be mad at me. I offer the clever pup a low rumble. I am mad at you. I love you very much, but you can't get yourself out of trouble by batting your eyelashes at me and being adorable. Her brow furrows. Why not? I almost want to laugh. Because part of growing up is taking responsibility for your actions when you've done wrong, and you know you were wrong, Paisley. You know you were defying me and Mommy, and that running away wasn't safe. Paisley thinks about this for a moment. I can see her working through all her different emotions. Guilt, sadness, anger, indignance, confusion. Her little face is set in a deep frown, and then she looks up at me with blazing eyes, looking more fierce and determined than I can ever remember seeing her. I don't care. Paisley, I warn, not entirely sure what I'm seeing here. Is this the beginning of a tantrum, or something else? Something new? No, Daddy, she cries. I made up my mind. I don't care how wrong it was. I belongs with you. I loves Mommy, and I loves Parker, Riley, and Ryder. But you needs me. I'm staying with you. And if you try to make me go away again, I'll just run away over and over. I don't care how many times I haves to do it. I will always come back to you. My wolf is both impressed by my daughter's defiance and frustrated by her stubborn insistence. I love how strong she's getting, but it is incredibly inconvenient in moments like this. Sweetheart, I know it's difficult, but I promise you'll adjust in time. Daddy, I said no, Paisley shouts, crossing her arms over her chest. I know you thinks I'm being rock-headed. Hard-headed, I correct gently. Whatever, she exclaims, thoroughly exasperated. But I knows my own mind. I know what I want, and I'm not going to change my feelings. I want to be with you, and you have to accept that. I study her closely, wondering how determined such a young pup can really be. Part of me thinks she's just being dramatic, that as soon as the initial pain of our separation passes, she'll forget all about me. However, deep down, I think I realize that she's completely serious. Paisley isn't going to stop trying to get back to me, no matter how much time passes. She's wise beyond her years, and her heart is as strong and passionate as her mother's. If she says she'll keep running away, she means it. So what do? Do I work with Jane to lock up our baby for her own protection? Or do I let her come home to me, even though I might be a danger to her? I already know I can't bear to do the former. I wouldn't crush her spirit for anything in the world. But Paisley, I'm not safe for you to be around. You won't hurt me, Daddy, she decides firmly, tilting her chin up. You loves me too much. You're really determined, aren't you? I sigh, looking into her brilliant green eyes. Yes, she insists. I am. I think we need to talk to your mommy. Jane, my dreams are deep and hazy. When I wake, I can't remember any of them. They slip through my fingers like water. And I'm left wondering how I fell asleep in the first place. The last thing I remember, I called Ethan to tell him Paisley was missing. Paisley, I jerk up, rising to a sitting position on the rest stop couch where I've apparently been napping. I frantically look around the room, searching for my pups, but especially my youngest. When I don't see them, I push myself to my feet, stumbling out into the brisk daylight. As soon as I walk outside, I see Devin and Ethan standing over a puppy pile. Parker, Riley, and Ryder are on the ground, curled up around their sister, giggling and wrestling. As soon as I see Paisley, I'm crying. Why do I feel like I've been crying a lot today? I don't even remember most of the morning. Paisley, I exclaim, rushing to join the pile. I drop to my knees in front of them, untangling Paisley from her siblings and dragging her into my arms, before welcoming the others to join us. Mommy, the sweet pup cries, wrapping her plump arms around my neck. I rock back and forth, weeping into her neck and kissing every inch of skin I can reach. Only once she's been thoroughly smothered do I offer my other babies the same affection, squeezing them all so tightly they begin to complain. You scared me half to death, I tell Paisley, ignoring Parker and Riley's attempts to wriggle free from our hug ball. I'm sorry, Mommy, she professes, tears swimming in her beautiful eyes. I didn't want to scare you. I just wanted Daddy so bad. I know, Angel, I murmur, hating to know how badly she's hurting. I know you're having a hard time right now. I am too, but you can't run away from me. You can't put yourself in danger that way. Jane. I look up to see Ethan looking down at us, a pained grimace on his face. We need to talk. Oh, goddess, not another scolding. He was helpful earlier when I called him, and he clearly found Paisley like he promised. But now she's safe and almost certain I've got an earful coming my way. I'm not ready to hear what a terrible mother I am again. I don't need to be reminded. Do we have to? I inquire softly, still cuddling my babies. Yes, he answers gently, glancing at Devin. Devin can watch the pups in the meantime. My arms tighten around the children reflexively. There's no way in hell I'm letting them go after everything that's happened today. In fact, I don't think I'm ever going to let them out of my sight. My wolf growls in agreement. Forget school and play dates. Who really needs education or socialization? I'll keep my pups safe at home until they're grown. They'll never be without my protection again. And even after they're grown, they'll be okay, Jane. Ethan assures me, keeping his voice low and even as he interrupts my thoughts. No one is ever going to run away, ever again, right? He adds, directing his words to the pups. They all nod their heads in agreement, staring up at me solemnly. We promise. I don't know, I argue, still clutching them. Can't we talk here? Seeming to realize my wolf won't let me budge, Ethan gently overpowers me, pulling the pups from my stranglehold and lifting me onto my feet. Come on, Mama Bear, it'll be okay. I keep glancing back over my shoulder to the spot where my children remain with Devon, unable to calm my inner animal. The sun is setting at their backs, and I realize how much time has passed since I realized Paisley was gone this morning. I must have slept all afternoon. What happened? I ask anxiously. The last thing I remember, I was on the phone with you. Ethan goes very still. Which time? I blink, unable to make any sense of this. Did we speak more than once? He relaxes slightly. After you called to tell me about Paisley, you had an episode. An episode? I repeat, stunned and racking my brains for any memory of this. What, like a seizure? No, like PTSD. Ethan corrects me softly. You thought we were back in the city when the traffickers first took the pups? You didn't know where you were or what was happening. It takes a moment for my brain to process these facts. My thoughts immediately jump to Riley, Ryder, and Parker. But the pups were with me. They were very distressed to see you so upset. He confirms, sending a stab of guilt straight through me. I'm trying to picture the scene we must have made, me having a mental breakdown in front of my 4-year-olds. But I can't remember any of it. How can I not remember? Soft, slightly rising intonation. They must have been terrified. I have to talk to them. I have to explain, whispered urgent. Ethan, I already explained, Jane, and Devon was there. He tried to help you through it, but eventually he called me and I convinced you to take a sleeping pill. Reassuring, steady. Each shares, looking very grave indeed. I'm shaking my hand, my palm clamped over my mouth. I can't believe I fell to pieces that way. At a time when my daughter was missing and my other pups needed me to pull strong, I was a blubbering mess. Shame and guilt battle for dominance over my senses, and I feel my body crumpling. I'm bending at the waist, trying to remember how to breathe, and praying that Devon is distracting the pups from seeing me this way. Seeming to read my thoughts, Ethan comes around to my side, sliding an arm around my waist and supporting me before I can collapse. How has it come to this? I gasp. This isn't me. I'm not this weak woman who falls to pieces at the first sign of adversity. You've been through a lot, Ethan reminds me, as if I could forget. And you're pregnant. You're even more vulnerable than usual. Besides, it isn't weak to bear scars from your traumas. If anything, it shows you've survived against all the odds. He guides me around a corner, out of sight from Devon and our pups. You need to cut yourself some slack. What? I think, truly baffled now. Is this the same man who's been telling me I'm not fit to be a mother and I need to blame myself for everything that's gone wrong lately? Has he actually lost his mind? Or is there something else going on here? Some reason he's trying to butter me up? Pause briefly, emphasizing suspicion. I heave in a shaking breath, suspicion welling up inside me. Why are you being nice to me? I inquire, narrowing my eyes at him. What else has happened? What aren't you telling me? I'm not trying to appease you, I'm just being honest, Ethan grits out, though there's something oddly severe about his features. Something that tells me I'm not far off base. Where did you find Paisley? What happened afterwards? I demand, needing to know whether or not the details I'm missing are to do with some new horror my daughter survived. She was sound asleep in the back of a tourist's car. Ethan shares. I found her at the border and scolded her soundly for running away. Is that all? I press. No, he sighs. We talked, but she was far from repentant. In fact, she dug in her little heels and told me point blank she wasn't giving up. The bottom line is that Paisley is determined to stay with me, and she's insisting that she'll keep running away until we let her. She's only 4, I moan, hating every second of this. She just needs time. I'm not so sure about that, Ethan argues. And I'm not sure we can risk being wrong. She was okay this time, but she might not be so lucky next time. She's a stubborn little thing, and if she keeps trying to come back to me, we could lose her for good. Well, short of locking her up and praying that time will heal her, I don't know what to do about it. I confess, on the verge of tears just thinking about this. I don't want to lock her up, Ethan remarks, all but snarling. Then tell me, Ethan, I snipe, letting all my bitterness seep into my tone. What am I supposed to do? You're the one who put us in this situation, so tell me, how am I supposed to make this better when you're the only one who can? What if I changed my mind? Ethan asks, looking uncertain. What if I agreed to keep her? I blink. What are you saying? Ethan gazes down at me, all imposing power and alpha authority. I'm saying, I think we should go back to the way things were before. You keep Ryder, Parker, and Riley, and I'll keep Paisley. Jane. What? I stutter, wondering if this is another fever dream, or if Ethan actually just suggested splitting our children up again. We have to accept the reality of our situation, Jane. Ethan continues, pursing his lips. I barely contain the impulse to scoff. He has some nerve saying this to me, as if I haven't been coping with the fallout of his reckless decisions for months now. Paisley isn't going to stop running away, so the only thing I know to do is to keep her with me so she won't have anywhere to run. But everything is different now, I insist, my lip trembling at the very thought of giving up my daughter. We can't just pretend like we never met. She's unhappy being away from you at the moment, but what happens when she starts missing me and the other pups? You want to keep them apart for the rest of their lives? No, of course not. Ethan sighs. I think we give her the choice, and whoever she picks, she can always see the other for visits, even full holidays. You know perfectly well she'll choose you, I accuse, wondering what bothers me more. Knowing she likes Ethan better, or knowing it's my own fault. But I just got her back, I argue weakly, knowing this isn't really a good excuse to make my child miserable. We hardly had any time together before the kidnapping, and half of that was spent in hospitals or playing games with you. I've been waiting for her for years. I know that. Ethan frowns, looking very severe. And I hate to say it, but I think this is the price of that decision. She wants me because she doesn't know you. I want to scream that this isn't fair. He knows I never felt like I had a choice in leaving her. He knows that he's forbidden me to stay in the Night Fang pack. So you'll change your mind about keeping her, but you won't change your mind about letting me stay, about the other pups. Ethan's features harden, and I know his answer before he ever opens his mouth. I'm only putting this on the table because she'll kill herself trying to get back to me otherwise. This isn't what I wanted. Leaving her wasn't what I wanted either. I hiss. I was trying to ensure she survived too. I was trying to protect them all the best way I knew how. Paisley knows that, but it doesn't change the fact that she spent all those years without a mother. Ethan sighs, looking as though he might truly possess some empathy for my plight, assuming such a thing was possible. But this has been my plan from day one. This was always the plan. I murmur uselessly. I will never regret the choice I made to leave Paisley in Ethan's care. If I hadn't, she never would have survived. But this isn't the way it was supposed to work out. Ethan laughs humorlessly. Jane, if anyone understands what it's like to make plans for your children, only to have everything backfire because kids have minds of their own, it's me. I flinch, not because his statement is harsh, but because it rings with so much honesty that I feel sick again. As parents, we try our best, but the sign of being a good mother or father is raising independent, free-thinking pups. We can't be angry with Paisley for living up to our expectations. But I want her, I say in a small voice, feeling very silly now. Tears are spilling from my eyes, and I'm shocked to feel one of Ethan's strong arms come around me. I try to lean into him, to bury my face in his neck, and cry myself out in his comforting embrace, the way I used to. Instead, he holds me at arm's length, offering only the barest sympathy for my emotional distress. I want all my babies. She's mine, I think bitterly. I shared her long enough. You'll have Parker, Ryder, and Riley, Ethan promises. And you'll have the new baby too. Besides, this isn't the end. I'll make sure Paisley can visit you and the other pups as often as she wants. You won't visit with her? I clarify, wondering if I'm asking for myself or my pups. At present, the other pups don't want anything to do with Ethan, though that might change. My wolf, on the other hand, she's still praying. He'll wake up and realize what a fool he's been to reject us. And that's far more likely to happen if we remain near one another. I don't think that's a good idea. Ethan hedges, still patting my back as if I'm a stranger, and not the woman he was vowing to love to the ends of the earth a few months ago. I nod briskly, stepping away from him. I need a few minutes before we ask her. Ethan eyes me worriedly. I'm not sure you should be on your own right now. Goddess Ethan, I just want to pull myself together. I'm not going to do anything desperate. I counter, rolling my eyes and wondering how he manages to be so impossible. It seems like every time I want him, he pushes me away, but the moment I desire time to myself, he's on me like glue. That isn't what I meant, Ethan admonishes, raking his eyes over me with obvious worry. You're just not very steady on your feet yet. I'm fine, I insist, pushing him away. I stalk into the women's room, bending over the sink and fighting the urge to scream out all my overflowing emotions. The last thing I need is for Ethan to think I'm even more unstable than he already does. I count to 10, then I count to 20, taking deep breaths all the time. At a certain point, I decide that there's no way to prepare myself for losing my daughter again. I just have to brace myself and rip the Band-Aid off. When I finally emerge, with my shoulders set and a determined grimace on my face, Ethan asks, "Are you ready?" "As I'll ever be," I mutter, as if anything could be ready for this. He calls the pups over, and they approach us hesitantly. Paisley immediately asks to be picked up, lifting her arms to me in silent request and all but breaking my heart in two. I promptly scoop her up, cuddling her close and trying not to burst into fresh sobs. What if this is the last time I ever get to hold her? "Pups, we have something we want to ask you," Ethan begins, sounding almost as nervous as I feel. "We want you all to be safe and happy, but at the same time, we understand that the right thing for some of you might not be the right thing for all of you." "Mommy, what's he saying?" Parker asks me, eyeing Ethan suspiciously. Of all my pups, Parker has been the wariest of Ethan since learning of his rejection. "He's saying that we're going to give you a choice," I explain, knowing that my 3 oldest won't hesitate to come home with me, and feeling no danger of giving them all the same option we're offering Paisley. "You can come home with me, or you can go back and live in the Night Fang pack with your daddy. Of course, I hope we can all stay together," I continue, pulling back so I can look Paisley in the eye. "But I understand if you want to be with Ethan." Paisley is starting up at me with wide, shining eyes, no doubt a mirror image of my own. "I've been dreaming of you so long, Mommy," she tells me. "All I ever wanted was to have a mommy of my own." "I know, Angel," I confide, even though I hate hearing how she pined for me. "I was dreaming of you too. And I loves you more than anything," Paisley adds. "And I loves my brothers and sisters. But I think it needs to be with Daddy." "Paisley, you can't," Riley objects, tugging on her sister's leg to get her attention. "You're supposed to be with us." "It's okay, Riley," I whisper. "But we only just met, and we're going to have a new baby soon," Ryder interjects, coming forward as well. "It won't be goodbye forever," I advise, my breath shaky. "Just until we can visit again." "But when will that be?" Parker inquires, his face crinkled in displeasure. "You can't expect us to go very long without seeing Paisley. She's one of us. She can visit as often as you like," Ethan promises, meeting Parker's gaze with a stern promise. But the most important thing is that she's safe, and she won't be as long as she keeps trying to run back to me. I don't like this, Riley objects. Me neither, the boys confirm. Well, I'll be honest, I don't want to be away from your sister myself, but we have to do what's best for everyone. I confess. So Paisley, is this your decision to stay with your daddy? She looks up at me, and I feel as though my entire world hangs in the balance as she opens her mouth to reply. Jane, watching Ethan drive away with Paisley just about destroyed me. When she answered my question, informing us all that she did indeed want to stay with her father, I tried to hide how badly it hurt me. I think I did an admirable job covering my emotions, until, of course, Parker, Ryder, and Riley threw a collective fit. We'd only just gotten them calmed down when Ethan announced it was time to go, and then Paisley was sobbing and clinging to me and the other pups. It seems that, however certain she felt about her decision, actually saying goodbye was another matter entirely. Finally, Ethan scooped her up and carried her away, apparently deciding that if he waited until we were all done crying, they would never be able to leave. So I watched my youngest, precious daughter disappear into the distance until Ethan's car finally passed over the horizon and vanished from sight. Getting my remaining pups back into the car to complete our own journey had been easy after that, and their dramatic protests had drained their energy so well that they quickly fell asleep. What do I do now? I asked Devin, glancing into the back seat of the car to ensure the other pups are still out cold. You put one foot in front of the other, he answers, reaching over to squeeze my hand. And you keep doing that until you no longer have to think about it. One day soon you'll be running at top speed, and this will all be a bad memory. I did that once before, I remind him. But in my experience, bad memories don't always stay in the past. That's true. He acknowledges, glancing at me meaningfully, at the small hand still cradled in his. But things that were negative at one time of your life can be positive in another. And if you live in constant fear of your past, then you'll always be a slave to it. You don't want to live that way, Jane. And you don't want that for your pups either. Can I ask you something? I press, my curiosity about the years we've spent apart growing. Of course, he agrees easily. How did you move on when you left the Night Fang pack? I inquire, trying to picture what it had been like for him. Granted, I left too, but I'd never been able to move on because of Paisley. I left a piece of my heart behind, and now I'm doing it again. I suppose I'll never be truly whole again, but that doesn't mean I can't try. You mean move on from my old life, or move on from you? Devin clarifies, watching me out of the corner of his eye while he navigates the winding roads. Both, I reply, trying not to feel too guilty. I still can't believe he left because of me. Well, moving on from my old life was difficult, but I took it one day at a time, and eventually, enough time passed, and I found enough happiness in my new pack that I stopped missing my old life. I think I'll always be nostalgic for the Night Fang pack, but I left when I was so young that I didn't really figure out who I was until later. You, on the other hand, I'm not sure I ever actually got over you, Janie. So all that stuff you were saying about not being a slave to your past? I question, the corner of my mouth twitching up. Hey, just because I can't take my own advice doesn't mean it's not good. He chuckles warmly. Fair enough, I laugh, dragging my fingers through my hair. We're quiet then, the wintry landscape speeding by the windows, growing colder and more bleak the further north we travel. Dead grass and barren trees are gradually replaced by snowbanks and evergreens, and I wonder if I'm doomed to be like Devin. I can leave the Night Fang pack behind. I can come to terms with being away from Paisley. But can I ever get over Ethan? Can I ever truly move on? Or am I doomed to pine for him for the rest of my life? Is he the last man I'll ever love? The last man who will ever touch me? Is the romantic part of my life already over? Before I've even reached 30. Suddenly, I can see the girl I once was, the teenager who fell in love with a man well above her station and somehow found the bravery to marry him. She would be ashamed of me for thinking this way, for letting a man steal her strength and break her spirit. I think of my daughters too, of the example I want to set for them, not as a woman who falls down and is too afraid to get back up again, but as a woman who is stronger for her scars and has the courage to live, not just survive. I don't want to be ruled by my past, I tell Devon, still staring thoughtfully out the windows. I've been letting my pain control me for too long. I've let Ethan twist and contort me into someone I don't recognize. And I'm not going to do it anymore. I want to find a way to be happy. There's the Jane I know. Devon smiles over at me, a look of pride filling his eyes. I've been waiting for her to turn up. I think I keep forgetting that just because things are good for a while or bad for a while, it doesn't mean they're going to stay that way. Nothing lasts forever. You have to work for the life you want every single day. And I don't know how to do that yet. I don't know where to find that endurance. I confess. Devon nods, as if he not only understands what I mean, but feels it too. Then I'll help you. When we get home, the pups run upstairs, and I'm struck by how different this is from the last time we returned from the Nightfang pack. Now, instead of tantrums and tears, my children are thrilled to see our familiar apartment. They tear through the front door, immediately letting Mr. Fluff out of his travel carrier and giving him a tour of his new home. That's one detail that slipped my mind when we said goodbye to Paisley. I didn't even consider the bunny until they were long gone. I'll have to call Ethan about getting Paisley another pet. I wonder if it's even occurred to her yet that choosing Ethan meant leaving the fuzzball behind. Devon graciously carts our luggage inside, complimenting the cozy space where I raised my babies. It is comforting to be back here, in this place that's filled with so many memories of their young lives. It still doesn't feel right without Paisley, but as long as my children are happy, I can make our lives here as full and bright as they were before Ethan came along and ruined everything again. I deposit a huge pile of mail on the table, recalling the exasperated look our doorman gave me when we entered the building. He'd shoved the stack into my hands before I had a chance to look at it. But now I notice there's a thick envelope from my bank. Finding a letter opener, I slice it open and extract the papers within, expecting some dull notifications about policy changes or account maintenance. Instead, my jaw drops to the floor. "Oh my God!" I exclaimed, scanning the letter. "What's wrong?" Devon inquires, coming to my side. "This says my mortgage was paid off, in full," I share, showing him the documents. It has to be a mistake. I had 15 years left on the payment plan. It's true that I could have paid it off early if I wanted to drain my personal savings account. However, I'd never felt secure enough to take such a risk. It was more important to me to have money in the bank in case of emergencies than to throw millions of dollars at an apartment we might not even stay in. It's addressed to you, Jane, Devon confirms, and it lists this address and apartment number as the property. You might not have paid off the mortgage, but someone did. How is that possible? I question, completely baffled. I mean, I know a few people wealthy enough, Ethan included, but the only ones with both the money and the generosity to do something like this would be Eric and Linda. And even then, this is way overboard. You should call them and find out, Devon suggests, his brow furrowing. I'm surprised the bank didn't list a payee. I've already moved on to the next letter, out of habit more than anything else. However, the second letter is as shocking as the first. It's a notification claiming I've won a contest I'm certain I never entered. You won! The bold text reads, "Congratulations! Your vouchers for a year of free spa visits are inside." What on earth is happening? I mutter in astonishment. I mean, I suppose this is something that I might have randomly entered a lottery for and forgotten about, or perhaps a raffle from some corporate event, but I certainly didn't put any effort into entering a contest like this. Devon looks over my shoulder, reading the notice with raised brows. Wow, it looks like your luck is finally turning around, Janie. The next letter is even stranger. The confirmation from a prepaid cleaning service promising to arrive every Friday for the foreseeable future and clean my house from top to bottom. My heart is beginning to race, and I'm wondering if this is some sort of wonderful dream. No more mortgage, spa visits, people to clean my house for me. It's like Christmas has come all over again, and Santa decided to spoil me absolutely rotten. Am I hallucinating? Devin shakes his head. I promise this is real. I don't understand. I'm smiling now, so widely that my cheeks hurt. How is any of this possible? Devin laughs, slinging his arm over my shoulders and giving me a squeeze. Come on, you know what they say. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. You deserve some pampering. Just accept it. I giggle. I actually giggle like a schoolgirl and jump up and down, calling out to the pups. Kids, get your coats. We're going out to celebrate. Ethan, if you're going to do a bunch of grand gestures for Jane and make us take credit for them, you could at least warn us. Linda scolds over the phone. I mean, the photo album was one thing, but now you've really taken it too far. Honestly, her mortgage? I assumed you would just tell her Eric feels so guilty for deceiving her all those years that he's going overboard. I reply. I did, but you have to admit, it seems like a bit much, even for him, Linda replies. Besides, I'm not expecting you to take credit for everything. Devin agreed to say the babysitting service and personal gifts are from him. I supply, smiling at the she-wolf's indignation. And her company's stock portfolio? Linda gripes. How are you going to explain that one? Angel investors. I answer easily. It's not like that's out of the realm of possibilities after all. La Louve is the most profitable fragrance company on the market. Any number of hedge funds would be thrilled to invest. You know that this is crazy, right? Linda grouses. She would so much rather have you, Ethan, not to mention Paisley. Believe it or not, I've heard all this from Matthew and Devin already. I inform her stubbornly, but I've made up my mind. I want the best for my family, and that's not me. Linda sighs, a heavy, beleaguered sound that makes it clear she thinks I'm being completely unreasonable. Are there any updates on your condition? She asks after a moment. I mean, is the prognosis still terrible? My doctors just told me about a potential surgery. I relate, somewhat reluctantly. It's risky, and if it goes wrong, I could end up worse off than before. Risky how? Linda clarifies. Well, there's still so much fluid compressing my spinal cord that any surgery would apparently be very difficult because they can't actually see my nerve pathways. If they nick the wrong thing, then my paralysis could become truly permanent or more extensive than it already is. I explain. And then I truly would have a death sentence. But I thought the braces were helping you, Linda responds, trying to understand. Didn't they tell you that the more you keep your body moving, the more the swelling would decrease? Is it possible to keep up the physical therapy so the swelling decreases enough to make the surgery more viable? Maybe, I confirm. And I think that's what I have to do anyway. I might be willing to risk the surgery if things were more stable with the pack or if I was in worse condition. If I started to really lose it, then I might attempt it anyway. Because at that point, I wouldn't be doing the pack or Paisley any good by waiting. Luckily, having Paisley here is helping my wolf stay calm. I still can't believe that Jane let her go, Linda laments. She must be heartbroken. She was pretty devastated, I share grimly. But it won't be forever. If I don't find a way to get better, Paisley will be back with Jane and the other pups within the year. I can practically hear Linda wince. She hates listening to me talk about my possible death so matter-of-factly. But I don't see any benefit in ignoring reality. That won't help anyone. Aren't you afraid of having her around when you're in this state? Linda presses. Yes, but she really didn't give us an option. She's a stubborn little thing. I remark, unable to keep a hint of pride out of my voice. She's her father's daughter. Linda counters dryly, taking a moment to let her words sink in. How's she holding up? She misses them, I relate. But it gets a little easier every day, and they talk on the phone constantly. Good, Linda breathes. You'll let me know if you need anything. Yes, I promise. And you'll warn me before you decide to, I don't know, buy Jane a castle and sign my name on the card? She adds, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You have my word, I laugh. Bye, Linda. After I hang up, I finish getting ready for the day, drop Paisley off at school, and head for the pack headquarters. However, when I arrive, I find Matthew waiting outside my office, looking very nervous indeed. Things have been tense between us lately. He understands my determination to do right by the pack and my family with whatever time I have left, but I know he disagrees with me about what right is. The closest we came to actually being on the same page is when I decided to bring Paisley home. Is everything all right? I ask, my heart skipping a beat. My immediate thought is of Jane and the pups. Has something happened? Am I just jumping to conclusions? Matthew pales when he sees me, and my suspicions increase. Oh, goddess, what is it? He slowly rises from his armchair. I have to tell you something, and I need you to be calm when I do. It speaks volumes that Matthew is still afraid of my temper despite my paralysis, but I hate the trepidation on his face. Why? What's wrong? I demand. As strange as it seems, the scent of Matthew's fear calms me slightly, telling me this isn't about delivering bad news, but something else entirely. I did something. Matthew confesses vaguely, and you're not going to like it. I narrow my eyes, feeling as though I'm on a roller coaster of emotion, worried, then calm, now near panicked that Matthew might have betrayed my confidence. What did you do? Ethan, Matthew begins, raising his palms in supplication. You've been doing so much better lately, but you're still trying to do everything on your own, and it simply isn't working. You were a different man when Jane was here, and I understand why you couldn't let her stay, but that doesn't mean you can't get help from someone else. Matthew, what did you do? I snap, not liking the direction this is taking one bit. I called Nina. Matthew's voice is barely audible, but I heard him loud and clear. Nina, I repeat, aghast. As in, your fated mate, Matthew confirms. I've been tracking her ever since you two met all those years ago, just in case. I thought if you wouldn't let Jane help you, you might let her. Have you lost your mind? I thunder. What part of the people closest to me are in the most danger don't you understand? Moreover, when a goddess's name makes you think I can trust this woman? I met her for 2 hours almost a decade ago. For all you know, she'll betray my secret to the entire pack. Oh, come off it, Matthew grumbles back. She wouldn't have any motive to do that. If she cares for you, she'll want to help. If she doesn't, she'll either go away or she'll stick around to take advantage of your status like Eve. Either way you spin it, she benefits from keeping the secret. I can't believe you did this without talking to me first, I hiss, groaning as my wolf tries to break free. You would have stopped me, Matthew shouts, raising his voice at me for the first time in my memory. You aren't yourself right now, Ethan. You were fucking suicidal a few weeks ago. And as thrilled as I am that you've turned things around, I don't trust you not to go down that path again if things take a turn for the worse. I can't just stand by and watch you suffer without trying everything I can to help you. Not as your beta, and certainly not as your friend. It will be good for you and Paisley both. I don't care, I roar, feeling beyond betrayed. Matthew has never defied me this way. You didn't have any right. I ought to remove you from your position. I had every right, Matthew combats. I have served you loyally since we were 18 years old, and I have been your best friend for another 10 years on top of that. If anyone has the right to give you a kick in the pants when your stubborn ass deserves it, it's me, and we both know you aren't going to fire me. You might want to, but if I'm gone, you'll have to trust someone else with your secret, and we both know there's no one as loyal to you as I am. I grit out, pacing awkwardly in my braces. Just undo it, I order. Whatever it takes, call her back and tell her not to come. You don't understand, Matthew states grimly, shaking his head. This didn't just happen. I called her the other day. What are you saying? I demand fiercely. I'm saying that she's already here, Matthew confesses, glancing towards my closed office. And she's right on the other side of those doors. Ethan, I can't believe this. I haven't seen Nina in years. We met once when Jane and I were first married. She was traveling through the territory with her family, and though our wolves had recognized each other immediately, I'd never been interested in anyone but Jane. My bond with Nina felt more like encountering a long-lost friend or sibling. It wasn't anything like the overpowering need that consumed me any time I was near Jane. In all honesty, I don't know how Nina had felt about the situation. I never gave her the chance to tell me. I merely explained that I was already mated and I wished her the best. Matthew was there, of course, and I even understand him keeping tabs on her in the meantime. It makes sense. If she ended up mated to an alpha and they found out who I was, they might be a threat to me. I know I would feel compelled to destroy any fated mate of Jane's, purely for existing. However, the idea that Matthew had called her after all this time brought her here when I'm nearing the end of my life. I can't even comprehend this. I understand his thought process, but I cannot accept or forgive it. Where Jane is sweetness and sunshine incarnate, all soft florals and gentle amber, Nina is bolder, spicier, and woodier. She's a more dominant wolf to be sure, another alpha and born leader, but she isn't my little wolf. I give Matthew one last glare before storming into my office, stopping dead in my tracks when I see Nina. She stands when I enter, offering me a soft smile. She's tall, lean, and lovely, with raven hair, caramel skin, and rich chocolatey eyes. Only a blind man would think she isn't beautiful, but she isn't my type. My type is pint-sized, blonde, and with eyes like the forest, so fair that I can see even the slightest of her blushes, painting her skin pink. You shouldn't be here, I say by way of greeting, my voice as rough as gravel. Nina arches a finely sculpted brow. Well, hello to you too, she quips. My wolf rumbles uncertainly in my chest. He's always been crazy about Jane, and I don't think he has any true interest in Nina, but he still doesn't like me showing our mate such disrespect. And sorry, I don't mean to be rude. There's no need to explain, Nina tells me, seeming entirely unfazed. I suppose that's the difference between an alpha and an omega. Jane would either quiver or defy me, but Nina simply seems above it all. Matthew already told me everything. Besides, she adds wryly, nodding towards the waiting room. I may or may not have overheard your little chat. Sighing as I recall just how loud we'd been during our argument, I begin. Then you already know what I have to say. I'm sorry Matthew called you here, but I'm afraid it was a mistake. Nina cocks her head to the side. Is that so? Yes. I growl, wishing she would show me some reaction other than this nonchalance. If you truly know my situation, then you know things are pretty bleak. No one should have to cope with this stress, especially not when we don't have a pre-existing relationship. I made an exception for my daughter, but she wants to be with me because she's too young to know better. And if I want to be with you too? She poses, raising both brows now. What if I don't know better myself? Why in the goddess's name would you want to invite this misery upon yourself? I demand. Nina sighs, and I catch a flash of annoyance in her warm eyes. You know I didn't get a choice in things when you rejected me all those years ago. You never asked me what I wanted or how I felt. You simply told me that nothing was ever going to happen between us. I remember. I say simply. Well, if you had asked me, I would have told you that I was raised my entire life being groomed to be an alpha's mate. My parents somehow sensed my fate and began training me from a young age. They came from a very poor background, so they wanted the very best for me. They wanted me to be able to succeed when I eventually found my mate. Nina shares, sounding a bit bitter now. You can imagine how disappointed they were when I found you and you wouldn't even give me the time of day. I'm sorry, I profess honestly. You have to know it wasn't about you. I was just already in love. I get that, Nina confirms. But now you need to understand that I have spent my life training to be a Luna and nothing else. I never had a career. I never searched for love or took on hobbies. Everything I have ever done was geared towards this single goal. Preparing me for this role took all of my parents' money and all my free time. She continues, it's all they ever wanted, and I accepted it as my destiny because they sacrificed everything for me to achieve it. I have a feeling I know where this is going. And the truth is that I understand more than she probably realizes. My upbringing wasn't so different. I was raised to be an alpha and nothing else. I never had any other options. But I haven't made my parents proud, Nina tells me, and I haven't reached any of my own goals because all I am is a Luna without a pack. I know how you feel, I admit stiffly. My childhood and adolescence was consumed with training to become alpha. Yes, but you got to live up to your potential. You got to fulfill your birthright, Nina interrupts. For the first time I realize how angry she is. I never saw any of this emotion when we first met, though maybe they weren't as strong then. She was very young at the time. Maybe she imagined my rejection would give her the chance to branch out and do what she actually wanted. But by then it was too late. How do you think my parents took the news that you were already mated? She asks, clearly reading my thoughts. Do you think they were accepting? That they said, fuck all our sacrifices, you go live your bliss now? No, they dragged me around to every other alpha in the world, trying to pawn me off. And it never worked, she huffs. Nina, I really am. Don't tell me that you're sorry again, she interjects. I don't need empty apologies. I need action, and you have a chance to make this up to me, she explains. You need someone to help you through these last months, and I need to be a Luna. I need to fulfill this goal. I need to achieve my destiny. But it might only be for a few months, I remind her gently. And I can't give you pups of your own. I can't be a true mate to you. I realize that, Nina informs me. And I have a plan, if you're willing to hear it out. Go ahead. I encourage, curious now. I will play nursemaid to you. Whether you want me here or not, we are fated, and my wolf doesn't like seeing yours in pain. It wants to care for him, and I want to care for you. She shares, softening her tone. I'll help you care for your daughter. She's going to need a woman's touch, especially if you can't get better. My presence will keep your wolf calm and sane longer, which will extend my own reign, and even if you die, I will finally be free of my parents' expectations. I will finally be free to live my own life. This sounds like a very logical plan, but the more I look at Nina, the more I suspect there is deeper emotion underneath all her tough words. I'm sure she's being honest about her upbringing, but something about the light in her eyes makes me suspect she might be hoping for affection between us. Affection I cannot give. I don't mean to be cruel, I just have to say it so that we're on the same page. I forewarn her, but you need to know this relationship won't ever result in love on my end. That isn't something I can give you. I know that, she answers stiffly. I've always known that. An hour ago, I never would have agreed to this plot, but then again, I hadn't known just how deeply my rejection had impacted her. I realize now that I owe Nina this much, and she's right about her wolf soothing mine. It might extend my pain, but it will also give me more time to ensure my family is safe and my legacy is secure. Taking a deep breath, I agree. Then we have a deal. Jane, 3 months later. I keep waiting for life to return to normal, but I'm not sure it ever will. In the 3 months since I gave up Paisley for the second time, a lot has changed. The pup's 5th birthday came and went, and though my youngest came to celebrate the event with us, Ethan stayed behind in the Night Fang pack with his new mate. The news about Nina had taken me by little surprise. I'd always known he would find a she-wolf to replace me, though I admit I hadn't expected it to happen so fast. I also hadn't expected it to be his fated mate. When the news broke, I pretended it didn't hurt, but I think everyone knew I was simply putting on a brave front. The distance between us makes it easier to convince myself Ethan doesn't still hold power over me. But the truth is, not a day goes by that I don't think of him, that I don't mourn his loss. Of course, I miss Paisley too, just not in the same way. Longing for my child is a very different matter than longing for my mate. And though she is not near me, we still talk every day. I never speak to Ethan, unless it is to arrange future visits or calls. I suppose the difference is that I haven't lost my daughter completely, but I know I'm never getting Ethan back, no matter what I do. But time passes whether we want it to or not, and as winter slowly thawed into spring, I saw my life changing in incredible ways despite my grief. If I didn't know any better, I'd think I had a guardian angel watching over me. My friends have been obscenely generous since I returned to the Dark Moon Pack, but my good luck goes far beyond Linda, Eric, and Devin spoiling me. It seems like every time I come up against a problem or stumbling block, it disappears before I can begin to truly worry. When my fragrance company was having difficulty winning a bid on new laboratory because our main competitor held political leverage over the seller, the other buyer suddenly walked away without any explanation, leaving the path clear for me to win the sale. When I came up against a permitting issue with the research and development wing of my production, the PAC regulatory agency abruptly changed its policy, allowing me to secure my permits. When my car broke down, the dealer delivered a new, upgraded model to my door before I could even get an estimate on the repairs from my mechanic, stating a factory recall had entitled me to a brand new vehicle, but I never even called them. Of course, it's not only my problems solving themselves, it's also oddities like winning that spa voucher. I've won raffles at the Pups Academy and random sweepstakes without ever entering. And when I attended a silent charity auction, I ended up winning an all-expenses-paid dream vacation for the pups and I, even though I didn't bid on it. I've even started receiving lavish nursery furniture and infant accessories, which I was too shy to put on my baby shower registry, not wanting to impose on my friends. Sometimes, I actually wonder if my mother's ghost is going to reappear and explain that she's been pulling the strings from the afterlife, because I can't think of any other explanation. I know my friends are responsible for some things, but any goodwill they felt they owed me has been repaid 1,000 times over at this point. Despite the good luck, I've been going to therapy twice a week, once with the pups and once on my own, in order to try and move forward from everything that happened. It hasn't been easy for any of us, but I can truthfully say that we're all doing better every day. In fact, I'm feeling so steady and grounded that I finally decided to go out with Devin on a real date. Not a family activity or a forced outing to prove anything to myself or Ethan, but a true evening of romance. I don't know if I feel anything for Devin yet, but I figure I have to keep my heart open to the possibilities. After all, Ethan found his fated mate. My mate might be out there too. My wolf hates the idea, but listening to her instincts landed me in a terrible relationship more than once, so this time I'm listening to my head. Besides, Devin has been a devoted friend through these last months, going to Lamaze classes and doctor's appointments with me, providing a male role model for my boys, and showering Riley and I with affection. I couldn't ask for a better boyfriend, right? I've been trying to find the right time to bring up the topic of dating with him, but every time I decide to attempt it, I end up losing my nerve at the last moment. So tonight, I didn't give myself time to think. I stopped at his house on my way home from work, only pausing to ask my sitter to stay a bit later with the pups. When I knock on the door, it takes a moment for Devin to answer. However, once he does, his entire face lights up. "Jane!" He smiles and hugs me warmly, ushering me inside. "I wasn't expecting you." "I know." I hesitate for a moment. "Is that okay?" "Okay, it's the best surprise I've had all day," he insists. "Can I get you something to drink?" "Just water," I request, rubbing my growing belly. I'm almost 5 months along now, and my baby is currently tap dancing on my bladder. "Could I use your restroom, though?" "Of course." He agrees, you know the way. I give myself a pep talk over the mirror once I've relieved myself, telling my reflection I've come too far to chicken out now. When I finally emerge, Devin is waiting for me with a knowing expression. "Is there a reason you were telling yourself to woman up in there?" "Oh," I flush. "You heard that?" "I did." He answers gently, passing me a glass of water and pulling out a chair for me in the dining room. "Well, I came to see you because I've made a decision," I announce, summoning my strength. "Yes?" he prompts easily. "Well, you know I've been working through a lot of my insecurities in therapy and trying to get a handle on my trust issues," I begin, realizing how telling this simple fact is. Before Devin, I never would have shared such personal details with anyone. And I don't want to put pressure on you. I mean, know how odd this situation is, and I know I come with a lot of baggage. I mean, I already have 4 pups and another on the way. It's not like with other she-wolves. Not that my children are baggage, just that there are lots of strings attached. And they're wonderful strings, but… Janie, you're rambling. Devin chuckles, reaching out to take my hand. He gives it an affectionate squeeze, and I gulp in a deep breath. Just tell me, whatever it is, it can't be that bad. I want to go out with you, like on a date, I blurt out before I can stop myself. If you're still interested, I mean. I think I'm ready. Devin blinks, looking somewhat stunned. Still, he doesn't release my hand, and I have to take that as a good sign, right? The seconds drag by, and when he doesn't say anything, my heart sinks. Oh, I murmur, pulling my hand away. His warm fingers tighten around my own. No, it's not what you think. Then what is it? I inquire, staring at the table where our hands lie clasped. Look, Devin sighs. When we first reconnected, I was hoping you might finally see me in this light. After all this time. And I thought if I could just make you see how good we could be together, then eventually I could work up to sharing the truth with you. He drags his free hand through his hair. But that was before I really understood how badly Ethan hurt you, and I'd seen all the progress you've made in the last few months. I couldn't live with myself if I did anything to set you back after you've come so far. And I can't in good conscience start something with you without telling you. Without telling me what? I press, my heart thumping nervously in my chest. You're not the only one with baggage, Jane. He remarks pointedly. And I don't want to scare you away, but I also don't want to be another man who lies to you. Now I do pull my hand away, sensing betrayal ahead. Not Devin, I think. Please don't let kind, caring Devin be like all the rest of them. Haven't I been mistreated by enough men? Weren't Eric and Ethan enough to last me a lifetime? Have you been lying to me? I squeak. Yes, Devin answers gravely. I'm afraid that I have. Ethan, unlike most kids, I never hated going to the doctor. I never feared shots or had anxiety visiting the dentist. It wasn't until Paisley was born that I began dreading the sympathetic smiles of nurses or grim faces of physicians with the unfortunate burden of bearing bad news. Over the years, watching my baby battle her heart condition taught me to absolutely despise hospitals and the sterile sense of testing facilities. I can't walk into a doctor's office without my heart sinking into my stomach, even if it's just for a routine wellness check. Those feelings of dread only grew when it became my turn to battle for my life, though Paisley is still at the heart of it. I wouldn't care so much about my fate if it weren't for her. I know Jane and the other pups are safe with Devin. I know they're healing and well on their way to bright futures. What's more, over the last 3 months, Matthew and Nina have helped me make plans to ensure the pack's survival and prosperity if the worst should happen. But I'm terrified of what my death will do to Paisley. The pack will recover. Jane, Parker, Ryder, and Riley will recover. Paisley might not. So when I enter my doctor's office this afternoon, my insides automatically tie themselves into knots. I've come to expect bad news from appointments like these. And even though I've been improving in recent months, I can't unlearn all those years of fear and heartbreak. It's something of a surprise then, when my doctor enters with a wide smile on his face. I narrow my eyes at him, not trusting that he's entered the right room. My suspicion only grows when he greets me with the same worn expression. Hello, Alpha. I cock my head to the side, flaring my nostrils as if I imagine I might be able to sniff out whatever trick is about to be played on me. Why are you smiling like that? I demand, wondering if he's trying to soften some imminent blow with his friendly demeanor. Oh, goddess, how bad is it? How long do I have? The physician rolls his eyes and gives me an exasperated look. Honestly, Ethan, it's not bad news. Have you no hope at all? No, I don't. I quip, still overwhelmed with suspicion. If it's not bad news, then what is it? I press. Are you trying to sell me something? Or butter me up so I'll give you a recommendation to the board? I don't know how your mate puts up with you, he jokes, but his eyes linger on me, as if he's trying to gauge my reaction. The pack had been taken by genuine surprise when I introduced Nina as my fated mate. After everything that happened with Jane, Eve, and the kidnapping, no one ever expected our family to split up. In the end, I gave the excuse that traumatic experiences like ours could bring couples closer together or tear them apart, and we unfortunately qualified as the latter. That had provided the tabloids with plenty of material, but things really notched up when I announced my relationship with Nina. The gossip has been endless and unbearable. Seeming to gather that I'm not going to give him any insights on my private life, my doctor eventually continues. Your latest scans are excellent, Alpha, he announces. The fluid around your spinal cord has finally reduced enough that our chances of a successful surgery are now around 50%, which is a vast improvement from a few months ago. 50% chance of success? I repeat. And what is failure exactly? It doesn't work and we try again later? Or it doesn't work and I die? Now he does frown. Ethan, you've been paralyzed for 4 months now. Your wolf is becoming more erratic by the day, even with your mate and your pup helping to calm him. By my estimate, you only have 3 or 4 months left before you cross a point of no return. Now, we can wait another month or 2 and hope that your chances will improve into the 60% range. But I can't predict what mental state you'll be in by then. So that's the best improvement I can hope for. 10%? I inquire, the gears turning in my mind. I'd say so, and while the physical damage might be reversible, the mental may not be. I'm advising you, as your physician and as a member of this pack who wants you to remain alpha. Do not wait on this surgery. Now is the best chance you have to come out of this in one piece. And if you wait, we all might pay the price, he declares firmly. Your family most of all. I nod, clenching my eyes shut against the truth of his words. I need to talk to them, I answer. I can't make this decision without letting them know what's at stake. The doctor offers me a sad smile. Ethan, I understand what you're going through better than you think, and I know it's difficult with a little one at home. Just remember, it might feel important to stay with her as long as you possibly can, but if this works, you can have a whole lifetime with her. In my books, that's worth risking a few months that will probably be incredibly painful and traumatizing for her. I hear you. I confirm, I still have to talk to them first. When I reach the penthouse about an hour later, it's to the sound of Nina's exasperated cry. Paisley, this isn't funny. Come out this instant. Despite the frustration in her voice, I feel my lip quirking up in amusement. Paisley has not exactly accepted Nina, and she gets up to no end of mischief when I'm away. If I had to guess, I'd say my clever pup has decided to play hide-and-seek with my fated mate, despite the fact that Nina never agreed to a game. When I walk in, I find Nina standing in the middle of the hallway holding one of Paisley's dresses in her hand. She turns toward me with blazing eyes. She did it again, she exclaims. I told her it was bath time and she pretended to come along. Then the moment I turned my back, she disappeared. Nina waves the dress at me as if in accusation. And of course this whole house smells like her, so tracking her is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. I muse, striding into the living room. If I were a sneaky little sausage called Paisley, where would I be? I ask loudly, ducking down to peek under the couch. I hear a small giggle from the kitchen, and though Nina whips around with her ears cocked to the noise, I hold up a hand to stop her. She's not here, I project, pulling back one of the curtains. Did she disappear? Honestly, Ethan, I know you think it's cute, but she's too old for this, Nina hisses. Poor she-wolf, it's not her fault that Paisley is so set against her. I don't think she's ever dreamed of having children of her own, but I don't think she dislikes them either, and Paisley has made her experience of stepmotherhood very difficult indeed. I pause to drop a kiss on her forehead, taking the dress from her hand. She's just a pup, Nina, I remind her in a whisper. And she's had a very hard life. She misses her mommy, don't take it personally. Nina softens slightly, glancing sympathetically towards the kitchen. She exhales heavily. and makes a gesture encouraging me to get on with the game, before stalking into the living room and slumping onto the couch. I, on the other hand, continue the hunt, prowling into the kitchen and making ominous announcements every few feet. Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of a Paisley pup. Occasionally, I open a cabinet or drawer, making disappointed noises when I fail. She's not in the freezer. Not in the microwave. That's a relief. Then I whip open the cabinets nearest her, shouting, "Aha!" Of course, they're empty, but my perceived failure only sends my little girl into a riot of laughter. Chuckling deeply, I finally pry open the door concealing my daughter, who's curled up in a little ball, wearing only her underwear. "Daddy, you found me," Paisley chirps happily, leaping into my arms. "I did," I exclaim, kissing her cheeks, forehead, and nose. "You haven't been making trouble for Nina, have you, Munchkin? Maybe just a littles." She flushes, peeking up at me from beneath her lashes. "Tisk, tisk," I scold. "Such a naughty pup. Don't you know Nina only wants to take care of you?" "But, Daddy, she's so funny when she gets all mad," Paisley objects, as if this justifies everything. I set her down and pull her dress over her head. "March your cute butt over there and tell her you're sorry." Paisley pauses, narrowing her eyes. "Do I have to take a bath after?" "Eventually, but first we need to talk." I answer seriously. "About what, Daddy?" she inquires. I take a deep breath, wishing this was as easy, sniffing her out. "About our future, and how long I'm going to be in it." "Ethan." Paisley looks confused by my announcement, but Nina sits up at attention. "What did the doctor say?" "He said I'm finally a viable candidate for a spinal surgery that might restore my mobility." I explain, not wanting to beat around the bush, and save my life. "Ethan, that's wonderful!" Nina beams, looking as though she wants to hug me. Unfortunately for her, I still have Paisley in my arms, so she doesn't move from the couch. I look to the sweet bundle in my arms. Her brow is furrowed in thought, and I can see the gears turning in her young mind. "Like one of my surgeries, Daddy?" she asks eventually. "When they don't know if it'll actually work or not?" Goddess, how I hate that she knows to ask these questions, that her own experiences have made her more attuned to the flip side of my words than a grown she-wolf. "Yes, Angel, I confirm. There's only a 50% chance it will work if I do it now. Do you know what that means? Like half and half." She nods, gnawing on her lower lip in thought, and looking so much like Jane I could cry. After a moment she looks back up at me, and I know what she's going to ask before the words leave her mouth. "What's the other half?" "Fuck," I think miserably. Did she have to inherit her mother's brains? She's too bloody smart for her own good. I sit down next to Nina, settling Paisley in my lap and looking at them both, though the majority of my attention stays on my daughter. My fated mate has been incredibly helpful and supportive these last few months, but she's not the one I'm worried about. Basically, this is my only chance. I confess, staring deep into her emerald eyes. If I wait, it still might not work, and I probably wouldn't be myself anymore, even if it did. And if it fails, well, I might not come home again. Actually, if it fails, I won't come home again. The other option is permanent paralysis, but I've already decided that I would rather meet my end on the operating table than spend the rest of my life trapped. It's not that I want my life to be over sooner than it has to be. I just don't want to put Paisley through the trauma of watching me go slowly mad, and I don't want to risk harming her. If the surgery doesn't work, I'll have 2 months left with her, at best, before my sanity breaks for good. And though every day with my baby means the world to me, this is about her, not me. I want her to remember me bravely facing the end, not foaming at the mouth and snarling at her. So, if I go through with the surgery, I'll include a provision to deliver euthanasia in the event of the procedure's failure. The only question is whether I go under the knife now or wait for better chances. "But if you don't have the surgery, you'll die anyway," Nina states softly, glancing apologetically at Paisley. I know she hates having these grown-up conversations in front of a child, but I've put my foot down about this. I'm not going to hide the truth from Paisley. I'm not going to give her a complex about fearing death, and I'm not going to let her face the future unprepared. So, that's right, I confirm, squeezing my daughter a bit tighter. Why do you have to die at all, Daddy? Paisley pouts right on cue. I know she both understands these concepts without fully appreciating the complexity or permanence of it all, which means we often end up in conversations like this. Because everyone does, sooner or later, Princess, I remind her. But I don't want to leave you any sooner than I possibly have to, which is why we have to make this decision together. If the surgery works, then I can live a long time. I can get old and wrinkly, and growl at all your boyfriends when you start dating, and walk you down the aisle at your wedding. But if I don't have it, then I won't even make it to your next birthday, lovey. And nothing we can do can change that. But if it doesn't work, you might go even sooner, she argues, tears welling in her eyes. I know, I grimace. And I don't want that. But the pack is secure now because of Nina and Matthew. And if anything happens to me, you'll always have your mommy and your siblings. I exhale, feeling the weight of the whole world on my shoulders, as I try to make a 5-year-old understand a lifetime she can't even comprehend yet. To her, 2 months feels like years, and I'm only too aware of it. I want to be in your life for years, Paisley, not months. Don't you? She stares up at me for a few minutes, chewing over the idea in her mind. Tears are streaming down her cheeks now, but I don't try to stop their flow. I know she needs to work through all these feelings on her own. Eventually, she crosses her arms over her chest and tilts her chin up defiantly. Fine, but you should know I already have a boyfriend. This announcement is enough to distract me momentarily. What? You do? Yes, she answers primly. Billy from school. Oh, I try to tell my growling wolf to calm down. She's 5. 5-year-olds hold hands on the playgrounds and call it dating. It isn't real. And how long has Billy been your boyfriend? Since yesterday. Paisley announces, he carried my book bag for me today and everything. Did you know about this? I ask Nina, still trying to calm my irrational protectiveness. I did not, Nina smirks. We were too busy playing surprise hide and seek. Well, I strangle a protective snarl and try to make my voice even. How about I take you to school tomorrow and I can meet this Billy, I suggest. Ethan, you cannot run around growling at kindergartners. Nina scolds. I'll take Paisley tomorrow like usual. She's right, Daddy. Paisley agrees, facing me so she can't see Nina's astonished expression. As far as I know, the two have never agreed about anything. You're not allowed to scare off my boyfriends, even if you are dying. There's nothing like a child's honesty to cut you down to size. I think wryly. All right. You win. Now go get in the back so I can talk to Nina. Paisley scampers off much too willingly, which makes me suspect that she has no intention of getting in the bath and every intention of eavesdropping on us. I better hear splashing, young lady, I call after her. There's a tiny huff, and then the bathroom door pulls shut, shortly followed by the sounds of the tap running. Well, I ask, turning back to Nina. What do you think? She leans forward, resting her elbows on her knees. Frankly, I don't think my opinion matters here. You just got the only one that does. There isn't any bitterness in her voice, only honesty. I'd still like to know what you think. I know when we agreed to this arrangement, I warned you it might only be a few months, but I doubt you expected it might only be 3. I reason, searching her pretty features. It's the strangest sensation to be with someone who feels so familiar, to whom I am undeniably connected and who is undeniably attractive, yet feel absolutely nothing. Every time I consider a she-wolf in a romantic light, I can only think of Jane. It starts as a comparison, then explodes into unrequited longing. Goddess, how I miss her. I won't lie to you. I'm not thrilled that my reign as Luna might be so short, but the way I see it, I'm in the same boat as Paisley. If you don't do this, the best I can hope for is what? 3 more months? 4? She guesses. More like 2. I correct gently. That's when Matthew and I decided. Well, we've made arrangements, I explain. Nina nods. In my books, 5 months isn't much better than 3. she shares, clasping her fingers together. I want you to live for your sake and your daughter's, but also for my own. Now I hesitate. Are you saying that you would want to stay with me afterwards if it goes well? That was the agreement, wasn't it? Nina inquires. I help you, and you give me the spot I deserve by your side. I know, but would you want to make it official, to actually be mates? Yes, Ethan, Nina assures me. I think you should go through with this surgery. And if it doesn't work, then I'll help ensure all your plans for the pack and Paisley are carried out per your wishes. But when it succeeds, I want us to get married and start a family of our own. Jane, I'm staring at Devon with utmost apprehension, my thoughts racing at a mile a minute. What in the goddess's name is he about to tell me? All of a sudden, I realize that whatever it is, I don't want to hear it. My heart is racing every bit as fast as my thoughts, pounding violently against my ribcage. To imagine that yet another person in my life, one I taught myself to trust despite all my bad experiences, who have come to trust above anyone else save Linda, might have betrayed me, is just too much to contemplate. Devon is watching me anxiously, trying to work up the courage to say whatever it is he intends. The hand I rejected a moment ago now clasps his other, shaking with the force he's using to lock his fingers together. Already I know whatever is coming must be very bad indeed, or he wouldn't be so nervous. I'm sorry, Devon. I choke suddenly, lurching to my feet. I can't do this. I can't be here right now. Jane, wait. He stands as well, reaching towards me as if he worries I won't be steady on my feet. It's not what you think. No, I shake my head, cradling my hand over the curve of my belly. I have to go. I stalk out the door before he can stop me. And though the heavy wood slams behind me, I can hear him swearing up a storm. I rush to my new car, its silver paint still gleaming with a factory wax finish. I slide into the driver's seat and start the engine, locking the door when I see Devon rush out of the house behind me. I shift it into gear and take off towards my apartment, tears streaming down my cheeks. I thought I'd cried a lot during my first pregnancy, but this one is quickly proving me wrong. Goddess damn it, Ethan. I cry into the empty car. Wasn't it hard enough with the quadruplets? Couldn't you give me even one baby that won't rip my heart out just getting here? I know the only thing that's going to make me feel better right now is seeing my pups, but I also know I can't go home to them in this state. It's not only I don't want them to see me cry. Dr. Nora has been warning me about not imposing my personal traumas on them. I don't want to teach them that people are bad and not to be trusted, even if my experiences have made me feel that way. Sobbing, I pull over and lower my head to the steering wheel, letting the tears rack my body until I can breathe again, until the deluge finally ebbs and slows and I can think clearly. I do a few breathing exercises and dry my face, checking the rearview mirror to make sure my skin isn't too splotchy. When I'm finally ready, I get back on the road. But when I arrive at the apartment, I realize Devon has beaten me there. Apparently my stopover to cry gave him the head start he needed, because his car is parked outside. He must not have realized I wasn't home yet, because his car is empty and unattended. I go upstairs, keeping up my breathing exercises in the elevator. When I arrive, the babysitter has already left, and Devon is alone with the pups. I can hear their laughter before I even walk through the door. I push inside, finding Devon on the floor beneath a wriggling puppy pile. 3 dark heads pop up when I enter, and suddenly, the excited pups are charging me. Mommy! 3 beloved voices cry in unison. Hello, my babies, I exclaim, pulling them into my arms and kissing their sweet faces. As soon as I see them, my spirits lift. Even though the traitor lurks in the background, it's amazing how they can make my heart swell with a single word, a single touch. I feel so much lighter, even when Parker looks up at me with an impish grin and declares, Mommy, your tummy gets rounder every day. I know. I chuckle. And just you wait. By the time I'm ready to bring this baby into the world, I'll be so big and fat I'll have to waddle like a penguin. I won't even be able to stand up by myself. You 3 will have to buy a crane just to lift me. The pups giggle. Mommy, we don't have money for a crane. Ryder objects. Don't worry. Riley interjects. We'll take care of you, and then you'll never have to get up again. Really? I inquire. You'll wait on me hand and foot? I lower my voice to a scandalized whisper. But what if I have to pee? That's true, Parker muses. She pees all the time now. Maybe you can learn to sleep standing ups, Ryder proposes. Then you won't have to worry about getting up again. I'll tell you what. Devin cuts in, coming to stand behind them. If you pups can wait on your mommy while she's resting, I'll handle getting her up and down. How chivalrous, I remark, the humor gone from my voice. Pups, can you give me and Devin a moment alone, please? Why? Riley narrows her eyes, her young voice rising in a familiar lilt. Are you going to tell secrets? No, sweetheart, we just need to talk. I lie, hating that this man is making me mislead my children. The children scamper off to their bedroom, and I wait until the door closes behind them to turn on Devin. I say I can't do this, and run out, and your response is to chase me down? I demand. Jane, please, just hear me out, Devin pleads, keeping his voice low and glancing to the pup store. I haven't been actively lying to you. I've just been withholding something personal about myself that I was too afraid to share. Surely you can understand what that's like. Of all people, despite myself, my heart softens towards the man. At the same time, I know better than to let my guard down just yet. If I can understand it so well, why didn't you tell me before now? Because I didn't want to scare you. To my amazement, Devin's voice is thick with emotions. I didn't want you to hate me before I even got a chance to prove to you that I'm not a monster. Why would I think you're a monster? I ask, uncertain that I heard him correctly. Devin is many things, but I have a hard time imagining anything that could make him think so poorly of himself. Just promise you'll listen, he begs. If you listen, I'll tell you everything. Okay, I agree. Come sit down. We go into the living room, and I settle on the couch. Devin takes a seat beside me and takes a deep breath. When I left the Night Fang pack, I didn't really have a plan. He begins, looking at me with wide, sad eyes. I just knew that I had to go. I needed to find a new pack and try to start over. So I went searching. I traveled around looking for any place that felt like home. I approached different alphas, inquiring if they might have a place in their leadership structures. Not even as a beta, just in any position where I might be able to make something of myself. About 6 months in, I was up north, visiting this pack called the Nightwalkers. I was young and naive. I didn't know anything about most of the territories I was visiting. I walked in blindly, and in most cases, it turned out okay. But the Nightwalkers, it wasn't until after I arrived that I realized they weren't called that because of their wolves' qualities or habits. It was because they were crossbred with another species. Another species? I repeat, not believing my ears. What do you mean? Like another kind of shifter? No, Devin gulps. Like vampires. Vampires? I parrot dumbly. But they were outlawed centuries ago. No one has even heard of a vampire being in shifter territories in living memory. That's what I thought too, Devin nods. But I was wrong. They're kept it a secret by necessity, because if other wolves knew about them, the entire pack would be at risk. So what happened? I press, fascinated now. I walked in like a fool, and I survived 2 weeks before they tuned me. Devin confesses, not able to look me in the eyes now. It took me 2 years to get the bloodlust under enough control to finally get out. And ever since, I've been doing everything in my power to keep the secret under wraps. I made a career for myself. Despite everything, I've put it behind me. But it's still a part of who I am. It always will be. Are you saying, Devin, are you trying to tell me that you're a vampire? I gape. When he looks at me, his eyes are no longer the dark pools I've come to know. Instead, they're glowing crimson, unlike any wolf I've ever seen. Yes. Jane, so what does that mean exactly? If I prick my finger in front of you, are you going to go all Dracula on me? I squeak, my mind absolutely reeling with this revelation. Of course not, Devin laughs. I wouldn't have ever rejoined shifter society if I couldn't control myself, Jane. It must be difficult, though, if you see or smell blood, I guess. No harder than it is for you to see a nice meal laid out in front of you. As long as I'm not starved to the point of insanity, I can easily keep that part of me in check, he explains. Oh, what about food? I mean, I've seen you eat regular meals. I'm leaning towards him now, so intrigued by this news that I can't bring myself to be frightened or upset, not yet anyway. I can eat regular food, he shares, the corners of his mouth tugging into a frown as he watches my avid expression. I just also have to drink blood a few times a week. Now, a healthy dose of fear does trickle through my senses. I'm trying to resist the urge to flinch away from him. I'm trying to be kind and understanding. I don't want to make him feel like a monster just because he experienced something bad. It's not his fault. It's not his fault. It's not his fault, I chant in my mind. He's still Devin. Does that mean, do you have to hunt people? I whisper. Devin shakes his head, never breaking eye contact. It's almost as if he thinks I might run if he drops his gaze from my own. No, I get it from a blood bank. And if things get really bad, I can always hunt animals, but I don't have to kill them in order to sustain myself. I only have to take a little. Oh, I state, struggling to process this. What about other powers? How are you able to be out during daylight? Janie, not everything you read in the horror novels is true, Devin teases. I'm still alive, not undead. The sun doesn't hurt me, neither does garlic or holy water. Just like silver bullets don't hurt wolves, at least not any more than regular bullets. So no fun vampire abilities? I press, smiling now. You can't turn invisible or hypnotize unsuspecting virgins? I didn't say there were no advantages, just that they aren't the ones you might assume, Devin explains. I can run even faster in human form than my wolf can when I shift. I don't need to sleep anymore, and I'm extremely hard to kill. Will you live forever? I murmur, my mind already leaping to thoughts of how sad this would be for him, to outlive everyone he loves and cares about. No, Devin replies gravely, his face taking on some of the grief I already suspected. But I will live longer than any of you. He gestures to the Pups' bedroom, and I feel my heart swell with sympathy. That also means that if he were ever to have children of his own, he'd have to watch them die. No parent should have to experience such a loss. But then again, I'm not sure if he can even father pups. I'm so sorry, Devin, I breathe, wrapping my arms around his shoulders. He remains very stiff for a moment, apparently shocked by the affectionate gesture. However, after a moment he relaxes and returns the hug, holding me more tightly than I suspect he intended. How did you get away in the first place? It wasn't easy, he confesses, his nose buried in my long hair. I had to fight. I had to do a lot of things I'm not proud of, and then it took many years to reestablish myself among regular wolves. It wasn't easy to keep the secret, but I managed to keep the truth from my last pack, and I have no intention of coming out here. Do vampires have specific traditions around coming out? I tease, peeking up at him and desperately wanting to take the horrible grimace off his handsome face. Any parades or flags you wave? No. Devin laughs, finally releasing me from the hug. He looks down at me with a warm smile and wide eyes. You're really not scared of me? No. I answer honestly. I've met plenty of monsters in my life, Devin, and none of them slept in coffins. I don't think being a shifter or a vampire or a troll decides a person's character. That has to come from within. I know you're a good person, and if you want to lurk around cemeteries in the dead of night or hang upside down from the ceiling like Bat, that's your own business. I won't judge. Devin chuckles again. How is it you can be so sweet and such a brat at the same time? It's a talent. I grin, and if my mother were alive, she'd be beyond thrilled to see I'm getting my just desserts by having such adorably mischievous pups. As I speak, I look towards their bedroom door, praying they haven't been eavesdropping on this conversation. As loving and open-minded as my babies are, I don't trust them to be so accepting of a vampire in the house, even if it is Devin. Of course, I should have known better. Eavesdropping comes as naturally as breathing to my pups, so if the opportunity arises, they're bound to jump right on it. Third person. Riley, Ryder, and Paisley were huddled behind their bedroom door, their ears glued to the wood as they eagerly listened in on their mother's conversation with Devon. Of course, their excitement faded more and more with every word the grown-ups spoke, quickly transforming into disbelief and fear. When the conversation finally concluded and Jane set a date to go out with the beta, the pups finally backed away from the doorway. They looked around at one another with stunned expressions, their small mouths hanging open and their eyes wide with shock. "A vampire?" Parker whispered in horror. "What is Mommy thinking?" "She's not thinking," Riley answered, wringing her little hands. "She just sees her friend." "But vampires are dangerous. Everyone knows that," Ryder added, shaking his head. "Ryder's right," Parker agreed. "I don't care what he says, or how nice he is. Sooner or later he'll turn on her, just like Daddy did. We has to do something." Riley frowned. "If he does turn on her, she might not survive. What if he sucks out all her bloods, or makes her move into his coffin with him?" "I don't want to live in a coffin," Ryder exclaimed in outrage. "If she tries to make us move with her, I'm not going." "Hey, if Mommy goes to live in a coffin, we all goes, for protection," Parker scolded, ever the voice of reason and responsibility among his siblings. Just then the phone rang, and they listened as Jane answered the landline in the other room. The moment she picked up, they knew it must be Paisley on the phone, because their mother's voice sounded the way Sunshine felt. Then her footsteps were approaching, and Parker, Ryder, and Riley backed away from the door so she wouldn't know they'd been listening. The door swung inward a moment later, and Jane's beautiful face was smiling down at them. "Pups, your sister is on the phone. Do you want to talk to her?" The pups gratefully accepted the phone, and then Paisley's familiar voice was floating out of the receiver. "You guys, thank goodness. We has an emergency." "Talk about emergency," Ryder sighed. "Mommy's dating a vampire." "What?" Paisley squeaked. "Since when?" "Is Devon," Parker revealed. "He's been lying to her this whole time." "I can't believe this," Paisley moaned. "Mommy's dating a vampire, and Daddy's getting married." "Married?" Ryder, Riley, and Parker repeated aghast. It was true that they were all furious with Ethan for hurting Jane, and they didn't trust him as far as they could throw him. Still, they knew there was something profoundly wrong with the alpha choosing another woman over their mother. "To who? That Nina lady?" Riley questioned. "Yes," Paisley shared, sounding deeply forlorn. "Sorry, Paisley, but I don't think that really compares to a monster drinking Mommy like a juice box," Parker scoffed. "Daddy had his chance with Mommy and he ruined it." "You don't understand," Paisley insisted. "Daddy didn't reject Mommy because he wanted to. He was paralyzed when he killed King Aemon, and now his wolf is trapped and he might die. He made Mommy take us away because he couldn't protect us anymore." The three pups sat by in total silence as their sister's words washed over them, unable to process the gravity of what they were hearing. "Are you serious?" Riley inquired after a moment, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "Why didn't you tell us?" "I wasn't even supposed to know," Paisley explained. "I figured it out, and then Daddy swore me to secrecy." "But that means," Ryder mused aloud, slowly piecing together the puzzle. "It means Daddy isn't bad after alls," Parker declared gravely. "We have to stop his wedding, and we have to find a way to get them backs together and keep Mommy away from Devon." "I know," Paisley confirms, "and I has a plan." Ryder, Riley, and Parker exchanged a meaningful glance. "We're listening." "Ethan." "Daddy." Paisley's sweet voice whispers in my ear as one of her sharp little fingers jabs my side. "Daddy, are you awake?" My eyes are still closed, and it feels as though I just fell asleep a moment ago. I'm not sure what time it is, but I know something must be up if Paisley is trying to wake me. Normally, she climbs right into bed with me and snuggles up without a word, perfectly content to snooze until I'm ready to get up. Even if her tummy is growling with hunger, she'll happily choose cuddles over food. "Daddy," she whispers again, giving me another prod. "No," I moan, throwing an arm over my eyes dramatically. "I'm asleep." "Daddy," Paisley giggles, the sweet sound lifting my sleepy spirits. I'm serious. So am I. I grumble, pulling the covers up over my head to hide from the adorable creature. A moment later, the duvet is yanked back down, and Paisley is sitting on my chest, determined to interrupt my rest. Daddy, I needs to talk to you. Begrudgingly, I peek one eye open, assessing the serious pup and the low light filtering in through the windows. The sun must barely be rising, but my daughter's beautiful green eyes are completely alert. What's wrong, princess? I ask, encouraging her to lie down again. She happily agrees, sprawling on my broad chest and resting her cheek against my shoulder. I've been thinking, she says. About what? I encourage, petting her tiny limbs. Well, your surgery's in 2 weeks, she reminds me, as if I could forget. And I know everything's gonna be okay. Paisley pauses, betraying her fear that this isn't actually true. But just in case it isn't, I was thinking that you should go see Mommy and Ryder, Riley and Parker one last time, in case it's goodbye forever. To be honest, I'd been thinking about this idea myself, but every time the notion rose in my mind, I forced it back down, telling myself I was being selfish, putting my needs above theirs. When I don't respond, Paisley presses on. You could take me for a visit, see everyone again, and then leave me till after the surgery's done with. That way... She trails off, unable to finish the grim sentence. Still, I know where she was headed. That way, if I don't survive, she'll already be with Jane and her siblings when they get the news. Nina won't have to bear the burden of taking my daughter back to her mother, and Paisley will be with the best support system possible. It's okay, sweetheart. I know, I confirm, stroking her dark hair. With her perspective in mind, I can't think of any reason to say no. Paisley is getting me the perfect excuse to see my beloved family before I go under the knife, and this truly will be the best thing for her if the worst happens. I agree. I breathe, hugging her a bit more tightly. We should go for a visit as soon as possible. When I tell Matthew my decision, he heartily agrees. But Nina is another matter entirely. I tell her my decision over breakfast, waiting until Paisley left for school before sharing the idea with my fated mate. Nina puts down the piece of toast, balanced between her perfectly manicured fingers. Are you sure that's a good idea? Listen, I begin, exhaling heavily. Paisley might be young, but she was absolutely right. If I die on the operating table, I don't want my family's last memory of me to be that day at the rest stop when I took Paisley away. I want to make sure they know how much I love them, and I want to see them one last time for myself. Ethan, you can't tell Jane how much you love her. It will undo everything you've been working for these last few months, Nina objects, shifting restlessly in her chair. I know. I'm going to write a letter for Paisley to give her if I don't make it, but I still need to see her one last time, even if I can't tell her how I feel. And I can tell the other pups. I insist. Besides, this way Paisley will be with Jane and her brothers and sister already. You won't have to worry about taking her to the Dark Moon Pack if I die. Forgive me, Ethan, but it almost sounds like you're expecting the worst to happen. Nina frowns. Are you planning on dying? Of course not, I rumble, annoyed by the question, even though I know it's well-intentioned. I'm just trying to be realistic, Nina. I have a 50-50 chance. I don't want to leave this earth with things unfinished. I need my children to know I love them. I need Paisley to be with her mother if she loses me. Okay, I'm sorry, Nina concedes. You're right. But if you're going to do this, then I'm coming with you. Now, I'm not sure if that's a good idea, I sigh. I'm not sure how Jane or the pups would handle that, and I don't want to hurt them worse than they already are. The way I see it, you need someone to watch your back, Nina argues. And besides, how would it look if you went off to see your ex and left me behind? If you do survive the surgery, we have to look like we're completely united. Otherwise, the pack will never support our marriage. Of course, I think. Our marriage, the one you're determined to make happen, and that I'm going along with because I owe you for screwing up your life plan. The one neither of us will be happy in, but we're agreeing to for convenience and status. All right, I agree. But there may be times I want to be alone with them, and I'm going to need you to respect that. Of course, Nina smiles gently. We're a team, Ethan, and I'm determined for us to be a strong team. This trip can be a good thing for us, as long as we play it right. I'm sure you're right. I allow, unable to push away the intrusive thoughts banging on the door to my consciousness. Thoughts about how calculating Nina is, how determined she seems to become Luna, and how little she seems to care for anything else. I know that isn't entirely fair of me. There's nothing inherently wrong with ambition, and Nina explained why it was so important to her when we struck this deal. I just worry about how far she's willing to go to protect this dream. Either way, by the next morning, Nina, Paisley, and I are piling into the car to travel to the Dark Moon Pack, for better or worse. We drive all day long and into the evening, Nina and I taking turns at the wheel. Paisley slept most of the way, but she perked up the nearer we drew to the capital city. We pull up outside Jane's apartment around 8 o'clock at night. And though I debated the idea of going straight to our hotel and approaching the family the next morning, Paisley convinced me that we should go see them first. We take the elevator up to the top floor, and Paisley skips down the hallway towards the apartment, obviously overjoyed to see her mother and siblings. I'm beaming as I watch her, thrilled to see her so happy for once. I don't regret agreeing to let her stay with me, since I know she would have kept endangering herself in order to come back to me. But I do feel guilty. I hate knowing that she feels responsibility for my well-being, that she thinks she has to take care of me. No 5-year-old should bear that burden, even if they want to. The apartment door opens before Paisley can reach it, pulling me out of my thoughts and into the present. Riley, Ryder, and Parker pour out of the house, tackling their sister and immediately clambering onto her in a puppy pile. They're squealing and laughing with joy, and I find myself laughing along with them. As soon as they hear my voice, the pups' dark heads pop up, and then they're racing towards me. "Daddy!" they cry, astonishing me as they pile into my arms. I can't believe they're so happy to see me after everything I did, but I'll be damned if I'm going to question it. I hug them tightly, tears burning in my eyes as their excited sounds and sweet kisses rain over me. I swear to the goddess, if it weren't for the fact that I haven't seen Jane yet, this moment would be enough to let me die a happy man. I've missed you all so much, I tell them honestly, unable to hold back my feelings. We missed you too, Daddy, Riley shares, nuzzling my chest and breathing in my scent. You've been gone too long. Yeah, we're sorry we were so grumpy before, Parker adds, Ryder nodding in agreement. I clench my eyes shut, fighting back a fresh wave of tears and dropping kisses to their heads. There's only a split second between when I hear the elevator ding behind us, then smell Jane's perfect scent and hear her voice. Ethan? I turn around with the pup still in my arms, and there she is, as beautiful as the day I met her. And by her side is Devon, with a possessive arm wrapped around her waist. Jane, of all the things I expected to find when I came home today, Paisley, Ethan, and his fated mate were just about the last things on my list. I'm so stunned when I see my ex-husband that it takes me a moment to realize that Paisley is buried beneath her siblings on the floor. It's not until I hear her muffled voice crying, "Mommy," that I'm able to pull my attention away from her father. Paisley? I respond hopefully, feeling my heart immediately leap into my throat. After a moment, her little head appears, and her eyes widen when she sees my round belly. "Mommy, your tummy's ginormous!" she exclaims. She's not the only one who seems preoccupied with it. Ethan is staring at my belly too, as if he's never seen a pregnant she-wolf before. I try my best to ignore him, instead lowering myself to the ground to take Paisley into my arms. "I know, Angel," I laugh, pulling my daughter close as soon as she's within reach. "You should have seen me when I had all 4 of you inside me. I was like a giant inflatable beach ball." Paisley giggles, and I can't help but notice that Parker, Ryder, and Riley are climbing all over Ethan. I'm amazed because the last time we were all together, they didn't want anything to do with him. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I want my children to be happy. I want them to have a loving father figure. The problem is that I don't trust Ethan not to turn on them when the chips are down. The baby kicks as if it can sense its long-lost sister is in my arms, and Paisley gasps in shock. "Mommy, your tummy kicked me." That's the baby saying hello. I share, so happy to have her with me again that I could cry. Ethan still hasn't stopped watching us, and now his eyes are so wide, I wonder if he's in shock too. Though I don't know why he'd be in shock, I'm the one who's been blindsided here. "I'm so happy to see you," I tell Paisley, kissing her beloved little face. "But what are you doing here?" "We just thought we were overdue for a visit," Ethan answers, rising to his feet and reaching for the woman I've been trying very hard to avoid noticing so far. "Jane, this is Nina. Nina, meet Jane." "Hi," I greet her stiffly, not moving from my spot on the floor. "What are you supposed to say to the woman for whom your mate leaves you? I mean, I know it didn't happen until months afterward, but it hurts all the same. Just seeing Ethan with another woman makes me feel sick." "Hello, Jane. I've heard so much about you." She smiles. "Oh, I'm sure you have," I think bitterly. I can only imagine what Ethan has told her about me. My thoughts immediately spiral into tales of betrayal and incompetent mothering, and I have to forcibly drag myself out of my mind. "Just focus on the present, Jane. Focus on the fact that all your babies are here together, the way they should be." Ethan continues introducing Nina around, to the other pups and Devon, even to the babysitter. Meanwhile, I continue cuddling Paisley, then dragging her brothers and sister into my lap, even though there's simply no room for them. I know it's past their bedtime, and I really don't care. I just want to hold them like this forever. Of course, eventually we have to get off the floor, if for no other reason that I have to pee for the 1,000th time today. I put the pups to bed, reading them a silly story and smothering them with kisses before watching them form their usual puppy pile. When I emerge from their bedroom, Nina is dozing on the couch, and Ethan and Devon have gone into my home office and closed the door. Curious, I approach the door, reflecting on how much easier it was to sneak around when I wasn't carrying 10 extra pounds of puppy in my midsection. I hear Devon first, his usually gentle voice uncommonly serious. "I have to tell you the truth, Ethan." At once, I realize he must be preparing to confess his vampirism to Ethan, and at first I lose interest. After all, I already know this information. However, before I can walk away, Ethan's deep voice reaches my ears, and I stop short. "What do you mean?" Ethan responds, his tone so sharp it takes me aback. "Don't tell me you're going back on our deal." "I should have told you when this whole thing began, but I wanted to help you, and I wasn't sure you'd understand." Devon continues, only serving to confuse me more. "What whole thing? Help him with what? What deal? Why wouldn't I understand?" Ethan answers, sounding confused. "I've always been on your side, Devon. I didn't hold it against you when you fell in love with my mate or left the pack. I didn't question it when you came back. And besides, I owe you. I had no business asking you to take on such a huge burden after all this time, but you did it without hesitation. We're family, Devon. You have to know that you can tell me anything." Who is this Ethan, and what happened to the horrible tyrant who's been making me miserable these last few months? I think bitterly, wishing my ex would show me even a fraction of the kindness he's showing Devon. And wait a minute, he didn't hold it against him? I thought Ethan made Devon leave when he found out about his feelings for me. And what burnin'? None of this makes any sense. I know. Devon sighs, but I'm supposed to be protecting your actual family, and I'm not the wolf you think I am. Devon, we've all done things we regret, me more than anyone. I don't believe that makes you a bad person or an unfit guardian. I know who you are deep down. That's all that matters. I can practically feel Devon's frustration floating through the door. Ethan is being a typical alpha, stubbornly defending his friend even though he doesn't know the full story, and trying to comfort Devon instead of just listening to what he has to say. It hasn't escaped my notice that Devon said he's supposed to be protecting us, but I don't have time to process that now because he's clearly reaching a breaking point. It's not what I've done. It's what I am, Devin exclaims, his voice somewhere between a whisper and a shout. Look, some shit went down in the years I was away. I worked really hard to put my life back together afterwards, and I'm proud of how well I've done. But most people wouldn't want me anywhere near them if they knew the truth. Ethan pauses, apparently having finally decided to listen to our friend. And what is the truth? I'm not just a shifter anymore, Devin begins, taking a deep breath. I'm also a vampire, a hybrid. Ethan laughs, then stops when Devin doesn't join in. You aren't serious. You can't be. I assure you I am, Devin confirms. There's a beat of silence, during which I can only imagine Devin is baring his fangs or making his eyes glow red. And then Ethan is cursing violently. What the fuck, Devin? You're telling me this now? How could you keep this from me? How many conversations did we have putting all our plans in place? How many opportunities did you have to come clean? I trusted you with my mate, with my pups. I didn't ask for this, Ethan. Not being a vampire and not stepping into your shoes, even though we both know that I'll never be enough to fill them. Devin counters hotly. We wouldn't even be in this position if you hadn't abandoned them. That isn't fair. You know I didn't have a choice, Ethan fights back, sending me reeling. I did what I had to in order to keep them safe. You, more than anyone, knew how much it hurt me to let them go, how desperate I was to protect them. And I agreed because I knew that no matter what I am, I would die before I hurt them. I just didn't trust that you'd see it the same way if you knew, Devin shares. Or maybe you thought you finally have a chance to be with Jane now that I'm out of the way, Ethan accuses. Devin scoffs. Of course I did. That was part of the hope for both of us, wasn't it? I can imagine him shaking his head in disbelief. It's too late to let your jealousy win now, brother. Ethan's deep voice sounds softer then, weaker, almost as if he's deflated. I know, he agrees. I know, it's harder than I expected, actually seeing you two together. I back away from the door then, suddenly not wanting to hear any more of this. I'm not sure what's going on, but a few things are painfully clear. First, that Devin has been working with Ethan all along. He lied to me about more than just being a vampire, but from the sounds of it, he did so to try and help my ex. Second, that for whatever reason, Ethan felt like he had to send the pups and I away. And third, that he's struggling to let someone else protect us. His words ring in my mind. I trusted you with my mate. My mate. My wolf repeats wistfully. He still thinks of us as his mate. There are tears in my eyes. And though I've learned never to trust the impulse to hope, I can't stop a kernel of hope from blooming in my chest now. Whatever is happening, our story isn't over yet, and I'm gonna get to the bottom of this if it's the last thing I do. Jane. The day after Paisley, Ethan and Nina arrive in the Dark Moon Pack. We spend the day at the park with Devin and the other pups. We packed a picnic, went on a hike, and stopped at the playground afterwards so the pups could expend any energy they had left over. For the most part, I watched Ethan with the pups, searching for any signs of strange behavior. Anything that might explain the conversation I overheard last night. I'm sticking close to Devin and seriously debating just coming out and asking one or both of the men what's going on. However, the fact that they've clearly been colluding to keep me in the dark all this time makes me think I'm better off investigating on my own. I keep replaying their secretive whispers in my head, trying to untangle the hidden meanings in their words. For whatever reason, Ethan clearly asked Devin to look out for me and the pups. He said he didn't have a choice, whatever that means. As I watched Ethan gallop around the playground with our pups today, I had to note that he certainly looked happy to be with them again. He kept stopping to watch them play, an expression of joy and longing dominating his handsome features. There was also a deep sadness I couldn't place, one which kept creeping into his eyes every time he stopped for too long. Eventually, one of the pups would notice and drag him back into the game, but something about it set off alarm bells in my mind. My wolf would begin to whine and pace every time he started looking that way, insisting that something was very, very wrong. The more time that passed, the more certain I became that she was right. But I'm sure if I try to confront him about it, he'll jump down my throat. I have to bide my time. I have to figure this out without letting Ethan know I'm onto him. After returning home, we made plans for the 8 of us to go to dinner at our favorite restaurant. But when it was time to go, the pups started insisting they should ride with Devin and Nina. This surprised us all, and we collectively froze, staring down at my mischievous quadruplets. Devin's sedan was just barely big enough to hold the 6 of them, which meant Ethan and I would be forced to drive to the restaurant separately. "Pups, what are you up to?" I inquire. "Why are you so determined to ride with your aunt and uncle?" "'Cause Devin has a really cool car, and we want to get to know Nina better," Parker explains with an innocent smile. "Now, why don't I believe you?" I respond, bracing my hands on my hips and looking from one precious face to the next. My best guess is that they simply want to get me and Ethan alone together. But I'm not sure why they might think this would do any good. Alone time was never our problem. "It's okay, Jane." Devin shrugs. "It's only a short ride." He's right. Ethan agrees. "Besides, I need to talk to you about a few things in private. This is as good a time as any." I'm sure the color drains from my face. I'm not sure I want to be alone with Ethan if this is the case. Besides, I don't trust that this isn't some sort of clever scheme engineered by my babies. I keep watching the pups suspiciously, narrowing my eyes. "You 4 better not be up to anything," I warn. "You'll be in trouble if you are." "We promise, Mommy." They chime in unison. So Ethan and I leave for the restaurant, and I find myself squirming in my seat, my hands cradling my belly protectively when the baby begins to kick. I hiss in a gasp as a particularly sharp thump hits my uterine wall, and Ethan glances over in concern. "Are you all right?" "This kid of yours is tap dancing on my bladder," I inform him dryly, watching him closely for a reaction. A month ago, I wouldn't have dared to remind him that the pup growing inside me is his, but after last night, all bets are off. Ethan looks as though he's fighting the impulse to speak, his lips twitching before he eventually breaks. "Can I?" he asks, lifting his hand towards my stomach. "Go ahead," I invite, bracing myself for his touch. A moment later, his huge hand is splayed over my belly button, and I hesitantly slide it to the left, to the spot where the baby was just kicking. It only takes a second before another thump crashes into Ethan's palm, and now it's his turn to gasp. For the briefest of seconds, I think I might glimpse wetness on his lashes, but then we stop at a red light, and he promptly clamps his eyes shut. Something's wrong. My wolf insists for the dozenth time. His wolf doesn't feel right. He hasn't felt right since he rejected us, but now he feels really strange, like he's only half there. The baby seems to sense its father's presence, because it really begins to wallop its tiny feet against Ethan's hand now. "Oof, I guess it likes you," I observe, feeling a bit short of breath from all the internal activity. "You don't know what it is yet?" Ethan inquires, removing his hand at last and accelerating as the light changes. "No, I wanted it to be a surprise," I murmur, eyeing him curiously. "What did you want to talk to me about?" "Oh." Ethan blinks, almost as if he forgot. "I thought I might leave Paisley with you for a few weeks." "Really?" This wasn't what I was expecting, but I'm beyond excited by this idea. "What about her school?" He shrugs. "It's kindergarten. She can practice her shapes and letters just as easily here as she can at home." I suppose this makes sense, but I also don't know why he's suggesting this now, especially after turning up here without any warning. It's not like him. "Ethan, is everything okay?" "Yeah, everything's fine," Ethan assures me, not sounding entirely believable. "I just think she's been missing you and the other pups." "Well, we'd love to have her, as long as you don't mind," I offer, trying to drown out my wolf's pitiful whines. "Of course not. She should be with you all," Ethan responds easily with complete conviction. "Does that mean are you regretting taking her back?" I question, suddenly wondering if I misunderstood his conversation with Devin. Has my imagination been steering me in the wrong direction all along? Ethan shoots me a look of genuine horror. Never. He softens as we pull into a parking place in front of the restaurant. I just know that it's not the same. I feel guilty that I can't give her everything she deserves. Welcome to parenthood. I scoff, though not unkindly. I've struggled with the same thing from the day my babies were born, and I don't know any parent who hasn't. I know. But it was different before I knew you were alive. I didn't know there was an option then. He admits, frowning as he exits the car. I follow suit, wanting to ask 1,000 questions and more, but before I can say another word, my phone chirps. I look down, seeing a message from Devin. You need to come home, the pups locked us in a closet. ... When we arrive home a little while later, we find the pups huddled outside the coat closet, giggling up a storm. Their mouths drop open when they see us. What are you doing here? Riley questions indignantly. You were supposed to go to dinner. I roll my eyes, nudging them out of the way so I can reach the door. Lesson number 1 for kidnapping, my loves: confiscate your victims' phones. The pups groan, and I hear Ryder mutter, "We forgot the phones." I unlock the closet door, pulling it open to reveal a very disgruntled-looking Devin and Nina. I usher them out into the open. What happened? Ask your pups, Nina instructs. Her eyes narrowed with rage. Devin isn't quite so annoyed. After all, they can't have been locked up for more than 15 minutes. When we got to the car, there was a nail in the tire. We came back up here to try and find your car keys, and the pups told us they were in the closet. When I couldn't find them, Nina came in to help, and the rest is history. I turn on my pups, crossing my arms over my chest. I'm about to scold them silly, but before I can say a word, Ethan's laughter fills the air. Aren't you clever, you sneaky sneaks? He praises, ruffling their hair. Ethan, I hiss pointedly, calling his attention to my stern expression. What? He says, looking nonplussed. Is that really all you have to say to them? I growl. They basically kidnapped our dates. No, that's not all I have to say, Ethan answers, turning back to our children. I expect him to adopt his alpha voice, to give them the lecture they deserve. Instead, he kneels down to their level and pulls them into his arms. I love you. I couldn't be more shocked. I want to throw my hands up and demand answers. But before I can, Nina stomps over to Ethan. A word, alpha, she grits out, positively fuming. He disappears with her into the guest bedroom, and I turn to Devin, more confused than I can remember being in quite some time. What on earth is going on? And wouldn't you know it, but the beta lies right to my face. Jane, that I have no idea. Jane, before I became a mother, I used to sleep like the dead. Truly, a tree could fall right by my bed, and I wouldn't wake. I always slept through the night, and I never struggled to rest in cars, trains, or planes. Now a cricket can chirp a mile away, and I'll jolt up like someone has screamed in my ear. Of course, it's not only sounds and disturbances that wake me now. My wolf always knows when one of my children needs me, even if they don't make a peep. So when I wake in the middle of the night with my wolf urging me to check on the pups, I don't question it. I slide out of bed and pull on my robe, striding out into the darkened apartment. I find Paisley standing in the middle of the hallway, staring at her father's closed door. Paisley, why are you still up? I whisper, coming forward and brushing her hair back from her eyes as she looks up at me. 'Cause I can't get in bed with Daddy when he's with Nina, she replies sadly. My stomach sinks. I hate the idea of Ethan sleeping with Nina too, and I wonder how many nights my little girl has stayed up this way, wishing she could be with him but feeling like she's not allowed. Well, why don't you come get in bed with me? I suggest warmly. You know I miss my snugglebug. To my surprise, Paisley's lower lip quivers as if she's on the verge of tears. She frowns up at me with wide eyes. I can't. What? Of course you can, I encourage, leaning down to her level. No, because mommies always know when something's wrong. She whimpers, shaking her head. My heart aches and all my instincts tell me this is related to Ethan's strange behavior. That's true, I concede, but you know, mommies also know how to make things better. I remind her gently. Tears spill over Paisley's lashes, and she sniffles hopelessly. Not this time, she murmurs miserably. There's nothing that can make this better. Something cracks open inside me, and it takes all my strength not to burst into tears myself. There's no worse feeling than seeing your child in pain and not being able to fix it for them. Well, how about this? Why don't you come give me a cuddle and we can talk about it and see if it's really as bad as all that? No. Paisley refuses, even as she climbs into my arms and wraps her little limbs around me. I can't tell you. Kissing her wet cheeks and carrying her into the living room, I admit. Paisley, I know something is going on with your daddy. You do? She hiccups, not letting go of me even as I lower us to the couch. I carefully untangle her legs from my middle so that they rest on the cushions and I'm able to lean back completely. You said it, remember? I ask when we're finally settled. Mommies always know. That was all it took. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, Paisley breaks down into sobs. I don't want Daddy to die. My heart stops beating and I temporarily forget how to breathe. She's just a pup, I think frantically. She probably misunderstood something. Oh, my angel. Why would Daddy die? I ask, my voice suddenly very hoarse. Because his legs don't work and his wolf can't get out, Paisley wails. What do you mean his legs don't work? I inquire, feeling a flash of relief. She must have misunderstood. He's walking around like usual. She shakes her head. He has these weird fancy race things. Race things? I repeat. Braces? Paisley nods, rubbing her red-rimmed eyes. He has metal all over his legs. It walks for him. I don't want to believe her, but suddenly, all the tiny clues that have been piling up around me in recent months come together. This all started at the hospital in the Southern Isles, after Ethan had back surgery. His doctors wouldn't tell me how things went, because he wasn't awake yet, even though they knew we were mates. When I finally saw him again, his walking gait had completely changed, and he was always holding his body away from me, even on the few occasions we'd been close enough to touch. He's paralyzed, I realize, understanding at last that he must have been more severely hurt in his fight with Eamon than any of us knew. Suddenly I remember the king biting down on Ethan's spine, and little by little, the rest of the puzzle pieces lock into place. He can't shift. His wolf is trapped. Paisley confirms, still weeping, and now he's gonna have a surgery, but it's probably gonna kill him. No. My wolf howls in misery. No, no, no. He can't die. How long have you known about this? I ask, trying to get a hold of myself. Since afore Christmas, Paisley admits, is why I had to stay with him. He needed me to take care of him. Oh, Paisley, I cry, hugging her close. I'm so sorry. My poor sweet pup. I can't believe you've been dealing with this all on your own. She's not on her own. Nina's voice interrupts us, and I turn my welling eyes to the other she-wolf. I was so preoccupied with my daughter, I didn't even notice her approaching us. Paisley, you should go back to bed. Don't tell my daughter what to do. I growl defensively, still hugging the precious bundle close. I'd like to speak to you in private. Nina answers, unapologetic. Sighing, I kiss Paisley's hair. Why don't you go get in my bed, baby? I'll be there soon. Paisley sniffles but obediently hops off the couch and disappears down the hall. Swiping at the tears on my cheeks, I stand and turn to face Nina. So she told you. The other woman observes coolly. And thank the goddess she did, I bite. Someone should have told me a long time ago. No one was going to go against the wishes of a dying man, Nina hisses. And you shouldn't either. He's trying to do the best thing for everyone involved here. You shouldn't interfere. But if none of it was real, I object. But it was real, Jane. Nine cuts me off. He might have been motivated by things you didn't understand, but he thought long and hard about this. You have no idea how much he struggled with this, how difficult it's been for him to ensure your family and the pack will be okay after he's gone. This is what he wants. You should respect that. Oh my goddess, I realize suddenly, her words triggering thoughts of all the good luck I've had in recent months. all the things which have occurred that have helped secure my pup's future and my own stability. All the gifts, the surprises. My mortgage, the lotteries. It was all him, wasn't it? Yes. Nina scowls. But that was for the pups, not you. But Linda and Eric and Devin. I trail off, thinking of my friends, everyone who has taken credit for Ethan's kindness. They were all in on it? Everyone knew but me? Ethan didn't think you'd accept his decision if you knew the truth, but this is the way he wants it. You need to allow him the dignity of dying on his own terms, Jane. Nina intimates, never softening her tone or wavering her expression. But this surgery, it might work, right? There's no guarantee he'll die, I suggest, trying to understand. He has a 50% chance of survival, Jane. Nina informs me simply. He's preparing for the worst because he'd be a fool not to. He has to prepare for the worst, even as he hopes for the best. And if the best happens, we'll all be grateful, but it won't change any of this. If Ethan had wanted your help, he would have asked for it. Instead, he came to me. And you're happy, are you? You're pleased to nurse a dying man even though you know he can never give you a future or a family, knowing he already has his heirs? He's my fated mate, Nina growls. I don't care what state he's in or what he can give me. My wolf needs his, and his needs mine. And my daughter, I hiss. What are you planning on doing with her if the surgery fails? That's why he's leaving her with you for the next few weeks. That way, if the worst happens, she'll already be with you, and that's where she'll stay. Nina scoffs. Haven't you figured it out yet? That's why we're here. So he can say goodbye. You mean it's happening that soon? I squeak. Of course. Nina shakes her head. Either he does this now, or his wolf is driven mad and his beta puts him down. I can't believe this, I murmur, so overwhelmed that all my feelings wink out, replaced with a yawning void. Believe it, princess. Nina derides. This is the new reality, and we all have to live in it, for better or worse. Jane, I call Linda first thing the next day, determined to figure out the truth. I'm still reeling from my conversations with Paisley and Nina, still trying to wrap my mind around the idea that Ethan is paralyzed. I hate to think that all this has been happening right under my nose, and I feel so stupid for not seeing it sooner. My wolf tried to tell me that something was wrong with Ethan, but I was so ready to believe he didn't want me. I expected him to hurt me, so I didn't question it when he did, even though we'd come so far together. My hands are shaking as I dial my best friend, wondering what Ethan could have possibly said to convince her to lie to me this way. She answers promptly, "Hello, my love." Her voice is familiar and warm, and her betrayal cuts through me. Linda was my friend, not Ethan's. She was supposed to be on my side no matter what. Linda, I breathe, barely able to contain my hurt. I'd planned on having an open and logical conversation with her. But now that she's actually on the line, I don't think I can. Were you ever going to tell me? There's a pregnant pause on the other end of the call, and when Linda finally answers, her voice is stiff and stilted. What do you mean? I know about Ethan, I declare hoarsely. I know about all of it, and I'm just trying to figure out why you, my supposed best friend, didn't think I deserved to know what was happening in my own life, to my own family. Linda curses under her breath. Oh, Jane, she murmurs, sounding miserable now. I tried to convince him to tell you. I tried to convince him not to go through with this ridiculous plan, but he had leverage. What leverage could possibly be worth breaking my heart and depriving my children of their father? I demand fiercely, interrupting her, even though I know she's trying to explain. We owed him everything, Jane. If it weren't for him, the Southern Isles would be in ruins, Eric would be dead, and we never would have gotten to be together. Besides, I hid you and the pups from him for years. I betrayed my alpha, and he wasn't going to let me forget it. He used his power and authority to make me promise. But more than that, it was his dying wish. Linda shares, her voice growing thick with emotion. I know how hard it's been for you, and I'm so sorry, Jane. But it wasn't easy for him either. I scoff. Well, he certainly made it look easy. You should have heard the things he said to me. He knew all my weak spots, and he struck every last one of them, knowing exactly what it would do to me, and then blaming me when I fell apart. He was trying to protect you, Jane, Linda growls. I know he was cruel, but you didn't see what I did. You didn't have his beta calling you in a panic because he was suicidal over losing you in the pups. How in the hell would pushing me away protect me? I exclaim, furious tears pouring down my cheeks. I can only handle one thought at a time, but her second point hasn't escaped me. I can't even imagine a suicidal Ethan. That's not something I would think is even in his DNA. He's always been so determined, so resilient. It seems impossible that he might consider ending it all. Don't you get it? Linda counters, sounding equally angry now. He couldn't protect you. He found a way to fool the pack, but if anyone came after you or the pups, he'd be helpless to stop them. Besides, the longer his wolf is trapped, the more dangerous he becomes. He wasn't going to risk going moon-mad and hurting you or the pups. Pain slices through me. I assumed he was just being prideful, that he couldn't stand the idea of being paralyzed, having to rely on others to take care of him. Well, you assumed wrong. Linda snaps. He did it all for you and the pups. And yes, he was a monumental jerk when he ended things with you. But he'd only just gotten the news. When you came back and he saw how badly he'd hurt you, he decided to fight. But even then, it was only in order for you and the pups to have a bright future. He didn't give a damn about himself. That's why he arranged all the gifts, I guess. That was his way of looking out for us, even after he's gone. Yes, Linda confirms, sounding very tired now. You're not the only one who's been hurting Jane, and you at least had the pups. Before Matthew called Nina and Paisley came back, he was coping with all this on his own. Wait a minute, Matthew called Nina? I inquire, distracted again. Nina told me Ethan reached out. Then she was lying, Linda explains. Nina was there waiting when Ethan got home with Paisley. She convinced him to let her stay and help. She also told me that Ethan only sent all those gifts for the pups. She insisted that everything he said to me was real. I relate, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest. Was she lying? Is it possible that Ethan still cares? It feels dangerous to think that way, but my wolf is already getting carried away. Linda rumbles a soft growl. Then she's up to something. The gifts were as much for you as they were the pups, and though he fully intended to push you away, he never wanted to. He loves you, Jane. He loves you enough to put your well-being above his own happiness, and he always has. Really? I squeak, not trusting the hope bubbling up inside me. Over the years, I've learned just how dangerous hope can be. A mere hint makes my heart want to shut down, certain this is some sort of trick. Of course, Linda doesn't sound angry or frustrated anymore, only sad. You have no idea how much it killed him to lie to you, to let Devin try to take his place. If you realized how deeply it pained him, you'd never even question it. Where exactly does Devin fit in all this? I suddenly inquire, realizing that my would-be boyfriend must have been in on this from the beginning. This explains their conversation the other night and Ethan's anger that Devin withheld the truth about his vampirism. If he wanted us to be safe, a vampire was probably the last thing he wanted. Where does Devin fit in all what? A familiar voice sounds behind me. I turn, startled to find Devin standing behind me, a deep frown on his face. Speak of the devil. I sigh for Linda's benefit. Linda, I've got to go. I'm sorry I came at you the way I did. Can we talk more later? Of course. She agrees. I love you. I love you too. Talk soon. I end the call and turn to face Devin completely, feeling at a loss. What's going on? He inquires, coming forward. Maybe you can tell me. I answer coolly. It seems when you came clean about being a vampire, you left out a few details. Like the fact that you're only here because my mate is dying, and somehow convinced you to replace him. Devin winces. It wasn't like that. I never lied about my feelings, Jane. I've always loved you, and I truly want to be with you. That's why I came clean in the first place. But you knew about Ethan, didn't you? I interrogate. You knew he still loved us and he only pushed us away to protect us. You knew that I didn't have to be suffering that way. Yes, I knew, Devin confesses, staring me straight in the eye. But you would have suffered either way. Ethan made up his mind, and there was no arguing with him. You know what it's like when an alpha gives orders. You might be able to defy them as his mate, but the rest of us don't have that luxury. He reminds me. I wish I could tell you there was another way. But if Ethan dies, well, we thought it would be easier for you to move on if you hated him. Shows what they know. Ethan's death was never going to be easy because all my anger and hatred was just a mask for the loss of my mate, for a pain too unbearable to confront. And if he lives, I demand, feeling more and more furious with myself for believing their lies so easily. I'm directing my anger outward now, but my wolf is howling in my head, horrified to think we had so little faith in our mate. Did none of you think to tell me we might have a future together after all, or did you think I was too fragile to cope with any of this? Devin sends me a truly pitying look, and I understand that I've missed something. What? I prompt him fiercely. What aren't you telling me? Jane, if Ethan lives, he's going to marry Nina. That was their deal. His words slam into me with crushing force, and suddenly, it feels nearly impossible to breathe. Pain tears through my midsection, and I bend double, clutching my belly as my uterine walls clamp and clench with excruciating force. Devin is immediately by my side, asking me what's wrong. I can only whimper. No, it's too soon. What is Jane? Talk to me. What's happening? Devin begs. I glance up at him with wide eyes. I think the baby is coming. Jane, the next few hours are a terrifying blur. My labor came on fast after Devin revealed that Ethan is going to marry Nina if he survives his surgery. I suppose it was the shock, or perhaps all the stress of the last 24 hours building up and pouring over. Either way, my body quickly doubled over with contractions, and a fresh wave of fear assailed me. I'm only 5 months along. If I have my baby now, its chances of surviving are next to nothing. Still, I know what labor feels like, even if I'd forgotten just how acute the pain is. I read once that women have a special hormone which makes them forget just how traumatic childbirth is, so that they'll be more willing to reproduce again. Right now, I believe it. I remembered that the pain was extreme, but living it is another thing entirely. My body feels like it's trying to tear me apart from the inside out, and suddenly I'm furious with Ethan for putting this child inside me, for causing me this pain. At the mere thought of Ethan, my wolf begins to whine. I need him. I need him right now. 2 days ago, I wouldn't have considered asking for him. I still believed he hated me. But now I know the truth, and it's impossible for me to hold back. I want Ethan, I moan, belatedly realizing that Devin and I are no longer alone. The scent of a familiar and loathsome she-wolf is heavy in the air, and a moment later I hear her voice. Damn it, get her to the hospital, Nina orders sharply. When the hell did she get here? I don't want her here. She's trying to steal my mate. I try to growl at the other she-wolf, but neither she or Devin seem to hear me. I continue talking as if I haven't made a sound. I blink my eyes open, even though I don't remember closing them. I look up at the ceiling, and confusion washes over me. I turn my head to the side, seeing Devin and Nina's profiles towering over me. When did I lie down? I wonder dazedly, groping for the ground beneath me. It's soft and cushy, and I understand I'm on the couch. I want to speak, to tell these two to stop ignoring me and bring me my mate. But I can't seem to summon the words. In the meantime, I'll call Matthew so he can tell Ethan some sort of emergency arose back home. Nina continues uninterrupted. We can be gone within the hour. What? Why? Devin inquires, clearly not understanding. Because she's a snake. I want to scream. She knows he won't leave me like this. He can't find out about this, Nina explains, sounding exasperated. If he thinks she's in trouble, he'll drop everything. He'll cancel the surgery. Nina, that's his decision, Devin argues. I'm sure he can reschedule. Of course he can reschedule, but if they make up, then you and I will be screwed. Nina insists, obviously annoyed that Devin isn't happily going along with her plans. I think you underestimate Ethan if you think he would change his mind that easily. You have no idea what they've already been through, Devin defends. And if he does change his mind, then we should let them be happy. And what about our happiness? Nina inquires fiercely. They had their shot twice, and look at how it's turned out. Shouldn't we get a turn, a shot? Stop standing there and talking. I want to cry. I need a doctor. I know I didn't actually say anything, but thank the goddess, Devin and I are on the same page. I don't have time for this, he hisses. I'm taking Jane to the hospital, but don't expect me to lie for you, Nina. If she asks me what happened, I'm going to tell her. When? I'm not concerned with Jane. She already did everything in her power to change his mind, and it didn't do any good. Ethan is the problem. Tell her what you like and leave Ethan to me. She sighs, sounding almost regretful then. You'll thank me for this one day, when you and Jane are happily married. You underestimate Jane, Devin informs her, sliding his arms beneath my body. I want to sit up and put my arms around his shoulders, but instead I feel my limbs hanging limply. Mark my words, she'll come after him when she's better. Well, I won't give him up easily, Nina replies. So if she does come, she'd better be ready for a fight. I don't remember much after that. I only recall flashes, the inside of Devin's car, being put on a gurney at the emergency room, nurses puncturing my skin with needles, and my doctor promising that everything will be all right. From then on, I only dream, my mind conjuring the different lives I might have. I'm on a country road, traveling down a strange but lovely path. I'm surrounded by flowers on either side, in the middle of a sprawling valley. There are mountains in the distance, and moonlight casts shadows over the ground in front of me. I graze my fingers over the blooms burgeoning at my sides, moving forward, even though part of me wants to stop and take in my surroundings. I cannot seem to slow down or make my feet still, and after a while, I realize that I'm not traveling on a road at all, but in time. Time, which presses on whether we want it to or not, and regardless of whether we're ready for the future awaiting us. The time road suddenly splits in a prominent fork, and for the first time I have to decide which route to take. On the right, I can see myself walking hand in hand with Devin, a baby strapped to my chest, with all 4 of my pups around us. The children are laughing and skipping along, and when I look up at Devin, there is a serene smile on my face. Nina's words ring in my head, warning me to be ready for a fight if I come after Ethan. At once I understand that this is the choice I must make. If I stay in the Dark Moon Pack, I could have this idyllic future with Devin. Our love might not be the burning, passionate kind, but it would be strong and true. He would protect our family, and I wouldn't ever have to worry that he would stray. It's sweet and secure, guaranteeing a loving father for my children and safe harbor for my heart. Almost compulsively, I look down the left fork, eager to see the alternative. At first, I'm simply praying that Ethan will be there. After all, the goddess has sent me visions before, and if this is no mere dream, then I might very well be seeing Ethan's fate on the operating table. I needn't have worried. Ethan is alive and well on this road, though it takes my eyes a moment to adjust. Once they do, they fill with tears. I was expecting a picture similar to the one with Devin, an insight to what our lives will be like a few months or years down the road. Instead, I see 2 young teenagers outside a bakery, bickering and flirting until the boy drops his head and claims a kiss, which changes the girl's life as she knows it. Ethan and I, the first day we ever acknowledged our feelings. At first I wonder if that's the moment I've been holding on to all these years. A childhood infatuation I've been clinging to, even though those teenagers are long gone. And I watch as the scene changes, showing me the day Ethan convinced me to elope with him. I watch our entire history unfold, for the first time, seeing the events with Eve and Petra from his perspective. I keep watching until we're right up to Iman's defeat. Over and over again, I see the same pattern unfolding. Me being skittish and distrustful, and Ethan patiently and bossily guiding me back to my center, to him. It's almost too painful to watch the most recent chapter. But when it finishes, Ethan and I shift into our wolves and take off into the night, together in our truest form. That's the way it's meant to be, I think wistfully. Not some unrealistic ideal of safe, pain-free love, but the riotous, all-consuming passion of our wolves. They're the ones who chose each other, and their bond is too deep to ever break. It's so clear now. For years, Ethan has been putting in the work in our relationship, chasing me down, proving himself to me, protecting our family over and over again. And now he's made the greatest sacrifice of all. It's my turn. I decide fiercely. He's always been there to bring me home, even when I didn't want to listen. He needs me to bring him home now, and I'm not going to let anything stand in our way, including his own stubborn will. As soon as I wake, I'm going to tell Devin I'm sorry, and then I'm going to go back to the Night Fang pack and make sure Ethan knows that I'll be waiting for him when he comes out of surgery. And if Nina tries to stop me, well, let's just say she'll live to regret it. Jane, when I wake, my first thought is of my baby. I jerk up in bed, clutching my belly. What happened? I think frantically. I try to take stock of my body. I certainly don't feel like I've just given birth. As if my baby can sense my anxiety, a little kick taps the wall of my uterus. Oh, thank the goddess. I breathe, patting the spot. Hello, Angel. Jane, you're awake. I hadn't even realized Devin was in the room with me until he spoke. Devin, I exclaim. What happened? The doctor said it was preterm labor, but they were able to stop it. Devin explains, and when he doesn't say any more, I suspect that's all he knows. It's not surprising, given what I've learned about how strict doctors can be with patient confidentiality. The words preterm labor send a stab of fear through my body. I'm only 5 months along. That's too soon for this baby to be born. Stop it for how long? I inquire, even realizing my friend probably doesn't know. Thankfully, a doctor swoops in at precisely that moment, a chart in hand. Hello, Jane, how are you feeling? Okay, I answer uncertainly. Is my baby going to be okay? Yes, he smiles. We think your cervix was injured when you delivered your quads. This happens sometimes with babies following multiples. But don't worry. We're going to put a stitch in your cervix to make sure it's nice and strong. And we'll give you a gel to apply daily, plus some progesterone shots. We're going to do everything possible to keep this pup inside you until at least 37 weeks. Will I have to be on bed rest until then? I inquire nervously, immediately thinking of my plans to go after Ethan. No, once you're released, you can go back to your usual routine, but we are going to keep you here under observation for a while, just to be safe, the physician explains. What? For how long? I counter, trying to remember if Nina told me precisely how soon Ethan would be having his surgery. The doctor laughs. Don't worry, Jane. It will only be a couple of days, and then you'll be free to go. That's too long, I insist. Can't you release me sooner? The physician sighs, coming to sit on the edge of my bed with a patient expression. Jane, whatever else is going on in your life, it can wait. This baby isn't ready to be born yet. If you were to deliver now, it would have less than 40% chance of survival. And even then, it would probably have lifelong problems. We need to get you to at least 24 weeks to be viable. But as long as you follow our instructions, there's no reason to think you can't carry to full term. I hug my round belly, knowing he's right. I've been through this with the quads, who were born at 28 weeks, but even that had been a challenge, especially with Paisley's heart condition. 3 preemies was difficult. A 4th almost dying was heartbreaking. Okay, I nod, looking to Devin. What day is Ethan's surgery? He winces, sighing. 3 days, Janie. First thing on Wednesday morning. So, if I'm released in 2, I muse aloud, quickly estimating that likelihood of it happening early enough in the day for us to make the drive and reach Ethan before he goes into the hospital. Devin studies me closely. If you want to go after him, I'll take you as soon as you're out, he promises after a moment. My lip quirks as I recall his conversation with Nina. You knew I would. I did, he grins, clearly thinking the same thing. I wasn't sure how much you were aware of after you collapsed. I heard everything. I confirm, and I'm not going to let that bitch get away with this. Good. He smiles, the expression bittersweet. He looks both proud and pained at the same time. But Jane, we might not be able to get there in time to see him before he goes under. Then I'll call him. I decide, determined to do whatever it takes in order to reach him in time. I can't let him face possible death without knowing that I love him, that I know the truth, and I'm coming after him. I see my phone sitting on my bedside table, and I eagerly reach for it, feeling a stab of guilt when I see the familiar photo of my pups on the lock screen. Oh, the pups. I clamp my eyes shut, hating that it took me so long to think of them. Are they okay? Where are they? Devin smiles. They're in the children's playroom. Do you want to see them? Yes, I exclaim eagerly. The pups rush in a little while later, big smiles on their faces. Before the doctor can stop them, they climb up onto the bed and clamber around me. Hello, my angels. How are you? I cry, wrapping them in a 5-way hug. Jane, they really shouldn't. The doctor tries to object, but I bare my teeth at him. No one keeps me from my pups. Meanwhile, the pups aren't paying any attention to the man in the white coat. They're smothering me in kisses and feeling my belly, all curiosity and relief. Mommy, this is getting ridiculous, Parker tells me sternly, his small hands framing either side of my stomach. If this new baby is going to keep making you sick all the time, we're going to have some disagreements. Do you want to tell the baby? I inquire, stroking his dark locks. You know it can hear in my tummy? It already has ears and everything. Parker's eyes widen slightly. Baby, he says firmly, you have to be nice to Mommy. She's working very hard to grow you and is not very grateful to repay her like this. He's right. Riley chimes in, lowering her lips so close to my belly that they're almost touching. You have to be gentles with Mommy. Daddy said so. When did your daddy say that? I ask curiously, petting her soft cheek. Right afore he left. Ryder shares sagely, also patting my tummy. I guess the baby didn't hear, 'cause you were already here. My gaze immediately goes to Paisley, who is being very subdued. She's curled under my arm, snuggled up to my side, and simply watching the other pups lecture their unborn sibling. It must have been really hard to say goodbye to your daddy, I observe, hating the serious expression she's wearing. Paisley glances up at me and nods. Her green eyes are shining, and I know she's close to crying. Have you told your brothers and sister what's really going on with him? She nods, sniffling, and the other pups raise wide eyes to me. We wanted to tell you, Mommy, Ryder confides, looking guilt-stricken. I shake my head. None of that is important now. What is important is that we're going after him, okay? Really? Paisley asks, no longer looking so upset. Yes, my love. We're going to face this as a family. And before he goes into surgery, we're all going to tell him just how loved he is, and how proud we are to be his family. I insist. The mean doctors are going to keep me here for a while, but I want you to go home with Devin and pack your bags. As soon as I'm out of here, we're going to see him. I'm spitting with rage by the time that happens, and I try to call the pack headquarters, reaching out to Matthew and calling every number I can possibly think of. It doesn't do any good. Matthew tells me that Ethan made up his mind about this, and he wasn't going to go against his wishes in his last days. The pack headquarters insist that Ethan is out of the office, and also out of reach. But I know Nina must be behind this. I swear I could kill her. She doesn't even know if Ethan is going to live, and she's stealing my only opportunity to say goodbye to him. In the end, I have to wait until I've been released from the hospital. They don't let me out until the end of the day on Tuesday, even though I begged and pleaded to be discharged. As soon as they do, Devin and I pile the pups into the car and speed through the night, determined to reach Seat de la Nuit in time to see Ethan before his surgery. I wish I could say it had been enough. I knew almost as soon as we set out that we didn't have time to get there, but I was praying for the miracle. But there was no miracle. We arrive at the hospital just after 8 a.m. That surgery started at 6. We're too late. Jane, when we arrive at the hospital, Ethan is already in the operating theater. My heart sinks when the nurse at reception tells us we're too late. But it stops beating completely when we walk into the waiting room and see Nina and Matthew seated on the uncomfortable couches. They're both wearing guarded expressions, but neither can hide their surprise when Devon and I enter with the pups. I'm sure in time we'll have it out, but other than some narrowed eyes and posturing, neither one of them objects to our presence. In truth, they seem fairly resigned, and when I ask if there's been any news, they simply frown and squeeze their linked hands. Nothing yet, Matthew shares. The whole thing should take a few hours. They told us that we get a chance to say goodbye if it doesn't work. It seems as if every word out of his mouth is accompanied by a wince. He won't wake up, but they'll take us back before he goes. I can only nod, clutching Paisley tightly. All of the pups are upset, but she needs me more than the others right now. We pile onto one of the sofas together. All my babies gathered around me as we settle in for the wait. No one says a word, but in my head I pray and pray, begging the goddess for a miracle. I've done nothing else over the last 2 days, and I can only hope she's been listening. I'm not sure how much time has passed, because every time I look at the clock, my vision begins to blur, and I have to clamp my eyes shut. The air is thick with tension, and every few minutes, I catch Nina watching me. I can still hear her arguing with Devon in my memories, and as badly as I want to lash out at her, I keep my mouth shut. She, on the other hand, doesn't seem to share my restraint. I take it you didn't actually go into labor the other day, Nina observes after a while, nodding towards my belly. Actually, I did, I correct her, but they stopped it. No thanks to you, I add spitefully. Come on, Jane. You have to realize that none of this was personal. Nina sighs in answer, rolling her doe-like eyes. Don't give me that. If this is anything, it's personal, I counter. It's personal to you and me both. You might be fated, but I love Ethan. He's everything to me. I never said I didn't love him, Nina replies haughtily. But there's a hidden well of emotion in her gaze, and I wonder if she isn't making a confession. Unfortunately, it disappears almost as quickly as it appeared, replaced with sharp accusation. Not that it matters. I never even had a chance with him. He only ever wanted you. I thought it wasn't personal, I mock, hating how childish I sound, but not caring enough to change my tone. Why couldn't you just stay away? Nina exclaims, exasperated. If he lives, he'll take you back in an instant, and if he dies, that no one will give a damn about me. Not when you were Luna, for so long, and you have his pups. My wolf growls in my head. I hate to say it, but I'm actually feeling a little sorry for the other she-wolf. She's basically just admitted she has feelings for Ethan, and after years of living in someone else's shadow, she finally got her chance, only to watch it slip away. I can certainly relate to that. I'd thought she was only here to increase her own power. But looking at her now, it's only too easy to recognize the face of a woman, driven out of her head by Ethan Blackwell. And I know because I see it in the mirror every day. She cared about Ethan enough to nurse him all these months, even knowing she might never gain anything in return. I'm sorry, Nina. I exhale heavily. If the worst happens, I promise not everyone will forget you. You can't know that, she grumbles, crossing her arms over her chest. Yes, I can, I insist, because I'm not going to forget what you did for Ethan, what you sacrificed. I promise, softening my tone. But if he lives, I'm not just going to stand back and let you take him. I'm done letting people walk all over me. I've been weak long enough. At first, Nina's expression was vulnerable, but now it hardens and she bares her fangs. You can't beat me in a fight, Omega. 4 small growls sound around me, and I see all my pups raising their hackles towards the she-wolf. A rush of pride washes over me. Even though I have no intention of letting my babies help me combat this woman, I wouldn't be so sure about that. I tell her smugly, I have a whole pack on my side. Before Nina can answer, a white-faced nurse appears, and I immediately surge to my feet as fast as my pregnant body will allow me. Everyone around me does the same, and the scrub nurse looks back and forth between us in confusion. What's happening? Matthew asks anxiously. The young practitioner takes a deep breath, and the ground suddenly feels as if it's crumbling beneath my feet. I know whatever is coming next isn't good. Well, the initial operation was successful, she explains. The doctor was able to completely repair the alpha's spine. Nina is holding her breath beside me, and I understand the impulse. This sounds like good news, but the nurse is acting much too grim. When she continues, I know my instinct was right. Unfortunately, however, there's been a complication with the anesthesia. The surgeon has been trying to wake him for half an hour, but he's not coming out of it. What does that mean? Devon presses, wrapping a supportive arm around my shoulders. If he doesn't wake up soon, he might go into a coma. The nurse explains, frowning at the pups before looking back up at me. He might never wake up. They said we'd get to see him, Matthew reminds her hoarsely. To say goodbye, if it came to it. Do you think we could go back now? Nina asks excitedly. It would have to be one at a time. The nurse hedges, wringing her hands. I'll go first, Nina immediately announces, shooting me a glance as if the pups and I are just a second thought. You can go with your litter afterwards. Unbiased, Ethan. My wolf races through the snowy mountains, bounding through thick white mounds of powder as evergreens whir past me at lightning speed. My heart soars! My inner animal hasn't been free in so long that I almost forgot what this felt like. I can't even remember when I was able to run this way last. I don't even know where I am, but I don't care. Voices are calling to me from afar. At first too jumbled and cacophonous to distinguish, but slowly they come into focus. There's one that's only too familiar, one which calls to my wolf like nothing else. It feels as though they're two halves of the same soul, and yet my wolf doesn't want to follow it. The faster he runs, the farther away that voice seems to float, and the strange thing is, I don't miss it. It almost feels as though my wolf is searching for something. But what? There's a white light in the distance, and I feel like a pup again, without a care or responsibility in the world. There is only the promise of peace, and I'm so exhausted that I'd do anything to attain it. I can finally rest. I think dazedly, despite the fact that I can't remember why I'm so tired. The light is getting closer and closer now, and I pick up my pace, desperate to reach it. I feel like I'm flying, as if my feet might leave the ground permanently, at any moment. Yes, I chant in my head, at last. A single second before I thought I might actually sprout wings. Another voice breaks through the serene mountain air. It's melodic and silky, filling my senses like a ray of sunshine. Ethan, it resonates, making my heart pound and my feet slow. Don't go. Come back to me. I know that voice. My wolf pauses, looking back over our shoulder and gazing into the endless forest. Unlike the first voice, this one makes me stop dead in my tracks. It doesn't feel like it belongs to some distant part of me. Instead, it's like a torch that sets my soul alight. It's not peaceful or comforting. It's a burning, all-consuming flame which illuminates the world around me. For the first time, I realize that nothing had been in color before this moment. But now that I hear her, the monochrome landscape bursts into a riot of brilliant pigment, each one more vibrant than the next. Jane. I realize, finally recognizing the source. I start to turn back towards the beautiful sound of my mate, but for some reason, my body continues to float towards the white light. No matter what I do, I can't seem to go back. No, it can't be too late. But the more time that passes, I realize that it can. I think I've gone too far. Ethan, I blink my eyes open to bright white lights and the sterile scent of a hospital. It takes a few moments for my senses to focus on the details around me. At first, I see only my surgeon's face hovering above me. Has the surgery not begun yet? I wondered dazedly. I could have sworn I'd already started counting backwards for the anesthesiologist. But when my doctor speaks, there's a smile in his voice. Welcome back, Ethan. Everything went perfectly. You've been asleep for a while, but your family is eager to see you. My family? I muse. the wheels in my mind turning much too slowly. Does he mean Nina and Matthew? But even as I think these words, my wolf pipes up. I smell Jane. I smell the pups. They're here, he exclaims. No, they can't be. It's not possible, I reply, groaning internally at the pain this simple fact causes me. Jane's scent washes over me, much too potent to be my wolf's imagination. Gentle fingers stroke my cheek, and the next thing I know, her sweet voice is floating through my consciousness. Open your eyes, Ethan. I hadn't even realized that I closed them again. I'm hovering on the edge of sleep, barely able to tell dreams from reality. I shake my head stubbornly, determined to stay in the dream. No. The word is little more than a whisper, my lips slurring the hard consonant. Wanna stay in dream. I feel soft, familiar lips graze my temple, and I want to cry for wanting Jane. Okay, my love, there's no rush. She feels so real, sounds so real. My wolf is whining in my head, and I gradually lift my heavy eyelids, caving to his pressure. At once I see Jane's stunning features hovering above me. Her face is blurred around the edges, like an out-of-focus photo, but I don't care. She's beaming down at me, her emerald eyes swimming with tears. Hello, mate. I don't think I've ever seen anything so beautiful. And suddenly I'm afraid I imagined the doctor's words. Am I in heaven? I murmur, trying to reach for her but realizing I can't lift my hand. That fact alone tells me this isn't entirely my imagination. If I had it my way, she would already be in my arms. No, of course not, Jane answers, caressing my jaw. You're just a little hazy from the drugs. How is this possible? I mutter, sounding completely drunk. It's all okay now, Ethan. She soothes, using the same loving tone I've often heard her use when the pups are upset. The surgery was a success. You're going to be able to walk again. Your wolf won't be trapped anymore. My mind is moving at a sluggish pace, but the mention of my surgery jolts me into the present quicker than anything else. You mean you know? Yes, you impossible man. Jane replies, hiccuping a laugh. I know. No. Now that my mind is working, waves of violent emotion are slamming into me one after the other. This isn't right. She can't know. No, I managed to shake my head, my voice sounding strangled. You shouldn't be here. Hush now, Jane croons. She strokes my hair back from my crown, and something deep inside of me starts to crack. We have a whole lifetime to fight about this, Ethan. I can't even begin to decipher all the feelings warring inside of me. I only know I'm suddenly drowning beneath the onslaught. It's a giant tangle of fury, anguish, guilt, fear, grief, and the goddess only knows what else. I jerk against the dead weight of my arms and legs, hating that I can't move. I growl my frustration into the too bright room, and the machine beside me starts beeping faster and faster. Suddenly, the doctor reappears, replacing Jane. Easy, Alpha. This happens sometimes with anesthesia. Just give it some time and the mood swings will pass. I don't think it's the drugs. Jane's voice intimates, sounding pained. It's me. I think maybe you should step out, maybe send his mate in. The doctor suggests, sounding farther away now. A ferocious snarl rips out of my chest at the suggestion. My mate is already here. My wolf thunders. I want to shout at the man for suggesting Jane leave, but I can't make the words come, as if some part of me is still enough in control to realize admitting this would be a disaster. Despite my lack of speech, they seem to get the message. Never mind. The doctor sighs, stepping back. Jane returns to my side, and though she looks a bit subdued, there's still a stubborn tilt to her mouth that tells me she hasn't given up. You shouldn't be here. I tell her again, knowing precisely how contrary I sound. Are you sure about that? Her lip quirks, and I want to throttle her and kiss her at once. You didn't seem to like the idea of me leaving. That was my wolf, I mumble drunkenly. He's not being reasonable. I see, Jane observes smoothly, a sharp edge entering her voice. So you think it was reasonable to push me away for the sake of your own stubborn pride? To break my heart and the pups? I never wanted to hurt you. I fight back a sob, wishing for the 1,000th time that I could move. I didn't have a choice. Shh, Jane breathes, glancing at the racing heart monitor again. She lowers her cheek to my chest, as if she's trying to hug me without actually jostling my body. Instead, she lets me feel her warm curves pressing against my side, her slender limbs cradling whatever they can reach. It's a terribly awkward position, but I'll be damned if it isn't effective. I can feel my wolf calming by the second, and I manage to lift my arm for the first time, circling it around her back to hold her close. Something tiny bumps my hip, and I realize it's the pup in her belly, kicking out to say hello. A few stray tears escape the corners of my eyes. Why are you doing this to me? I inquire desperately. Jane doesn't move an inch. In fact, if anything, she simply cuddles closer. Because mates give each other what they need, even when they don't want it. Don't you see that's what I'm trying to do? I rumble in agony. I'm no good for you. You deserve better. I disagree. And so do the pups. Jane informs me simply. You're always taking care of everyone else, Ethan, even when it kills you. Now it's time you let us return the favor. No. I growl, trying to sound authoritative, even though I'm still slurring like a man who's 10 drinks in. I'm the alpha. I make the rules. The brazen she-wolf only laughs, and the sound wraps around me like a warm blanket. Trust you to issue orders when you're high as a kite and weak as a kitten. This isn't a joke, Janie. I reply fiercely, knowing my body's betraying me, even as I scold her. As my body slowly wakes, it only pulls her closer and closer, and I'm sure she's going to be in the bed with me before too long. There's a sharp intake of breath, and Jane turns her face into my muscular pec, as if to hide herself from view. What is it? I demand, looking around the recovery room. We're alone in a closed-off bay, surrounded by curtains. Nothing. You haven't called me that in so long. She answers, her voice thick with emotion. I wince, realizing I've slipped up again. It was just a force of habit. It doesn't mean anything. I answer, only half lying. If my wits were sharper, I wouldn't have slipped up. But it sure as hell means something. You're lying, Jane replies with a sniffle, sounding emotional but certain. You can growl and snarl all you want, Ethan. Try to push us away until you're blue in the face. We're not going anywhere. You're supposed to be with Devin, I remind her. And I'm marrying Nina as soon as I'm well enough. Now it's Jane's turn to growl. I'm glad she can't see my face, because the sweet Omega's jealous snarl has me smiling like an idiot. Over my dead body, I sigh, deciding there's no use arguing about this now. How did you find out about this anyway? It was Paisley. She's been so worried about you. A note of disapproval enters her voice, and I know Mama Wolf is rearing her head. What were you thinking, asking such a little one to lie for you? I didn't want to. I confess. She figured it out all on her own. I tried to explain that this was for the best. I told her that she needed to stay with you over and over again, but she vowed to keep running away until I let her stay. Before Jane can answer, I realize that my neck and arms aren't the only limbs waking up. My legs feel weighed down and leadened, but I feel them. There's a muscle ticking in one of my thighs and a strange tingling in my toes. Oh my goddess, I utter in amazement. It really worked. Jane, I can feel my legs. Ethan, as soon as I announced that feeling had returned to my lower limbs, the doctor promptly reappeared to run a few tests. He forced Jane to move away from me, which I both hated and appreciated. It's impossible to think clearly when she's so close, before poking and prodding my extremities with a pleased expression. As I said, everything looks great, Ethan. He concludes it couldn't have gone better, even if the anesthesia did give us some trouble. I'm thrilled with these results. Oh, how soon will I be able to walk again? I ask eagerly. And shift, how soon can I shift? Well, you're in much better shape than most patients because your braces have been regularly exercising your joints and ligaments. He begins evenly. But you have lost some muscle tone because they haven't actually been putting in the work of moving you around. So he'll need physical therapy? Jane guesses, standing near my head. Yes, though since wolves heal so quickly, it shouldn't take too long. The doctor smiles. As for shifting, as soon as your body can manage the strain, you should transform. I know your wolf is dying to get out, and it's important to give him the freedom he seeks as soon as you're able, for the sake of your mental health. Can you give me a ballpark? I request, gnashing my teeth. Are we talking days, weeks, or months? It could be days or it could be a few weeks. He answers with a shrug that makes me want to growl. Every body is different. But he's an alpha. Jane reminds the physician. I think I detect a note of humor in her voice, as if she's teasing me for my earlier words. However, when I look at her, I see only an expression of pure innocence. Shouldn't he heal faster, the more power he has? Listen, the doctor sighs. In all likelihood, he will heal more quickly than other patients, because he is so powerful. But I don't like to give my patients false expectations. It's critical to be realistic about your recovery so that you can manage your feelings and expectations as you progress. So prepare for the worst, but hope for the best. I assess, repeating the mantra I've been using to guide all my plans thus far. Exactly. He agrees. Now I'm going to go ahead and update your other visitors now you're awake. I don't want to overwhelm you, so I'm going to limit it to 2 at a time. He's glancing curiously at Jane, and I'm sure he's wondering about our relationship. As far as my pack knows, Nina is my mate. I'm sure she's one of the others in the waiting room, and though I don't want Jane to leave, I know it's for the best. I can't let her think that her scheming is going to pay off. As hard as it is, I have to continue with my plans for her own good. Can't the pups see him at once? Jane requests, sounding hopeful. I mean, if we stack them on top of each other, it would be the equivalent of 2 adults. I'm chuckling before I can really process her words. It's been so long since I heard Jane joke or make light of anything. I'm thrilled to see her so playful and confident, which is only further evidence of Devon's good influence. When Jane was with me, she was a basket case, but with him, she's returning to her old self. Wait, I exclaim once I've finished admiring her joke. The pups are here? As if they'd been waiting for their cue, suddenly 4 tiny bodies rush in, surprising us all. Daddy, Daddy, we made you a card! They cry, crowding around my bed. Pure joy explodes in my chest, making my heart swell so large I worry it might burst right out of my ribcage. Paisley, Riley, Ryder, and Parker are all here, grinning up at me with unconditional love and happiness. Pups, I can't believe you're here, I proclaim, pushing myself up into a sitting position. I'm so glad to see you all. Jane promptly steps closer, wrapping her arm around my back to help support me. My wolf purrs to feel her so close, but my attention is still locked on my beautiful pups. I could honestly cry. I wasn't sure I was ever going to see them again, and now they're here with me, clamoring to hug me. 4 small voices all rise with the same eager question. Mommy, can I get in the bed with him? Jane, in turn, looks to the doctor, who exhales with obvious resignation. Clearly, he sees there's not going to be any crowd control with this bunch. Only if you stay beside him, he answers. No climbing on top of him, and no roughhousing. The next thing I know, the bed wobbles as the pups climb up the legs, climbing onto the mattress with me. 4 small bodies pile around me, and I pull them close, raining kisses over their sweet faces. Oh, my angels, I love you so much. I'm so happy you're here. Paisley is wedged between Jane and I, her little arms sliding around my neck. Daddy, I've been so scared, she tells me, burying her face in the curve of my neck. Wetness seeps into my skin, and I purr for her, the way I've done since she was just a baby. Daddy, how are you feeling? Riley inquires, snuggling up to my other side. Relieved, I confess, my eyes burning. All this time, I've been telling myself that Jane and the pups would be fine if I died. But the truth is that I've been beyond worried to leave them alone in the world. I don't want to frighten the pups with too many grave feelings, but I don't want to lie to them either. I've done enough lying for a lifetime, and as distraught as I am to discover Jane knows the truth now, I'm so thrilled to finally be able to speak openly with my family. I was so afraid I'd never see you again. We're leave too, Daddy, Ryder shares, giving me a toothy smile. We didn't know what was going to happen. Pups, there you are. Devon's voice sounds from the curtained doorway, and when I look up, I see him standing there with his hands on his hips. What were you thinking, sneaking back here? Did you find them? Nina's voice precedes you by a few moments, and then she's there too, looking in on the scene with wide eyes. Ethan, you're awake! She rushes forward. Thank goodness! I was so worried when you didn't immediately wake up. Ah yes, I was about to come tell you. The doctor states simply, It seems Miss... He pauses, realizing that Jane still shares my name. Blackwell was able to get through to him. What? I inquire, baffled. You were having some trouble finding your way back to us, Jane shares, still tucked against my side. She glances at Nina then, as if she's unsure whether to continue. We started coming back one by one to try and help, and to say goodbye if we failed. One look at Nina's face tells me that she had visited me before Jane. I curse internally. That's definitely not going to help with rebuffing Jane. She knows my wolf responded to her over my fated mate. Suddenly, I realized that my dream was no mere fantasy. I'd heard Nina calling to me in my subconscious, but I hadn't wanted her. I'd only wanted Jane. I'm just glad it worked. Nina announces stiffly, patting my shoulder. Now we can pick up where we left off. I'm thankful for her determined statement. That's exactly what I need right now. A buffer between Jane and I to ensure my lovesick wolf doesn't give in to her charms. All right, now I really must insist that some of you return to the waiting room. We don't want to overwhelm the alpha. My surgeon declares. Come on, Jane. Devon extends his hand to her. You should get off your feet for a while. I'm fine, Devon. I know, Moni. The doctor did say you should take it easy, Parker asserts, watching Jane with a bemused expression. I can only smile, only 5 years old, and my heir is already taking charge. I'm so busy admiring his strength that it takes a moment for his words to click. The doctor? Ryder pipes up next from my other side. Yeah, we would have been here sooner, except Mommy was in the hospital. What? I demand fiercely, raking my eyes over Jane. She's frowning at Ryder. Oh, sweetheart, that might not have been the best way to break the news. What news? I exclaim. Are you all right? Is the baby? We're fine, she assures me. You're the one who is recovering. Explain, I order, attempting to glare my beautiful mate into submission. Right now. Ethan, Jane notches her chin up defiantly, crossing her arms over her chest. It's nothing. We had a little scare, but I'm fine. Now why don't I believe you? I rumble ominously. I rake my eyes over her body, searching for signs of illness. Her skin is glowing and dewy, and after so many months of horrible morning sickness, her figure has rounded out to be full and lush. The only hint of distress I can decipher are the dark circles under her eyes, but those could easily be the result of traveling with a litter of 5-year-olds and waiting for news of my surgery. Devon, I turn to my old friend, praying that he can be trusted to tell me the truth when my wayward mate will not. It was just a bit of preterm labor, Devon explains, shooting a reluctant look at Jane. The doctor was able to stop it before she got too far along. Traitor, Jane accuses, narrowing her eyes at Devon. Don't get mad at him. You should have told me yourself, I scold, untangling my arm from Paisley and Riley in order to reach out and feel Jane's round tummy. My hand splays over her belly button. Why did it happen? How are they going to stop it from happening again? My cervix was struggling to handle the weight of the pup, that's all. Jane sighs, guiding my hand around the way she had in the car, moving it so I can feel the movement of the babe in her womb. It's not kicking like before, but simply fluttering like a butterfly's wings against my palm. I imagine the pup doing somersaults in its protective bubble, and love surges in my veins, making me feel as if I'm back in my dream and flying through the mountains as my wolf. It's the most incredible, indescribable feeling. It really does like you, you know. You know. Jane observes with a tender smile. It doesn't move this way for anyone else. Jane's eyes are bright and shining, but I know her wily ways too well. The clever creature is trying to distract me, to make me rethink my plans for the future. Stop trying to butter me up and tell me what the doctors advised. Why aren't you resting? I don't have to rest. I just have to do some daily injections and use this progesterone gel. It's really fine, Ethan. Jane answers, rolling her eyes. I arch my brow in challenge, pinning my mate with a disapproving scowl. She softens slightly, lowering her eyes to the ground and making my wolf purr with pleasure. Instead, I look to Devin. Why didn't you tell me? Before he can answer, I catch Matthew and Nina exchanging a worried glance, with the latter shifting nervously on her feet. Before anyone says a word, I realize that something isn't adding up. Wait a minute, I say, turning back to Jane. When did you find out? Ryder had said they would have been here sooner if it wasn't for Jane's hospitalization, which means they must have had at least 24 hours notice before my surgery. So why hadn't I heard from them? If Jane was determined enough to drive through the night to reach me, surely she would have tried contacting me in other ways. Aisley told me on your last night in the Dark Moon Pack, Jane remarks smoothly. Unfortunately, I went into labor before I could confront you. As for why no one told you about my condition, she turns her fiery eyes on Nina. I think that's a question for your fiancé. Didn't you wonder why she rushed you out of the city so quickly? My wolf surges to the surface, but I instinctively sense that it's too soon for him to emerge. I'm not strong enough yet, even if this conversation is pushing my temper right to the edge. Jane, please take the pups back to the waiting room. I need a word with Nina, Matthew, and Devin. I want to stay, Jane counters immediately. The pups can go to the supervised children's play area. Of course, this prompts the pups to immediately object as well, insisting they should stay too. I wasn't asking. I reply stonily, letting some of alpha influence enter my tone. The pups obediently climb down off the bed, but my stubborn mate is another matter entirely. Jane squirms in response to the power washing over her, but she doesn't budge, instead digging in her little heels and shooting me mutinous glances from beneath her lashes. Oh, goddess, don't look at me like that, baby. I think, wishing I could kiss her touting lips without ruining everything. I lower my lips to her ear, unable to keep the gravel out of my voice. Be a good girl and go have a snack, or put your feet up for a bit. I command. Trust me, I'm nowhere near being finished with you. But right now, I need to sort a few things out with this lot. Jane peeks up at me uncertainly, but my words seem to mollify her. She leads the pups out of the room, cradling her pregnant belly in one hand. As soon as their footsteps disappear into the distance, I turn on the 3 remaining wolves. What the fuck happened? Slowly, the story comes out. First about Jane's collapse in the apartment, and Nina's insistence that Devin remove her before I could learn the truth. Then the hidden phone calls and subterfuge to keep Jane from getting in contact before my surgery. We were just trying to follow your wishes, Nina concludes mildly, reaching for my hand. I jerk it away. Don't you dare, I growl. You knew I would want to know about Jane. Otherwise, you wouldn't have conspired to get me out of the city before I could find out. You knew I would delay the surgery. And if you had, then it might have been too late, Nina exclaims defensively. Jane and the pups are fine. We had to do what was necessary to ensure you would be too. But you didn't know she was fine, I thunder, rattling the curtain rods surrounding the bed. She might have needed me, but you intentionally kept me in the dark, and we both know it wasn't for my sake. It was for yours. Don't take this the wrong way, Ethan, but you've been doing exactly the same thing to Jane for months. Devin interjects, frowning deeply. What you're feeling now is a fraction of what you put her through. I know that, I hiss, but Jane has never been a danger to me. I kept her in the dark to protect her. You kept me in the dark when she might have really needed me. We were just trying to fulfill your wishes, Matthew insists, speaking up for the first time. We thought that you wanted to keep her as far away as possible. I turned to glare at Matthew. I wanted to keep her away from me, not neglect her when she was in trouble. You can't have it both ways, Ethan. Devin counters gruffly. You can't keep Jane out of your life and still ask for the right to interfere in hers. Why not? I demand. What is so wrong with wanting to care for her from a distance? I disqualified myself as her mate a long time ago. I'm just trying to make amends. It sounds more like you're trying to punish yourself, Devin grumbles. You've decided you aren't good enough and you don't even care whether she and the pups agree. He scrubs his hand over his face, looking exhausted. Look, brother, I know I'm not exactly your favorite person right now, and I probably don't have any business advising you about anything after my own deception, but Jane is a big girl and she knows what she wants. At a certain point, you have to stop patronizing her and respect her own right to decide what's best for her. I destroyed her. I remind him, my frustration growing more profound with every word of this conversation. I did unforgivable things, which I can never take back. Jane might be willing to forgive me, but that's not because I deserve forgiveness. It's because she's too kind for her own good. The others stare at the ground, unable to argue with my logic. I want better for Jane than she would want for herself. And if that's a crime, then you can just add it to my list of offenses. It will certainly have plenty of company. I continue, replete with renewed certainty. Punishing myself isn't a bad thing when it's warranted. I probably deserve to die, but the goddess saw fit to give me a second chance, and I'm not going to waste it. Matthew shakes his head. Ethan, has it occurred to you that giving Jane what she wants might be better for her, even if the thing she wants is you? Matthew, every time I try to do the right thing in this relationship, it ends up backfiring horribly. I grit out, lifting my fingers to list off the evidence. I tried to protect her by putting her on house arrest, and she was demeaned and demoralized. I tried to convince her to stay with me, and our pups were kidnapped, and they all almost died. I tried to break things off to keep her out of harm's way, and in doing so, I crushed her spirit and pushed her into the arms of a vampire. I exclaim, glancing apologetically at Devin and adding, No offense. None taken. He remarks dryly. The point is that I can't be trusted to be anywhere near Jane or my pups, because one way or another, I'll find a way to ruin it. I'm a broken person. I look to Nina then. Besides, I'm a man of my word, and I made a promise. Nina blinks. You mean, are you saying that we can still get married? I nod. I'm not happy with you right now. But, yes, when I'm well enough and things with Jane and the pups are settled, we'll get married, just like we planned. And how are you going to settle things with Jane? Devin inquires. That's why I wanted to talk to you all, I answer. I need your help. Just one last time.
Jane. By the time Ethan finally calls me back to see him, he's been moved into a private room in the hospital's VIP wing. I leave the pups with Devin, eager to have some more alone time with my stubborn mate. I know he's still reeling from everything which has happened in the last few days, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let him push me away again. Now that I know what he's thinking, I feel ready for anything. When I arrive upstairs, a pair of male nurses are helping Ethan try to stand. His back is to me, so I pause in the doorway to watch, my heart thumping loudly in my ears. Okay, Alpha, we're just going to try and put some weight on your legs. Take it slowly and don't be surprised if it doesn't happen right away. These things take time. Ethan grunts and nods, using his hands to push off the bed while the nurses spot him. Through the open back of his hospital gown, I can see a thick white bandage plastered to his spine. I didn't realize I was holding my breath until I see Ethan straightening up, standing on his own for the first time in months. Pride and happiness wells up inside of me, and my spirit soars with joy. He's really going to be okay. Ethan manages to take a few steps, the nurses praising him with every inch of progress he makes. I can't see my mate's face, but I can only imagine the maelstrom of emotions he's feeling. Joy, relief, impatience. Almost as if he heard my thoughts, he shakes his head. It's frustrating to move so slowly. You'll get there. Just give it time, one of the nurses advises. Ethan is walking without their assistance, heading for the restroom, but it's very slow going. The three men disappear inside for a moment. When they reappear in the doorway, Ethan doesn't look the least bit surprised to see me. I realize he probably knew I was here the moment I arrived. Couldn't wait to see me? He inquires, watching me with more warmth than I've experienced in a very long time. I wanted to be here for your first steps, I reply, my heart full. Ethan manages a tired smile as he climbs back into bed, thanking the nurses and dismissing them. Once they leave, he pats the mattress beside him in invitation, and I slowly move forward, feeling both hopeful and uncertain. How are you feeling? I inquire, gingerly sitting on the edge of the bed. Ethan shifts to face me, his expression serious yet gentle. His hand finds mine, and I feel the sudden urge to cry. I've been craving this connection from him for so long, it's difficult to believe this is real. I feel better than I have in a long time, he finally answers, his deep voice low and even. I want to ask him 1,000 questions, but as determined as I am to restore our relationship, I can't help but feel a bit skittish. I know he pushed me away to protect me, and that he still loves me, but I'm also afraid he's going to continue keeping his distance. So instead of saying what I really wish, I ask, aren't you worried about the pack finding out about all this? Ethan shrugs. All the hospital staff are under NDAs, and it would be different if the surgery hadn't worked. Now that I'm on the mend, I'll be able to fulfill my duties again. I nod, recognizing the truth of his words. I'm still processing when his knuckles graze my cheek and I realize he's been intently watching me. Did you get some rest? With 4 little ones? I snort, hardly. Instead, the pups and I had gone to the cafeteria. Right on cue, a huge yawn overtakes me and I find myself blushing. Sorry, it was a long night. Don't apologize, sweetheart. Ethan murmurs, his thumb stroking the back of my hand. I want to let you rest, but we need to talk about something first. I grimace. I don't think I like the sound of that. Ethan offers me a sad smile. I want you to listen to me very carefully, Jane. His hands are still holding mine in a familiar, soothing way, and I immediately understand that my instincts were correct. I'm not going to like whatever comes next. I already know what you're going to say, Ethan. I interrupt, hating how vulnerable I feel. And I'm telling you right now that I'm not going to go along with this. I'm not going to let you push me away anymore. I know you did all this because you were trapped and we weren't safe. I know you made promises, but I'm not going to let that take you from me because of a few months of strife. You're my mate. Jane, this is about so much more than that. Ethan corrects me grimly. I love you more than anything, but I failed as your mate long before any of this began. Pain blooms in his dark eyes, and I immediately open my mouth to argue. I can't stand to see him in any more pain, not after everything he's been through. We've been over this. I insist, my voice trembling with emotion. Whatever mistakes you made, I balanced them out when I left and hid the pups from you. We're even, Ethan. No, we aren't, baby, he says softly, making my heart ache with the term of endearment. Because I didn't learn my lesson, I was so consumed with winning you back that I let danger march into our lives unencumbered. You and the pups almost died, and then I let my pain consume me so completely that I broke your trust. No one who can do that to their mate should be allowed to hurt them again. But I love you. The pups love you. We need you in our lives. I counter determinedly. I'll be in your lives, but I'm not going to make the mistake of thinking that I deserve you anymore. Ethan replies decisively, I'm not going to hurt you again. But you're already hurting me. I exclaim, tears welling in my eyes. You're hurting me by not being with me. Ethan gazes down at me with a furrowed brow and hope wells in my chest. Is he finally going to see reason?
Jane, Ethan winces, then kisses me again, long and deep. When he pulls away, I feel tears in my eyes. I already know he hasn't been swayed by my pleading. I know it hurts right now, Jane. He acknowledges, looking truly aggrieved. It hurts me too. But one day you'll see that I'm right. His thumb brushes a stray tear from my cheek. You were so much better off without me. You built a fragrance empire and raised 3 amazing pups all by yourself. But a few months with me, and you were on my floor begging to be a slave again. That wasn't because I was with you. It was because I wasn't, I argue fiercely. It was because of what I did to you. Ethan explodes, his wolf glowing in his eyes. I took a strong, independent woman with the world at her feet and turned her into a hopeless, broken shell of a person without dignity or a single shred of self-worth. You took a woman who had been going through the motions for years, how to actually live again. I correct him, which is why I was so devastated when I lost you. You taught me how to trust again. And then I smashed it into pieces, Ethan reminds me, clamping his eyes shut and pursing his lips. Listen, Jane, I know this isn't what you want, and believe me when I say that I wish things could be different. He sighs, but they can't. I promised myself I would never put you at risk again, and being with me has done nothing but break your heart and crush your soul time and again. I have to take responsibility for that, and that means protecting you from myself, even and especially when you don't want me to. My tears are falling freely now, and I'm clinging to Ethan as he rubs my back. You're wrong. I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to let you get away with this. I hiccup. And you can't marry Nina, I assert inanely. You're my mate. She can't have you. Ethan purrs, and I want to lash out at him for comforting me. I don't want to fight, Janie. The writing is on the wall. He nuzzles my neck. Let's just be together this one last time. Let me hold you. Let me kiss you and watch over you while you rest, he suggests, stealing another deep kiss from my tear-stained lips. And when you wake up, we'll start fresh. This is a new beginning for both of us. It doesn't have to be sad. But it is sad, I insist sullenly. And there's nothing you can say that will convince me otherwise. This isn't right. Shh, Ethan croons, stroking my hair. It will all seem better in the morning. That's stupid, I sniffle. It's already morning. He chuckles, pressing his lips to my temple in quick succession. You know what I mean? I snuggle closer, deciding that even if Ethan can't be reasoned with right now, I might as well get a few cuddles out of this while the opportunity lasts. I'm not giving up, but he has a point. There's only a limited amount of time that he'll allow me to be affectionate with him this way, so I might as well take advantage of it and save the fighting for later. You know the problem with this plan, don't you? I inquire, turning my face up to his. Tell me, Ethan encourages, gazing down at me with utmost affection. I run my hands over his powerful shoulders, belatedly wondering how he managed to stay in such amazing shape while he was paralyzed. Now I never want to fall asleep. Ethan rumbles thoughtfully. That is a dilemma. I suppose I'll just have to kiss you until you're too exhausted to continue. I can't help the smile that stretches across my features. Deal. When I wake up, I feel as though I've been emotionally wrung out, and there are no more tears or feelings left in my overwrought body. I slip from Ethan's bed, not wanting to be there when he wakes. He's only going to send me away, and I need some time to regroup. I know that Ethan has the upper hand here. He's been planning for months while I've been in the dark. Now I have to find a way to beat him at his own game, and I don't have much time at all. My only advantage is that Ethan wasn't prepared for me to learn the truth. That, and he clearly has a weak spot where I'm concerned. He still loves me, still wants me, and I can use that against him. Not to mention, I have 4 not-so-secret weapons up my sleeve, and a 5th on the way. When I find the pups in the on-site childcare center, they're just waking from their own naps. I eagerly pull them into a hug, feeling a familiar spark of emotion reignite in my chest. Hello, my babies! Mommy, we missed you, Riley exclaims. How's Daddy? Paisley adds anxiously. Your daddy is being really hard-headed, I confess, trading out my girls for Parker and Ryder. They're quickly getting too big for me to hug them all at once, and I miss the days when I could fit all my pups in my arms at once. But we're not going to let him get away with it, okay? I search their young faces for understanding. I'm going to need your help, my loves. We have to beat Daddy at his own game, and it won't be easy. Mommy? Parker eyes me curiously, a mischievous light in his eyes. Are you saying we gets to plot? And scheme, Ryder adds in an excited whisper. That's right, I confirm, grinning at the excited pups. That's exactly what I'm saying. But you never lets us play tricks and hatch diabolical plans, Riley exclaims in disbelief. Well, I think diabolical is a strong word, Angel, I reply, knowing that my daughter's definition of diabolical is more akin to general shenanigans than any kind of menace. Still, Riley is easily the most devious of my pups, and I want to both encourage her cunning and ensure that she only uses her powers for good. We're just going to be convincing Daddy to see the error of his ways. Was the error of his ways? Paisley asks, furrowing her brow. That's just an expression that means where he went wrong or the mistake that took him down the wrong path, I explain. And in Daddy's case, that's thinking that we're better off without him. Mommy, that's not an error. I think the word you're looking for is just stupid, Parker points out quite astutely. I love Daddy, but he's being a big dum-dum. I purse my lips to hold back my laughter. My pups know better than to call other people stupid, and in fairness, I've never heard them lob the word at other children. Still, I can't argue with Parker's assessment. Ethan is definitely being a dum-dum. Well, whatever we call it, we have to find a way to make him see how wrong he is. I answer. Now I have an idea for how we can start, but I'm going to need your help for the rest. The pups all crowd in a little closer, their expressions full of mischief. How do we start? Well, your daddy is going to be in the hospital for a few days recovering, and since we'll be staying in the penthouse while we're here, I was thinking we could move our things from the Dark Moon pack back in. I share, already forming the plans in my head. By the time he gets home, all our stuff could be here and unpacked. You mean we can sneak moves in? Ryder clarifies eagerly. That's exactly right, I praise him. Your daddy's going to have a much harder time avoiding us if we live with him. And luckily for us, my name is still on the deed from when we were married, so he can't kick us out. Mummy, that's brilliant, Parker giggles. Well, thank you. I beam. I'm going to move my business here too, which will take more time, but listen, we're a family, and I want us all to be on the same page. There's a small tremor in my voice. I think I know my pups' hearts, but I don't want to make this decision without giving them all a voice in the matter. So do we all agree that this is the right things to do? Do any of you want to stay in the Dark Moon pack or think we should let Daddy marry Nina? The Pups exchanged a surprised look, and then Riley sighs dramatically, shaking her head. Oh, no, you guys, she laments gravely. I think Daddy's dumbness is rubbing off on Mommy. She gestures to me as if I'm a very pathetic figure indeed. She's already losing her mind. I burst out laughing. How dare you, I joke, catching Riley and tickling her until she's squealing and writhing on the floor. I was only asking. I just wanted to make sure we all agreed. The other pups are giggling too. Of course we agree, Ryder laughs. Yeah, Mommy, that was a silly question, Paisley confirms. All right, fair enough, I chuckle. Point taken. Now come on, you little rascals. It's time to pull one over on the alpha. Jane, my plan to sneak move into the penthouse is working better than I imagined. Granted, I keep catching my pups practicing their maniacal laughs in the mirror, but in the grand scheme of things, encouraging their talents for masterminding dastardly plots isn't the worst idea. After all, I want to encourage their ambition in whatever they do, even if it is taking over the world. Regardless of the burgeoning tricksters under my roof, everything else has gone fairly smoothly. I was able to hire last-minute movers to pack up and bring everything from our apartment in the Dark Moon territory and transport it here. The only real challenge was making sure they didn't deliver it until after Nina had left the house for the day. Once they did, we hid everything away in our rooms, waiting for the opportune moment to bring it out. It hasn't been easy to share a space with Nina, but she spends so much time at the hospital that we hardly see her. Devin, who promptly told me about Ethan's plans to continue pushing me away and agreed to help my own schemes, has informed me that Ethan is suspicious about the pups and my absence from his bedside. At the same time, there's not anything he can do about it while he's still convalescing. The surgeons released Ethan after a week, after he progressed enough in his physical therapy to be able to walk and run without assistance, and stay on his feet for an extended period of time. When the pups and I got the news that Ethan would finally be released, we waited for Nina to depart before unpacking all the boxes which had been delivered over the last few days. So when Ethan came walking through the door on Thursday evening, looking tired but pleased to be home, he was met with the surprise that he and Nina no longer live alone. The moment the door opens, the pups shout, "Welcome home, Daddy," jumping up and cheering beneath a sign bearing the same words. At first, Ethan only grins, kneeling down and opening his arms to them. "Oh, thank you," he professes warmly, hugging them close. "I've missed you where have you been?" "We've been plotting," Riley announces proudly, making me facepalm. "Plotting?" Ethan repeats with a chuckle. "Uh-oh, I'm not sure I like the sounds of that." He looks around the apartment for the first time, noticing all the pups' toys, as well as my furniture and decorations. Understanding immediately clicks on his handsome face, and he stands, cupping Paisley's head in his oversized hand. "I see, you really have been plotting." Nina steps up behind him, her mouth hanging open in shock. "Where did all this stuff come from? How did you even get it up here?" Luckily for her, her harsh words are directed at me rather than the pups. I'm still seated in the living room, waiting for the inevitable fallout of our silent coup. Nina's words seem to jolt something in Ethan's thoughts. He swings his head around until his narrowed eyes land on me. "Have you been listing boxes?" he demands, gesturing to my round belly. "Oh, honestly, Ethan, they move into your house behind your back, and all you care about is whether Jane's been lifting things," Nina exclaims, obviously outraged. "No," Ethan answers, a note of warning in his voice. "That's simply the first on my list of concerns." "Don't worry, Daddy. We helped her, and the movers brought everything upstairs," Parker assures his father. "Movers?" Ethan repeats, nodding. "If I didn't know any better, I'd think he looks impressed by our efforts. But I know my mate too well to think that will last." "Well, Janie, I have to hand it to you. I figured you were doing something naughty, but you really exceeded my expectations with this one." Nina grumbles something unintelligible under her breath, and I catch Ethan sending her a disapproving look. "Nina, could you take the pups to the park for a bit? I need to speak with Jane alone." "What?" Nina bursts indignantly. "Oh no, I don't think so. I live here too, Ethan. I have every right to be part of this conversation." "Nina, I'm not in the mood to argue," Ethan bites back, sending a stern rumble in her direction. She balks and levels me with a vicious glare. "Fine, but if they try any tricks, then I will be responsible for my actions," she threatens, stalking towards the door. "Oh yes, you will," I hiss, rising gracelessly to my feet. "Those are my babies you're talking about. If you bring them back with a single scratch, I will make you wish you'd never been born." The pups snigger behind their hands, and Nina throws her arms up in defeat. "Honestly, what have I done to deserve this?" she mutters, stomping out the door, and leaving a litany of complaints in her wake. "All I do is give, and this is the thanks I get. I swear, mother from me Huthnarg." The pups trail after the grumbling woman, waving at me happily and blowing kisses. I wave in return, so distracted by their adorable gestures that I barely notice the angry alpha closing in on me. Ethan moves to tower over me, and I'm amazed by how smooth his movements are. He's wearing his most foreboding expression, but I can only smile in return. "I can't believe how well you're moving. You look so wonderful," I praise. "How does it feel?" Ethan shakes his head in warning and points to the couch. "Sit." I peer up at him from beneath my long, dark lashes and reach for his hand. "Won't you come sit with me? I've heard that couches can be very dangerous for pregnant she-wolves." I can tell Ethan is trying to keep a straight face, but the corner of his mouth is twitching. "Is that so?" he inquires menacingly. "Oh yes, apparently they've been known to swallow women whole," I confirm. "I definitely think I need protection." Ethan's mouth flattens to a hard line. "And yet you were sitting there just moments ago," he observes. I make my eyes go wide and press my lips into a pout as I slide my hands up his muscular arms to his broad shoulders. "Well, you can never be too cautious." "You can't get out of trouble by flirting with me, Janie," Ethan admonishes, leading me to the sofa. Despite his stern words, he does sit down next to me. Of course, he's careful to keep space between us. But I know I'm getting to him already. Did you really think this scheme would work? I nod, tilting my head to the side as I study my mate. Do you really expect me to believe you're going to throw the pups and I out onto the street? I counter shrewdly. The options for housing are not this penthouse or the street, Jane, he replies evenly. If you want to stay in town for a while, I won't stop you. But I think it would be best for everyone concerned if you found a hotel or a rental space. I hum thoughtfully, tapping my chin with my finger. No, I decide after a moment. I think the kids and I will stay right here. Jane. Ethan growls my name in warning. Yes, my love? I inquire innocently, scooting a bit closer to him. He takes a steadying breath, rising to his feet before I can sneak my way into his lap. The answer is no, he declares firmly, towering over me. And yet I wasn't asking. I reply easily, crossing my arms over my chest to mirror his own stance. And believe me, Ethan, when I say I'm not going anywhere, I mean that you will literally have to drag me out of here, kicking and screaming, in order to make me leave. That won't be hard. I'm twice your size, even if I'm not back in top form yet, Ethan observes, arching his brows in challenge. Maybe so, I agree, curling my lips into a smirk as I settle my hands on my baby bump. But I've already had one scare with this baby. Who knows what damage manhandling me might do? It's not like the old days when you could just toss me over your shoulder like a bag of flour. If I had to guess, I'd say that Ethan is currently counting to 10 in his mind, trying to keep his temper under control. Janie, earlier this week, you were telling me that you're perfectly fine. You can't have it both ways. ... That's true, assuming you believe I was being honest. I counter with a shrug. I mean, clearly I've been traveling and lifting heavy boxes and doing all sorts of irresponsible things. Who's to say whether or not I was lying then so you wouldn't boss me around? Ethan snorts, giving me a derisive look. Nice try, little wolf, but I know you. You wouldn't risk your pup so recklessly. True, but neither would you. I bite back. And you can't be completely sure that forcing me out of here won't hurt the babe, which means you won't lay a hand on me. I can just order you. I'm the alpha, remember? He threatens. Oh, I haven't forgotten. I answer suggestively, openly ogling his powerful form. But if you recall, this all started because, as your mate, I can defy your orders when I put my mind to it. I think Ethan is counting again, but I decide that enough is enough. Face it, Ethan, I declare triumphantly. You're stuck with me, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Ethan, you're letting them stay? Nina demands, glaring at me as she wears a hole in the floor, pacing back and forth with the indignant energy of a she-wolf scorned. Unsurprisingly, she was less than amused to learn I decided to allow Jane and the pups to stay with us, though in truth, it hadn't been much of a choice. My mischievous mate forced me between a rock and a hard place, and I wasn't about to drag her out of the penthouse kicking and screaming. I can't just throw them out. I sigh, wincing as I do the stretches my surgeon prescribed post-surgery. Of course you can, Nina argues, coming to a stop in front of me. You just don't want to. Though Nina is my fated mate, I find I have far less patience for her insubordination than I do with Jane. I'm not sure what it is about the woman, but my wolf simply doesn't have the same soft spot for her. So while I might allow Jane to speak to me this way, my automatic instinct is to cut Nina down to size. Luckily, I have enough self-control to avoid snapping at her. I don't need this right now, Nina. Then when? She presses, not taking the hint. Is not now, then when? Careful, woman, you're working my last nerve, I warn. I don't appreciate her interfering with my family, especially not after she swept me out of the city knowing Jane was in trouble. You're already on thin ice, and I'm in no mood to be tested. Nina flinches reflexively, another sign that we simply aren't well matched. She looks at me with true fear, not the sultry shudders Jane often displays when chastised. Perhaps I should feel guilty for being such an ogre, or for constantly comparing Nina to Jane, but I simply can't help it. How can I look at my fated mate without thinking of the woman who I truly love? Nina is eyeing me warily, but her reticence merely masks a cool determination I recognize only too well. "Listen to me, Ethan," she begins, trying to sound warm and gentle. It doesn't suit her. "I'm so happy you're better, but I don't like what's happening here. You're letting Jane walk all over you." "She's my mate and she's breeding," I answer simply. "She deserves a little slack." "No, I am your mate," Nina explodes. "Me, not her. What about what I deserve? I've stood by your side all these months, asking for nothing more than to earn your respect, but you couldn't even give me that." Tears bone in her eyes, and a stab of guilt pierces the walls around my heart. "I see what's happening, Ethan. You're going to go back to her, and I'm going to be nothing more than collateral damage again. She's already digging her claws into your wolf, and you're just letting it happen." "Damn it," I think bitterly. I don't want to hurt Nina, but I can't make myself want her any more than I can make myself fall out of love with Jane. The truth is that I don't know why the goddess sent Nina to me, but I have to think it was for a reason, if only to keep me on course. Maybe she's here to make sure I don't give in to my feelings, and there's no denying that I need all the help I can get. Taking a deep breath, I say, "Nina, I'm not going back to Jane. I'm sorry that it's such a struggle for me, but it is. That doesn't mean I'm not determined to do right by you both." Nina shakes her head, looking more vulnerable than I can ever recall seeing her. "I'm never going to be enough for you, am I? You're never going to stop wanting her." I rumble wordlessly, another pang of regret sounding in my heart. I'd been afraid of this, but until now Nina has insisted she only wanted to be Luna. This is the first time she's admitted she might have feelings for me. I warned you from the beginning, Nina. I cannot be a true mate to you. I will do my duty to care for and protect you, but I cannot offer you love or pups. But, she gestures to the spot where I stand, looking even more hurt than before. But you're cured and we're to be married. I will not father pups with anyone but Jane. I explain mercilessly, knowing that there's no space for misunderstandings here. Nina hiccups a sob, shaking her head. "I don't understand you. We're fated. Why isn't that enough? Why aren't I enough?" "I'm sorry," I profess honestly. "I don't understand it either. I only know the heart wants what it wants. Still, I've been upfront with you from day one. Did you think you could change my mind? I thought my sacrifices to care for you would be worth something, appreciated," Nina accuses bitterly. "They are, but appreciation only goes so far," I declare softly, watching as Nina wraps her arms protectively around herself. "Maybe in time," I suggest weakly. "No," Nina hisses. "Don't do that. I don't want lies and placations. If you don't love me now, you never will, and we both know it." "I really am sorry," I repeat helplessly. "I know this isn't what you were hoping for, but we'll still marry. You'll still be my Luna. Jane will give up eventually and take the pups home, and everything can go back to the way it was." Nina clenches her eyes shut, but she nods reluctantly, almost as if she's making the gesture against her better judgment, as if she doesn't truly believe it. "Whatever you say, Ethan." The next day I wake up to the feeling of my wolf crawling beneath my skin, desperate to get out. He's been plenty restless since the surgery, but today feels different, as if he cannot wait a moment longer. I barely make it out of bed, untangling myself from the puppy pile surrounding me on all sides. The pups had claimed their territory in my bed on my first night home, evicting Nina from her rightful spot, though not by force. She simply doesn't have the patience to sleep with tiny feet jabbing her all through the night, and so the moment they come for cuddles, she disappears. In time, I'm sure they'll go back to sleeping with Jane, or splitting time between us, but they've wanted to be near me since the surgery, and there's no way in hell I'd turn them away. So on this day, I slide off the mattress and onto the floor, careful not to wake them, even though a war is being waged beneath my skin. I instantly understand that the time has come for me to transform. Whether my body is healed enough to handle the change or not, there's no holding my wolf back. I haven't shifted in so long that it takes a minute for my wolf to break out into the open, pain tearing through my body like a firebrand. Eventually, he emerges with a triumphant howl, and for the first time in months, my soul is finally free. The sounds of my roars and howls wake the pups, who jump up rubbing their tired eyes before understanding sets in. 4 luminous smiles greet me when they see the huge furry beast at the foot of the bed. And then they're on me, giggling and crying out in excitement. "Daddy, you're a wolf!" Paisley exclaims, leaping onto my back. She flops onto her belly, hugging my furry body with all her strength. Parker and Ryder are down on all fours, playfully growling and wavering from left to right as if preparing to pounce. I drop my front legs onto the hardwood floor, showing them my fangs and wagging my tail, even as Paisley jolts around on top of me. My body is still sore and aching, but I'm overflowing with adrenaline and euphoria, as lighthearted as a pup myself. The next thing I know, Riley is charging towards me between her brothers, a war cry on her lips and a devilish glint in her eye. I pounce before the little imp can reach me, smothering her with wolf kisses as she giggles and squeals. By the time Jane and Nina arrive on the scene, the pups and I are loping around the room, wrestling and pouncing, making a mess of the entire room. "Ethan, you shifted!" Nina exclaims, looking thrilled. "We should go for a run!" Unfortunately for Nina, Jane is beside her, and I can't seem to see anything else. My sweet little mate is silent, watching the pups and me play with an incandescent smile. I bound over to her, unable to help myself. In this form, the scent of the pup growing in her womb is stronger than ever, and I can't resist nuzzling her swollen belly with my velvety muzzle. I nose my way under the hem of her pajama top, swiping a few licks over her belly button and purring when a tiny foot thumps against my tongue. I immediately know that Jane is the one I want to run with, not Nina. I carefully close my teeth around her sleeve and start dragging her to the door. If I was still in charge, I would have done everything in my power to fight these instincts, but I'm not in control now. My wolf is, and he wants Jane. Luckily, she's only too eager to spend time with me, and she shifts in a heartbeat. We fly out the door in perfect sync, together at last.
Jane. Ethan and I run through the quiet streets of the city as our wolves, not minding one bit that we're on pavement and not in the forest. We bound around shopkeepers and early morning commuters without a care in the world, oblivious to the curious looks we're drawing. I've always preferred running at night, but I couldn't ask for a better opportunity to reconnect with Ethan. When I saw him in his wolf form with our pups climbing all over him this morning, pure joy washed over me. I might not have known how Ethan has been struggling these last few months, but I can't even imagine how painful it has been to have his wolf trapped this way. After the initial shock of learning his secret wore off, my heart ached with the weight of the sorrow he must have been carrying. I've been determined to hide my pain from him since I'm sure he'd use it as another excuse to push me away. But the truth is that my heart has been heavy since learning the truth. The idea of my mate suffering alone all this time, believing he is not worthy of the pups and me, it's almost too much to bear. So I'm beyond thrilled that Ethan's wolf is finally free again. The moment he chose to run with me instead of staying with Nina, my heart soared, even if I do feel some sympathy for the other woman. We finally reach the woods after our journey through town, silly, and I try to engage Ethan in play. I pounce and dance around him while he playfully growls in reply, then nuzzle his furry throat. Then, when the time feels right, I take off into the trees. I can hear Ethan behind me, and soon pounding footsteps are charging after me. I feel a sense of hope now, even though I know winning back his trust won't be this simple. It's certainly a step in the right direction. I direct my sprint towards the thermal pools hidden deep in the forest. Just as I enter the steam-filled clearing where the bubbling pools await, Ethan catches up with me. He doesn't pin me down but stands close, his warm presence comforting in the cool morning air. "You wanted to run, mate." His voice sounds in my head, filled with what I hope is affection. The word mate warms my heart, and I shift to sit on a nearby rock. "I wanted to be with you," I reply honestly through our bond. I've missed this. Ethan shifts back into his human form, watching me with those familiar, dark eyes. I know what you're doing, little wolf. I meet his gaze steadily. Then you know how serious I am. I gesture to the steaming pools. Come sit with me? The warmth feels wonderful. For a moment, I think he might refuse. Then he joins me at the water's edge, though he maintains a careful distance. The thermal springs steam around us, creating a private world in the midst of the forest. I've missed you, I confess. It wasn't what I planned to say, but the feelings are so powerful I can't keep them inside any longer. When I found out about the baby, I was so excited that we could experience this pregnancy together. I didn't want to go through it alone again. Ethan's expression softens, though tension still lines his face. You're not alone, he says, his voice rough with emotion. I'll always be here for you and our children. But I need you, Ethan, I say softly, my hands resting protectively over my growing bump. Not just as the father of my children. I need my mate. We've been given a second chance. All of us. Ethan runs a hand through his hair, the gesture so familiar it makes my heart ache. Don't do this, Jane. It's already hard enough to keep my distance. Do you know what I've realized during this pregnancy? I continue, my voice steady despite the emotion swirling inside me. That our family is what matters most. That we're stronger together. The past months have been lonely. Ethan doesn't say a word, but I can see the conflict in his eyes, and I know he's struggling with his decision to keep me at arm's length. Would it really be so terrible to let yourself be happy? I ask gently. To let us be a family again? It's not that simple, Ethan says, his eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. After everything that's happened, I meet his gaze directly. If you're determined to keep punishing yourself, then I'll have to keep reminding you that you're worth forgiving. I pause, letting my words hang in the steamy air. That we're worth fighting for. Before I can say more, the intensity in Ethan's expression makes me wonder if I've finally reached him, or if I've pushed too far.
Third person. Nina's heart sunk as she watched Ethan and Jane race out the door as their wolves, and she stepped forward to close the door out of mere reflex. When the panel clicked shut, she found herself staring blankly at the dark wood, momentarily frozen in time. She couldn't think, she couldn't feel, she could only stand there and exist as this latest slight reverberated through her body. Only the sound of a small voice saying her name woke her from her miserable reverie. Nina? Slowly, as if in a trance, she turned. Blinking, her expression detached, she saw the pups watching her. Tiny feet padded over the floor in a miniature stampede, and then the 4 children were gathered around her, looking up at her with wrinkled brows. She finally responded, unsure if they'd asked her a question, or simply stopped at her name. Are you okay? Paisley inquired softly, genuine concern in her sweet voice. Nina blinked again, trying to decipher if she even knew the answer to that question. All at once she realized that this moment was a snapshot of the rest of her life. It would always be this way. Ethan running off with Jane and leaving her feeling empty and unwanted. She'd already figured out that he was never going to love her, but she'd convinced herself that she could live with it as long as she could be his Luna, the role she was born to fill. But if this was all she had to look forward to, then what the hell was she doing here? She didn't want to feel this way forever. She didn't want to be an afterthought, no matter what perks came with the sacrifice. All of her plans and ambitions were unraveling at once, and she didn't know how to deal with it. For months now, she had been struggling with the fact that she was finally getting what she'd always wanted. But she still wasn't happy. She'd told herself it would take time, that eventually Ethan would heal and her place would be secure. Then, she would feel fulfilled and content, right? Had all her dreams been misplaced? In trying to please her parents, had she forgotten to please herself? To pursue her own interests? No, she finally answered, I'm not. To her utter shock, the pups moved closer, wrapping their plump arms around her without another word. At the center of an unexpected group hug, Nina felt her heart wrench. She knelt down on the floor, clutching the pups closer as tears filled her eyes. "I don't understand. Why are you being nice to me?" "'Cause no one should be alone when they're sad," Parker answered authoritatively, looking so much like Ethan that Nina truly began to weep. The door cracked open behind them, and Devin entered, already speaking before he could take in the scene. "I just saw Ethan and Jane racing out of the building. What's wrong?" He stopped in his tracks, noticing the crying she-wolf and cuddling pups. "Nina's having a day," Riley explained sagely, and the woman in question hiccuped a laugh. She gave the pups one final squeeze and stood up again, turning her tear-stained face to Devin. "That's one way of putting it." He frowned, his wolf surprisingly distressed to see her in this state. He hadn't witnessed this side of Nina before, only the strong, determined Luna bent on getting her way. "What's going on?" "I'm just realizing that." She took a deep breath, her voice thick with emotion. "I don't have a place here." Devin looked back to the door, understanding that the wolves careening down the hall like pups must have finally gotten through to Nina and forced her to recognize the same fact he'd come to terms with himself. He stepped forward and wrapped her in his strong arms. "I'm sorry," he sighed, leaning his cheek against her hair. "I know how you feel." It took Nina a moment to react, more uncertain now than she had been with the pups. After a moment, however, Devin's warmth seeped into her bones, filling her with a sense of relief she couldn't explain. Her own arms came around his back, latching on tightly as she leaned into his embrace. "Thank you," she murmured into his shoulder. Devin rumbled a soft purr, his wolf remarkably pleased by Nina's acceptance of his comfort. His heart skipped a beat when she snuggled closer in response, some of the tension seeping out of her muscles. "How did you get over it?" Nina asked, pitifully. "I'll let you know when I have," he answered wryly. "But I can tell you that it's right, no matter how much it hurts." Nina confessed in a whisper, thinking of the way she had rushed Ethan out of the Dark Moon pack when Jane was suffering a medical emergency. And all for something that was never going to make me happy. "We all make mistakes, Nina," Devin replied gently, rubbing his hands up and down her back. "Yeah, just look at Daddy," Ryder supplied, reminding the pair that they had an audience. "He's done nothing but make mistakes for so long." Nina clenched her eyes shut. "Yeah, and I was one of them," she remarked, sounding only slightly bitter. "How's that for an ego boost?" Devin looked down at her, hating the grimace twisting her lovely features. Something panged deep in his chest, and he glanced at the pups, who were watching them with avid interest, their little heads cocked to the side. "Kids, can you give us a minute alone, please?" The pups exchanged sly glances. "Can we still listen?" Riley questioned mischievously. Devin rolled his eyes, but the corners of his mouth tugged upward in amusement. Is my answer really going to make a difference? Another glance passed between the youngsters, and Parker pronounced, "That depends. What's it worth to you?" Devin couldn't help himself. He burst out laughing. Shaking his head, he decided that not rewarding naughty behavior was their parents' concern, not his. After all, what good were fun aunts and uncles if they didn't do a bit of spoiling? "If you go play and promise not to eavesdrop, we can go get ice cream once Nina and I are done talking." The bribe worked like a charm. The pups jumped up and down in excitement, immediately agreeing. After they scurried away, Devin tugged Nina over to the sofa and guided her onto the cushions. He sat beside her, noticing the way she continued to lean towards him. His stomach flipped, and he tucked her under his arm. Nina melted against him, resting her cheek against his shoulder. "I think you need a fresh start," Devin began, wondering how he'd never noticed how beautiful the she-wolf was. Had he truly been so consumed by his feelings for Jane that he forgot how to use his eyes? "We both do. I promised to help Jane repair her family, but when things are settled between her and Ethan, I'm going back to the Dark Moon pack." Nina trembled slightly, and Devin felt a rush of protective instinct. I don't even know where to begin with starting over. I'm only just discovering that I may not know my own mind. I've never considered another path than the one my parents set, she explained, her voice strained. It was clear she wasn't used to sharing her feelings this way. I think you start by trying new things, figuring out what you do and don't like. You need the time and space to get to know yourself away from the pressures of family or pack hierarchies, Devon suggested. I had to do the same thing after I walked away from Ethan's pack, and again after I escaped the Nightwalkers. Finding yourself isn't ever easy, but it is fun. And however grim things seem now, you can guarantee things will be different when you come out on the other side. But you were still in love with Jane even after you went through all that, Nina reminded him sadly. Finding yourself didn't fix the problem that sent you away in the first place. Jane was my first love, Devon confirms, his eyes glued on the woman beside him. She will always have a special place in my heart because of that. And I think I regressed the way I did because I was so shocked to see what had happened between her and Ethan. I couldn't stand knowing the spirited girl I once knew was suffering so badly. And when Ethan offered me the chance to be with the one who got away, I let my nostalgia get the better of me. And now? Nina asked, keeking up at him with something that looked suspiciously like hope. I've known for a while now that Jane and I aren't right for each other. Don't get me wrong, it was still hard to let her go, to put that old dream to rest, but she belongs with Ethan, Devon explained, wondering if it was truly possible for the world to turn upside down so quickly. He knew that it was too soon to know if there was potential for him and Nina to be anything more than friends. He also knew she was in no state to contemplate such a thing, but he couldn't help saying, and now I'm wondering if the goddess didn't cross my path with hers again, in order to lead me to the one I'm truly meant to be with. What are you saying? Nina asked hesitantly. I'm saying that when I go back to the Dark Moon Pack, I think you should come with me.
Jane. When I open my eyes, Ethan and I are still in the thermal pool. The warm water laps gently around us, and when I look up, I find his dark gaze watching me with soft intensity. Gradually, I realize he's moved to the shallow end where he can sit on the submerged ledge, holding me securely in his arms. He rests one hand gently on my rounded belly, and our baby flutters inside me as if the little one senses its father's presence. How long was I resting? I inquire softly, stretching slightly as I wake fully. I'm filled with a deep, peaceful contentment that only comes from being truly connected to my mate once more. Just a few minutes, Ethan answers, his voice warm and filled with emotion. How are you feeling? Wonderful, I sigh, leaning into his solid strength. Loved, safe, complete. Ethan makes a soft, contented sound, the expression of an alpha who knows he's finally where he belongs. At peace, he suggests, a gentle note in his voice. That too, I agree, feeling the warmth of his affection surround me. I think you wanted to make sure I understood how serious you are about us. I was just giving you the honesty you deserved, he answers, his voice soft near my ear. Do you understand now? Understand what? I ask, though my heart knows the answer. You're my everything, Janie, he murmurs, pressing a tender kiss to my forehead. Never doubt that. I melt into his embrace, too overwhelmed with happiness to speak. How long had I dreamed of this moment, of feeling truly connected to him again? As I relax against him, his hand moves to cover mine where it rests on my belly. Our family, he says softly, this is what matters most. I know, I whisper, turning to meet his gaze, and I'll never stop fighting for us. A low, affectionate sound rumbles in Ethan's chest as he gathers me closer. Such a determined little wolf, he says, but there's only admiration in his voice. First, you demand honesty from your mate when he's trying to protect you. Then you question his commitment. I just meant, I begin, but he stops me with a gentle look. I know what you meant, he assures me. And you were right. I was letting my guilt keep us apart when what we both needed was to be together. He holds me for a long moment, the warm water swirling around us as the steam rises into the cool air. These past months, he continues, his voice growing thoughtful, being separated from you, from my wolf, it made me realize how empty my life is without you in it. Tears prick my eyes at his words. You'll never have to be without us again, I promise. An hour or so later, we're still talking, sharing all the thoughts and feelings we'd kept buried during our separation. Ethan holds me securely, his presence a steady anchor as we navigate this new understanding between us. Poor darling, Ethan's deep voice is filled with affection. You took on quite a challenge coming after me like this. I shake my head. Your wolf called to mine. He wanted this reunion as much as I did. He did, Ethan confirms. But I needed to be reminded that sometimes the strongest thing an alpha can do is admit when he's wrong. I won't apologize for loving you, I state firmly, pressing closer to him. You needed to remember who you are. I did, Ethan acknowledges, kissing my temple. And you were right to push me. But you know what happens when you challenge an alpha, Janie. I know he's talking about the emotional intensity of our reconciliation, and I can't help but smile. Does this mean, are we? He laughs, the sound rich and warm. If today proved anything, it's that when you're determined to heal our family, you'll stop at nothing to make it happen. I know he's thinking about our children and how they've brought us back together. I realize now that fighting this battle alone was foolish when we're so much stronger together. Going to keep fighting? I ask, though I can see the answer in his eyes. Ethan offers me a tender smile. Are you so ready to be done with our journey, little healer? I return his smile, but my expression turns serious. I want our family to be whole again, I explain, thinking of our growing baby. The little one will be here in a few months, and we need to build a stable foundation. Ethan's eyes shine with emotion. I have news for you, Angel. With our family, life is always going to be an adventure. He leans forward and surprises me with another gentle kiss. When he pulls back, he rests his forehead against mine. But it will be our adventure, he decides. We can build the life we want, though it won't be without challenges. I made commitments to the pack, to moving forward. Those things still need to be addressed. I know, I sigh, but can't we face them together from now on? I love you so much, Ethan proclaims, stroking my cheek. And I want to build the future you dream of, but we've been through a great deal. I'm still healing, and though I know you've forgiven me, I want to earn back your complete trust. We can't simply ignore everything that's happened. I know he's right, even though I wish the path ahead were easier. Just promise me we'll travel it together. Promise me you'll keep choosing us. Ethan takes a moment to reply, his dark eyes filled with such love and determination that it takes my breath away. I promise, he finally says, his voice strong and clear. I will always choose us.
Jane, when Ethan and I arrive back at the penthouse, we find Devin and Nina sitting on the sofa while the pups zoom around the living room in front of them. Devin has an arm slung over Nina's shoulder, which surprises me, but I can't focus on them because the moment we walk through the door, 4 little bodies come hurtling at our legs. Mommy! Daddy! The pups cry excitedly. Parker is the tallest and fastest, so he reaches us first, leaping up into Ethan's waiting arms, while I intercept Riley, whose small size lets her bound weightlessly across the room. Hello, my love puddles. I greet them happily, kneeling so I can also hug Ryder, while Ethan effortlessly scoops up Paisley, even though his arms are already full with her brother. What have you been up to? Were you good for Devin and Nina? I ask, marveling at Ethan's strength despite his recent recovery. We were so good, Riley confirms. Nina was sad, so we cuddled her. And then Devin told us we could get ice cream if we promised not to eavesdrop, Parker adds, and I notice some chocolate stains around his mouth. So we played games in our rooms, and then we went and got the biggest sundae in the whole world, Mommy. Paisley continues, squirming free of her father's hold so she can come kiss me hello. She yawns wide as she snuggles up against me, and I brush my lips over her soft cheek. Suddenly, it's very clear why they were so energetic when we walked in. I know a sugar high when I see one. And I also realize my babies are about to crash. In truth, I'm fairly exhausted myself. Between growing my baby, running with Ethan, and surviving the onslaught of his lust, I could easily collapse where I stand. Well, it sounds as if you've had quite the afternoon, Ethan observes with a tight smile, and I know his thoughts are lingering on Riley's comment about Nina. I follow his gaze to the pair on the couch, seeing that Nina's cheeks are flushed with slight color. I realize they need time alone to talk, so I suggest something we all need. Yes, and it's almost nap time, I announce, finally able to get my hands on Parker as the pups rotate through our arms. So why don't you thank Devin for filling you with sugar, and then we can go lie down in your fort. Are you going to nap with us, Mommy? Ryder inquires eagerly, his eyes wide. I thought I might, I reply, ruffling his hair. Your daddy chased me around the woods for so long, I can't even feel my feet anymore. Really? Riley questions slyly, poking my foot with her little paw. Can you feels that or that? How about this? Nope, none of it, I lie, which of course only encourages the other pups to try as well. Soon I'm lying in their makeshift fort in the bedroom, with 4 precious babies gathered around my feet, coming up with more and more new items and textures to test against my toes and heels. It's pure silliness and quickly falls apart when they find a feather to tickle me with. Still, it got them to come lie down. I'm convinced the promise of my company is the only thing that persuaded my hyper pups to actually take a nap. And soon they're fast asleep around me. I nod off quickly as well, and when I wake an hour or so later, I can hear quiet voices in the kitchen. I emerge from the pups' room, carefully closing the door behind me. I'm still groggy and want nothing more than to go crawl in Ethan's lap, but when I find him, he's standing at the counter with an odd expression on his handsome face. I stop when I see tears in Nina's eyes, unsure of whether I should retreat. However, when Ethan sees me, he ushers me closer with a wave. Jane, Nina has something she'd like to tell you. I hesitantly approach, not knowing what to expect, let alone what to do or say. All right. Nina turns to face me, a strange sort of resignation on her features. I owe you an apology, she says, shocking me completely. Oh, I stammer, glancing at Ethan, who offers me an encouraging nod. I'm sorry for the way I behaved in the Dark Moon Pack. I was jealous and insecure. I was trying to protect the future that I thought I wanted. Nina's lashes fall shut, regret heavy on her tongue. I'm coming to realize that I was wrong about a lot of things, but nothing was worse than the way I treated you when you needed help. I'm ashamed of how I acted. I can hardly believe my ears, but there's no denying the pain on her lovely features. I also don't miss the way she says, the future I thought I wanted. I know better than anyone what it's like to move through life in one direction, only to have my path suddenly be taken away or disappear. Did Ethan tell her about what we decided? The impulse to hug the suffering woman is too strong to resist, and I cross the floor without another word to pull Nina into my embrace. She gasps in surprise, and it takes a moment for her to return my embrace. But once she does, she squeezes her arms around me, as tightly as I'm holding her. Your pups are a lot like you, you know? Ethan and I both chuckle, and I simply squeeze her tighter. I'm sorry, I murmur gently. If anything good comes out of all this, then maybe it should be second chances for us all. I agree, 9 sighs, which is why I'm going with Devin to the Dark Moon Pack when he leaves here. Nina announces, her voice slightly muffled by my hair. I look up at Ethan in surprise, but he must have already known this detail because he only nods. I don't belong here, Nina continues in a whisper, and I'm starting to realize I never did. I really hope you find what you're looking for, I tell her honestly, still watching Ethan. I'm struggling to stay focused on the woman in front of me, too preoccupied with wondering what this means for my mate and I. Thank you, Jane, Nina replies, finally pulling back. I hope we can be friends one day, even though we started out on the wrong foot. I'd like that, I agree, smiling at her as she swipes tears from her eyes. Footsteps sound behind me, and I turn to see Devin leaning in the doorway. He looks past me to Nina, tenderness filling his eyes as she looks up at him. Ready? He inquires, extending his hand towards her. Ready. She confirms, seeming suddenly shy and possibly a bit nervous. She closes the distance between them and rests her small palm in his, and together they retreat from the penthouse, promising to be in touch before they leave the territory. I watch them walk away with more than a little confusion, but then Ethan is there, pulling me close. I feel like I've missed something, I confess, leaning into his warmth. The goddess moves in mysterious ways. He answers with a shrug, dropping his lips to my fresh claiming mark. What does this mean for us? I ask, almost afraid of the answer. It seems like this could only be a good thing, but I've been wrong before. It means that we have one less obstacle in our path. Ethan replies, nibbling my shoulder as his hands travel over my body. Whatever he may have said about the struggles ahead of us, there's no doubt his wolf enjoys having me near, staking his claim. I muse, nuzzling my nose against his chest. What should we tell the pups? I think we should keep this to ourselves until things are sorted out. Ethan sighs reluctantly. Well, I have the sneaking suspicion that they're going to figure it out, I remark dryly, especially if they see you pawing me this way. But if you're really determined, I suppose we can keep things platonic until the pack is appeased. Not touch unless we have to. Sleep in different rooms. Ethan growls deep in his chest, and I have to smother my giggle. I'd known that saying this would provoke him, and he isn't letting me down. There's no need to go to extremes, he grumbles, still nibbling my sensitive mark. His hand slips down to my round belly. Besides, we should share a room just in case you go into early labor again. Oh, really? I tease. Is that why? Ethan arches a brow, a sultry smirk taking over his chiseled features. Do you doubt me, mate? That depends, I answer silkily. If I say yes, what are you going to do about it? Ethan chuckles and scoops my feet out from under me, promptly carting me off to his bedroom to ravish before the pups wake up. I can only smile. For the first time, in a long time, I feel like everything is exactly as it should be. Jane, 4 months later. Ethan ushers the pups into my hospital room with a finger pressed to his lips. Quietly now, Mommy's very tired. I'd gone into labor in the early hours of the morning, and the experience couldn't have been more different than it had been with the quadruplets. Instead of suffering through the first contractions alone and afraid, I'd had my mate by my side, rubbing my back and crooning sympathetically as I gritted my teeth against the pain. After a few hours of pacing and fruitlessly trying to find a comfortable position, my water broke and we left for the hospital, leaving the pups with a sitter. I made it through 15 hours of labor before caving and asking for an epidural, taking Ethan's encouragement to save my strength for pushing when the time came. He never left my side the entire time, only stepping out of the room a couple of times to check in on the pups at my request. I couldn't have asked for a better birthing partner. He lavished me with praise and marveled at my strength, not batting an eye when I turned the blame on him for doing this to me. Instead, he nodded and agreed that he was a scoundrel for finding me so irresistible and breeding me this way. When I was past the point of words, there were only kisses and purrs, and when I wanted to give up, certain I couldn't continue any longer, he believed in me for the both of us and got me through the worst of it. After 27 hours of labor, I finally brought our precious pup into the world. Ethan cut the cord and cried tears of joy as he handed me our son. I wept my hellos to my newest angel, laying him on my chest and feeling the pure love, exhaustion, and reverence for the miracle of life wash over me. For a while, Ethan and I simply cooed over our crying newborn, counting his fingers and toes and telling him how happy we were that he was finally with us. We decided to call him Paxton, and I sniffled when the nurses took him to get cleaned up, already missing him. After moving into our VIP suite, Paxton quickly latched to my breast and began feeding, and I passed out from pure exhaustion, trusting Ethan to watch over our son while I slept. I woke a little while later to find Paxton dozing in his little rolling cot, and Ethan lying next to me in bed, watching me even though he'd been awake for as long as had. "What are you doing?" I yawned, trying not to feel the pain radiating through my wrecked body. He grinned and brushed the hair back from my face. "Just admiring my mate," he answered tenderly. "You were so incredible, Janie. I didn't know what it was like." he confessed, sounding as though he feels guilty for missing the birth of our first pups, even though he hadn't known they existed. I mean, you hear about birth and see it in the movies and stuff, but it's so much more traumatic than I realized. I'm just in awe of you. I couldn't have done it without you, Ethan, I expressed, feeling the truth of this in my bones. I had a C-section with the quads because of Paisley's height, so this birth was a first for me too. Of course you could, Ethan corrected me. Because you did. I didn't do anything, and I've never felt more helpless in my life, he admitted, pausing to kiss me, to nuzzle his nose against my own as he stared deeply into my eyes. But you're a warrior. I love you so much, I professed, returning his kisses with a few of my own. And trust me when I tell you what a difference it made to have you here. I love you too, Ethan replied, turning his head towards the crib. Our son is very lucky to have you for a mother. And you as a father, I reminded him, resisting the urge to ask him to bring me the baby. I wanted him in my arms so badly, but I knew better than to wake him when he was sleeping so peacefully. I'd made that mistake more than once in my early days with the quads. Have you told the pups they have a brother? I called them a little while ago, he confirmed, beaming as he continued. They cheered so loud I thought they were going to wake you. The sitter is going to bring them down in a little while for a visit. I returned his grin and nodded my approval, cuddling closer to the big alpha. He purred and caressed my hair as I fell back asleep, and when I woke again to the sound of Paxton's hungry cries, he shared that the pups had arrived and were waiting to see me. While I retrieved the baby to nurse, Ethan went to gather our quads, and I welled with happy tears, unsure about whether I was more excited about simply holding my new son again, or to introduce him to his brothers and sisters. In the end, I just cried for the joy of it all. Our lives were finally as they should be. The pack hadn't taken kindly to the news that Ethan rejected Nina so soon after announcing her as his fated mate. But they got over it when we announced that we had another baby on the way. It also hadn't been easy to repair our own relationship, for me to convince Ethan to stop punishing himself, while also working through my own hurt over his deception and rejection. But we got through it. It helps that our family was whole for the first time, everyone together, safe and healthy. Besides, we both made so many mistakes, and we've been through so much together. There could never be anyone else for either of us, and I wouldn't have it any other way. If it weren't for all our struggles, we would never have ended up where we are now. And this is the only place I ever want to be. My heart is full to bursting, and as much as I wish I could go back in time and tell my younger self to hang in there and have faith in my mate, I know this journey led me to Paxton, and I wouldn't trade him for the world. Of course, when Ethan and the pups walk in to find me sobbing my eyes out, they all panic. "Baby, what is it?" Ethan asks, rushing to my side. I'm happy," I managed to blubber, my vision completely blurred. Still, I can just make out 4 tiny blobs gathering around my bed, and Riley's beloved voice sighing, "Uh-oh, I think Mommy's lost it." Ethan and I both laugh, and I reach for the blob in question with my free arm, encouraging her to climb onto the bed with me. The others all follow as Ethan explains, "Mommy hasn't lost it. She's just been through a lot, and she's a little hormonal." "What's hormonal?" Parker inquires, cocking his head to the side as he studies the bundle at my breast. Paxton doesn't seem to have any idea that he's now surrounded by curious pups. His eyes are closed, and his tiny hand kneads my breast as he suckles for milk, completely occupied with the task at hand. "It means I have a lot of emotions and I can't really control them," I explain, wiping my eyes and trying to catch my breath. "Mommy, you already were that way," Paisley informs me with a giggle. "Growing babies is very hard work," Ethan shares, cupping her head in his palm affectionately. "And giving birth is the hardest part, so the emotions are most powerful right now." "Can we stop talking and meet the baby already?" Ryder asks, clearly exasperated that we're taking so long. "Of course." I hiccup a laugh and sit up a little, so they can get a better look at the baby. "Pups, this is your brother, Paxton." The quads ooh and ah as they scoot closer, eager to study the strange creature in my arms. He looks funny, Riley assesses. I thought babies were supposed to be cute. Yeah, he's all wrinkly, like a baby raisin, Parker adds. New babies are always that way, I tell them. And I think he's beautiful, just like I thought you were when you looked this way. He's so tiny, Paisley observes in obvious awe, reaching a tentative hand towards him and looking to me for permission. I nod encouragingly, and Paisley strokes a single plump finger over his cheek. Oh, and he's so soft. Ooh, let me feel, the others clamor. Gently now, one at a time, Ethan instructs. Mommy and Paxton are both a little fragile right now. The pups take his words to heart, carefully taking their turns and reverently stroking the baby's cheek. He doesn't seem to care that we're here, Ryder remarks uncertainly. He's just hungry. I'm sure he's thrilled to meet you, I say, amazed at how thrilling it is to simply watch my babies admire their new sibling. You know what? Paisley asks, looking at the others. I think he's the best AB brother in the whole world. Ethan and I beam as the others agree. I'll protect him his whole life long, Parker vows. And I'll teach him about all the best pranks, Riley decides. I'll make sure he always listens to his heart, Paisley promises. And I'll make sure he's clever and loyal, Ryder adds at last. I've got new tears in my eyes, and Ethan wraps his arm around me, gazing down at our beautiful family with utter adoration. And we'll love each and every one of you with all of our hearts, no matter what. And each other, I add in a whisper, smiling up at my mate. And each other, Ethan amends, kissing me deeply. Always. The end. My dear readers, thank you so much for reading this story. I'll appreciate it if you explore my other stories as well. My favorite new story is The Alpha King Callboy. Hope you'll like that. Please join my Facebook group Jane Above Story if you want to chat and keep updated on my writing schedule.